time as well. And I think most people think that there will be. So even though this has shifted and some think that there might be a reduced inventory come fall, others, and I think the majority of folks that we've talked with think that there will still be the normal fall time busy season, because people are still having to move animals to slaughter rather than pay for feed over the winter time. So let's see, what else? We looked a little bit at, maybe the reasons why local is doing so well at this point. And I think in addition to customers in Vermont wanting to source food locally, I think people, one, are trying to stay out of grocery stores, or have opportunity to purchase food and have access to it in a way that doesn't require them to commingle with a number of other people. The gentleman who I mentioned had the 90 sides of beef in his freezers. He does home deliveries, and he always has, and that part of his business has been flourishing lately. And then the other thought, and this is something that our animal health specialist, the one who raises sheep, mentioned to me, is that beef producers might be seeing the writing on the wall and selling their beef during this lull period, before the market is saturated with dairy cull cows due to the volatility of the dairy industry. So there are local beef producers that are doing very well currently. There are slaughter facilities that have plenty of business as a result. For those of you who don't remember the numbers, there are 10 commercial slaughter facilities in Vermont. Most of those are federally inspected facilities. Some are state inspected. And then total slaughter and processing, if you combine all those businesses, there are about 36 slaughter and processing businesses in Vermont. I think one final point that I wanted to make is that, with few exceptions, you can't slaughter animals without workers, and you can't sell meat without inspectors. So I hope that we as a state can work to protect both of those populations of people with the health and safety measures that have been recommended, and some of which are now required under the latest executive order. And we're working with the slaughter industry now to ensure that they understand those requirements, and that we hopefully can see employees wearing face covers and other things in plant. That's been a challenge, to be honest, up until now, and we hope that the latest order will change that, because many of these slaughter facilities and processing facilities that have had to shut down have been due to people testing positive. And our slaughter facilities in Vermont are busy enough now that even losing one of them for a quarantine period of time or longer period of time would be pretty significant for us. So
thanks, Kristen. So have most of the Vermont slaughter processors and other facilities, they've been able to stay open because of the practices are being followed, and people are maintaining social distancing, etc. No? Diane's shaking her head no.
Well, they've been able, the first part of your question is true. Yes, they've been able to stay open. There has not been a great track record of following those health recommendations. Sometimes it's not possible to socially distance when you have a small facility and people are on a slaughter line, they're shoulder to shoulder. However, it makes it all the more important to practice the other preventive measures. And so we're working through those challenges with them, but it has not been a consistent adherence to those requirements.
Okay, but so far, we haven't seen COVID-19 turn up in the slaughter facilities.
Correct. Not in a way that has resulted in any closures for a period of time.
Okay. And Diane, do you want to? You're off. You're unmuted. So did you want to say something?
Diane Bothfeld, Agency of Agriculture, Food and Markets. I think Kristen's being very generous. I think we need greater compliance across dairy, the slaughter facilities, the auction barns, we had to inform people to cancel face-to-face auctions We had somebody who wanted to switch to goats and needed to have a cattle auction. And that was when we were reducing the number of people that could gather. But this is critical across the board for everything to keep functioning. If you think about the dairy world and, you know, somebody wants to chat with the milk truck driver who came in to pick up the milk, and then the milk truck driver goes somewhere else. And if we're not doing the social distancing, we're not doing the mask, the potential to spread this is exponential. So we really need that. So I'm getting the message out to you all, but anybody who's listening is that this needs to occur. This needs to occur at slaughter facility, auction barns, dairies, dairy processing facilities. We've got word that dairy processing facilities are being really, really careful. But, you know, the dairy farms, we don't see anybody. We want to stop and chat. Well, stopping and chatting isn't the best thing if you can't keep 6 feet apart. And now the governor in his order on Friday is wear a mask, wear a face covering. So I will be the hard person, and Kristen was very generous, but we need better compliance or we're going to have some problems. So getting that message out that wearing a face covering of some kind, staying 6 feet away, and really, really working hard on that, you know, is really important, because we could have something happen that would really mess things up for everybody. So we need better compliance.
Let me just go to Marcy. Marcy,
Yeah,
I
was
saw
gonna
your,
jump in there.
yeah. Do you want to comment?
What I would, yes, I would like to comment. One of the first things we did here is we closed our auction to the public. We're only open to the buyers and to the farmers that are consigning to us. And in fact, if some farmers would like to come in and watch their animals sold and pick up their check that night, we're open to that. I did get Vermont Glove to send us masks, which I received this week. I know Sam Hooper very well, and he was very kind to distribute masks to us. And I have, at Champlain Beef, they gave me their industrial-sized antiseptic spray, which is now sitting out on my counter. That being said, my truckers are reminded on a daily basis not to socialize, and what they're experiencing is nobody's there. The animals are left in a pen and are marked. Very few farmers or help are coming out to socialize. So at this point, when we're talking to the farmers and they're calling things in, they don't want to see us any more than we want to see them. So I agree with Diane. It's really scary to me. I don't want to bring it here. I'm very adamant about telling my truckers every day, you know, please wear your gloves, please keep your hands washed, please don't interact with anyone. So we're saying the right things. Our sales are not inundated with buyers. Our calf market tends to have a few more people there. And I agree with Diane. I think that could be where we maybe do a better job of telling them not to get close to each other. But on the whole, most of these guys are wearing gloves and you know, not doing it. They come in, they buy, and they leave. So I will definitely do my part of that, Diane, and get my guys wearing the masks. They've been given them. I will now tell them it's, you know, mandated that they must not just keep them in their trucks, but wear them.
Kyle, I see that you unmuted yourself. Is there something you wanted to say?
I didn't know that I did, but I can certainly share, you know, at Stonyfield, we have thermal scans and we have check-ins with our employees when they come in. And we are also making sure that our producers are trying to minimize any contact with our drivers.
Great, thank you. Good. All right, are there any questions for Kristen? All right, Kristen, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, next on my list is Diane. So Diane,
Diane Bothfeld again, Agency of Agriculture, Food and Markets. So this somewhat echoes what Marcy was talking about of some data from USDA, some numbers that nationally, weekly data comes in from USDA. So the national slaughter for cattle is down 22% over the same time last year, and hog slaughter is down about 6% over this time last year. So, you know, some drops nationally. The larger plants that have closed that Marcy mentioned, there's Colorado, Michigan, Missouri, South Dakota, Washington State, and West Virginia have all had plants close. We've heard from our regional NEASDA calls. Delaware is having a terrible time with poultry slaughter. Some of their facilities have closed down, and that's out into Maryland as well. That there's chickens ready to go, and some of these poultry slaughter facilities have had COVID issues and have been closed down. So that's an impact that is concerning. It's terrible to see any food wasted, but you know, we can't even fathom the size and scope of some of those poultry operations when, you know, some of our largest is 100,000 birds and they're talking 200,000 and 300,000. So it's a lot and a concern out there as well. The feeder prices that Marcy mentioned, some our data shows that usually this time of year around $1.40 a pound, and drop down to $1.20 to $1.25 a pound. So feeder cattle, not the worst prices, but certainly down some, and certainly a concern coming up for cull dairy cows. I think the Dairy Farmers of America supply management program that's being put in place for May, and the program that was already in place for Agrimark, but they may be adjusting that, can certainly have an impact on the market of how many cows will go to be culled. There are also methods to reduce milk production. And so a combination of potentially culling, but also changes to the ration, feeding milk to calves. There's some other methods there as well that hopefully culling cows is the quickest and easiest. There are concerns that depending on the farm, if you cull the low producers, you take better care of the ones you have less, they start making more milk. So just culling may not be the only answer to getting that milk volume reduction that's being requested through those programs. So I think that's all important. The bob calf market certainly a concern and has been for a while for sure. So I think, you know, nationally, we haven't seen that impact yet. I think one thing Kristen didn't mention, that there is a poultry slaughter facility up here in Chittenden County that utilizes H-2A employees. The employees came in. I think they're getting near the end of their 14-day quarantine, and they'll be up in, they're either this week or next week, will be up and slaughtering poultry in the state. So we'll have another source of poultry here in Vermont. They're a seasonal processing, and they're coming on now. So there's some positives as well. It's great to see the local market going like crazy. You know, people are really busy. The one thing that, you know, you've heard the announcement from the governor of a hiring freeze. We have an open meat inspection position that we're trying to get permission to hire. We were all the way to making the verbal offer. You do a verbal and then you do a final written offer. So we have the verbal one out there, but are waiting for permission to finalize that to get another inspector on. They do have to take part in training that's pretty rigorous. It's usually 6 months of learning and then 6 months of being with another seasoned inspector to learn more. So even if we can hire that person right away, for them to be independently doing inspections is almost a year out. So we need some of those things to happen. We're covering everything. Everybody's working really hard. Our staff is doing well. You know, we're tracking any issues with them, you know, any health issues, any concerns, but everything's been fine so far. But yeah, they're out there on the front lines. They're out there every day, and their schedule has been packed. So that's kind of an overview. Marcy covered a lot of the national level activities. So I think that's kind of where we're at for now. The Your milk prices were mentioned, et cetera. Yeah, those are not looking good. There was an announcement from USDA on the expenditure of funds. 16 billion is to be expended out to farmers. Dairy is 2.98 billion. And it looks at the difference in price from January to April 15th and the payment of 80% of that difference to farmers, cap of 125,000 per farm or per commodity. So if a farmer made grew soybeans and milk cows, or made maple syrup and milk cows, there might be a way to get payments on both of those. No details on how to sign up, no details on anything more. The other part of the USDA was also looking at from April to I think June or July or August, and what prices did again. And then if the prices continue to go down, a payment of 30% on that difference. So two phases of payments potentially. Rulemaking has to be done. So the expectation on any money actually going out would be late May, maybe more like June. So it's starting to move at the federal level, but slow. There will be money for crops, for specialty food products, or specialty crops, and then other ag. So they're trying to get money out to all types of agriculture. Some has better data than others. The milk price is known and calculated, but a price per gallon of maple syrup may not be as easy to come by, or a price for apples or something of that nature. So USDA will be called in of all the numbers they collect will be used, but some crops have better data than others. So that's a little other update on national money coming back into the state from USDA, but still not a lot of details yet.
Thanks, Diane. That's really helpful. Tom Bach has his hand up. Tom, would you like to ask a question?
Yes, a question for Diane and Kristen. If you both have your crystal balls out, could you look ahead and give us a worst case and best case scenario 6 months from now?
Okay. Well, I think things are going to change within 6 months. I think the governor will be trying to open up more and more things. There'll be different markets, different, products available. We worked on the farmers market. We have a date for those opening up. The agency is looking at what's next and what's the biggest questions. So some of the next big questions are nursery greenhouse sales. Then we get into pick your own activities in Vermont. Then we get into the summer of, we have camps that are held on farms, and are those going to be able to happen or not? And can they happen? And how do we let them happen? So there's that type of work as things keep opening up, and how do we do these things that are important to agriculture safely? On the farm side, on the dairy farm side, will there be losses? Yes. I think the hard part will be how they exit the business. Marcy's thought of, some of these beautiful cattle that are wonderful and great producers, and, such a tragedy to send them to beef. But if there is no other market, there may be folks that, how do you exit? How do you exit? You can't hold an auction because of all the social distancing, and currently we can't bring crowds together. And beef prices would be inundated if lots of farmers have to sell these, very productive dairy cows just into beef. So it's a little boggling of, yes, there'll be exits, but how to do that right now is a bit of a conundrum. So I think we'll see some farm attrition. We always see farm attrition. There's been about 40 to 50 a year. We always get into this trap of, there's going to be 200 farms go out of business this year. I'm not going to say that. I think the attrition will be similar, maybe a little higher, but even in the worst price years, I think we get up to like 60 farms going out versus 40 and 50. But it's difficult to predict that. I think we'll see continued demand locally, as Kristen talked about in the meat sector, the vegetables. There'll be people planting their own gardens differently there or more than in the past. Seed sales have been tremendous. Packet seed sales have been tremendous. All the nurseries want to be able to open to sell vegetable starts. So I think besides the dairy sector, I think people will do okay. They'll miss restaurants, but I think there's been an uptake in other types of sales. It's the dairy one that I think the greatest probably attrition will be in. So that's my prediction, but that's, a tough one to do, Tom. A representative box.
Diane, could I just do a little bit of a follow-up? When do you expect, I mean, if farmers markets are going to be allowed to be open on May 1st, I would assume that the guidance will be out before then. Is that the case? And if there's some question about the guidance, how can we weigh in with that?
There was a lot of work done with NOFA and others on what a potential guidance could be. So all of that type of information has been sent over to, there is a group within the state of health department officials to how can we do this the most safely as possible. So those types of recommendations of limiting people, still doing curbside, all those kind of things are with experts at the health department to help make that decision of what's the best guidance. So I think all the data or all the information of methods to do that has been provided. I think it's now these experts on public health. How can you do this the most safe way, but still, open things up? So it's, as the governor's been talking, the quarter turn to open things up, but still trying to protect everybody.
Right. Okay, thanks. Kristen, did you have any comments that Terry just sort of waved at me or us. Terry, did you want to do a follow-up with Diane?
I just wondered if she would like pick your own strawberries. I mean, strawberries usually start about June 12th, 15th.
Yep.
In full force. And I hope that they can figure out a way to at least let people be their own social person and, and keep distance while they're picking strawberries and figure out how to check them out without, because that would be a crime to leave all those strawberries to rot in the field.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's, apples, of course, that's going to be in September and August. So it may be, okay by then, but still, I mean, strawberries are pretty soon.
Yeah, that is, we went down the list of things what's next in agriculture, farmers markets, some of them don't, the Randolph Farmers Market usually opens May 12th. So, okay, May 1st wasn't the worst thing. But when you start talking about Mother's Day sales of hanging flowers, that's coming up pretty soon too. And people want to know that. And vegetable starts for some parts of the state are, pretty soon in May. Maybe some people, where I grew up, you didn't plant your garden until mid-June, but here in Burlington, I can put stuff in before Memorial Day. So those questions of vegetable starts, hanging flowers, the nursery business was first, pick your owns, or second, especially strawberries. How do we figure this out? You think about pick your own. There's a whole row of strawberries. You got one person at one end and one person at the other. They're 6 feet apart. How do you do the checkout? We figured out how to do checkout in grocery stores, et cetera. So can we figure it out at the farm stand? So definitely thinking about that. Is it limited of how many people can come in at a time at a pick your own? So definitely we're thinking about that. We have to put together a proposal. And this group of health experts has put out, information for us of this is the kind of stuff we need to know if we're going to make a decision based on public health. So that's helpful and a better start. But we have our work cut out for us to get that information in for them to do their process, because everybody under the sun wants to know the same answer we want. So we're in process on that. And we understand we're trying to pick off in proper order what's next in agriculture.
Thanks, Diane. Sharon has her hand up, and I'm going to assume it's kind of a follow-up to what you have said. We want to hear from Kristen also, but I want to get to Kyle. I think Will Stevens is going to join us at 10:30, but I'm sure that he is happy to kind of listen into the conversation as well. I do want to be clear, though, that right now farm stands and farm stores can be open as long as they're practicing social distancing, and I would assume if they can do pre-order and curbside pickup, that is allowed right now as we speak, right? And if they're
Yes, it is.
selling, yeah, okay.
Mhm.
And if they're selling vegetable starts and produce and they sell a hanging basket at the same time, that's probably allowed right now if they do all those
If you can
things,
do all,
right?
if you can do the social distancing. So the big question of, the temperature out there, lovely day today. You're not going to put those hanging baskets outside where there's a lot of space. The big question is allowing people into the greenhouses. Can you do that with limiting the contact? Can you keep surfaces clean? Can you do all the health things that are required? Letting people into the greenhouse where the beautiful hanging baskets are. When I was picking out a flower for my mom, I wanted to see it first. So I'm not sure curbside, just bring me a flower and I'm going to like it, is going to work. So probably the same with vegetable starts. I want to look at those tomatoes first to see if they're leggy or not. And do I want to buy them? So there's some questions around those things. There are greenhouses here in Chittenden County, which have cold hardy, quote unquote, more cold hardy plants sitting outside and limiting people walking around the outside display. And then, it's not exactly what we should maybe be happening, but it is. So I think the question of how do we open these things up, but still put as many of the health protections in place. So yes, if people can do curbside, that's all allowed right now. And pre-ordering and all those things are all allowed, but it's the browsing and looking at things and touching and wandering around the greenhouse kind of things that we're so accustomed to when we want to choose our plants, that's the kind of thing that is restricted at this point.
And
Great.
so
Sharon, did you have a question?
Yes. Diane, do we have a drop dead by date for getting guidance out to farmers markets so that they've got enough time to make the changes they need to so they can function in compliance on their first day?
Not to my knowledge. I gave you all of my knowledge on that. It's not my area of expertise, nor the one I'm tasked with keeping track of. So I've given you all that I know. Understanding that the governor said May 1st, I think there's absolutely a goal to get information out as soon as possible, but I don't know that there's a specific date.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Will, I see that you've joined us. Welcome. We're running a little late on the first part of our conversation. Do you have any time constraints? You're muted, Will.
Oh, okay, sorry.
There you go. No, you're good.
Oh, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm new to this.
You're
Yeah,
miraculously unmuted.
I wish other things in life were that easy.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, when would you like me back?
We'll probably be at least, I would say, another 15, 20 minutes. You're welcome to stay on if you'd like, but if you've got other stuff to do, you feel free to leave and just come back.
Okay. All right.
Great.
Thanks. Yep.
All right. Kristen, do you have any predictions? I know we only have Kyle until 11. So do you have any predictions, Kristen?
Yeah, predictions. I need to find personally a silver lining out of all this because it's been difficult and it's been difficult for everybody. So my hope, crystal ball / hope would be that there is a good dose of creativity that comes out of this whole COVID situation. I think we're seeing that already with different businesses trying to amend the way they do business and maintain markets or regain markets or perhaps access markets that they didn't previously have. And I'm secretly, at some point it'll be okay to say this more than I have, but I'm looking forward to seeing what the new norm is and how we can sustain and maintain agriculture in Vermont. And I think if early predictors are any indication, we've got a group of business people in the state and entrepreneurs in the state who will come up with some great ways to do that. And we will be supportive of that as long as, you know, it's done legally and food safety is maintained and all of those tenets that are in place. But I think this has been a stressor on some of our traditional systems, and it'll be oddly interesting to see what we come out of this with and what the new norm is. As far as impacts and for length of time, I think that until there's some way to measure that the human population has established or has reached the point of herd immunity where 75 to 80% have been exposed to this virus, and therefore there's enough of a level of immunity that we can loosen some of the restrictions, and or there is a vaccine that is developed, I think some of the health-related recommendations in place will continue. So even as we see businesses and sectors open back up, I think there's going to be a prolonged period of awareness and hopefully adherence to the health recommendations that have been put into place so far, or the new versions of those as time goes on. And then lastly, in answer to as an additional piece to Representative Norris's question, or comment about the pick your own. I think one of the benefits in living in the Northeast is that we have guinea pig regions of the country who are doing pick your own now, or who will be doing it and doing other seasonal, agricultural activities before we are. So selfishly, we can look and see what happens with the measures that they're putting into place and gauge our efforts and our responses, based on that. I know that FDA is working closely with states to evaluate those different agricultural activities on produce and fruit farms. And so, and we're engaged in that through our involvement and enforcement of the produce safety rules. So those conversations are happening now.
Great, thanks, Kristen.
Thank you.
Tom, could you mute yourself, please? We're practicing. We're still practicing. We're going to be on the floor, I think, on Thursday or Friday. So we've got to get good at this. Thanks, Kristen. Really appreciate that. I'd like to move now to Kyle. Kyle, thank you so much for your patience. And I love the fact that you're sitting in your car. That's pretty cool. That's a new day. Would you like to introduce yourself? Tell us, who you are and what you do, and a little bit of response to our question.
Sure. So Kyle Tygeson, I work for Stonyfield and Group Lactalis, and I do all the milk procurement for both Stonyfield Organic and also Commonwealth Dairy in Brattleboro. And I'm not sure how much I can add to the beef conversation. When I talked to John on Sunday, we talked a little bit more about the dairy industry. So my comments will be a little bit more refined with regard to the state of organic and the state of what's happening on our farms. Currently, Stonyfield has been strong to average normal orders with regard to our yogurt business. And I would say the same is true of Commonwealth. The interesting thing that we've seen is the shift between single serve cups of yogurt to quart size. So more families are buying at the grocery store level quart size quantities, and those quart lines are very strong right now. Currently, there is no dumping of milk in the organic sector. Our farmers are concerned about contracts just because of all of their conventional neighbors they're very concerned about. So what I can say is all of the contracts that we have at Stonyfield are being renewed. We do work with DFA for our Commonwealth business, and so that business is basically status quo as far as the relationship is concerned. I think that one of the things that we've tried to do is see if there are ways where our sales staff can help reinforce the conventional commodity market. So I have had conversations with our VP of sales, making sure that our sales reps are talking to their customers, making sure there's no limits on dairy products at the store level. We still see some of that, though not as much as we did originally. There is still some distribution channel issues between warehouse to end game grocery stores as far as making sure that orders are fulfilled. a lot of those orders are based off of computer modeling. So I think when the initial orders came through and there was that initial spike, it was a little bit slow to react because there wasn't an actual person making those order changes and seeing what was happening in the store and on the shelf. Long term, as far as concerns that we have as COVID goes on, obviously, with regard to our reliance on imports for organic grain, we also see a lot of our vitamin and mineral premixes are coming from out of the country. So making sure that those continue to flow through to our dairy farms is a concern. We also are very concerned about the overall agricultural infrastructure impacts. So as conventional farms potentially exit, the pressure on veterinary services, the pressure on the local machinery and equipment dealers, feed stores, and those types of things to ensure that our producers are also getting the supplies they needed is more and more of a concern. And just in general, I think the long term is what's the recession impacts on consumer demand with regard to organic. We are a premium product. That's one of the reasons why we are insulated to some extent for what we've seen in the conventional market. So the majority of our products go direct to consumer. We do not have a lot of food service or wholesale type of sales. So we haven't seen that hit in demand that we've seen on the conventional market. With regard to COVID testing internally, like I said, we are really ramping up our PPE, our testing to make sure our employees are healthy. We are a little bit concerned with some of our co-manufacturing sites. We've had 2 co-manufacturing sites in other parts of the country that have had to shut down for a couple of weeks because of COVID. But both of those are back up and running now. So we hopefully are past those hiccups. But in general, that's my comment. I really am worried too with regard to cull cows, just because, if there is that limit or not an outlet for cull cows, I think you're going to see some significant issues. And also, so everybody knows, I am a director at Yankee Farm Credit, and I think one of the things that we'll be talking about at our next board meeting is, what's the impact going to be on our dairy industry from the standpoint of restructuring, and can people continue to be in business or continue to borrow money to really sustain their business during the short term. So it is a very big concern about what this is going to look like in 6 to 7 months.
Thanks, Kyle. I have to say that I was in the Brattleboro Hannaford on Sunday, and there was not 1 quart of Commonwealth dairy yogurt on the shelves.
It's tough right now, and the thing is like, we've talked to people, I tell people, if you see it, send us a picture. A lot of companies are putting restrictions on, and it's more because of their supply chain constraints than because there's product available. I mean, there's product available and we can make it. It's just distribution seems to be where we're falling short on this.
Okay. All right. Good to know. Next time I find an empty shelf, I'll take a picture and send it to you.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
It's like, it was astounding. I've never seen that. Also, Cabot cheese. It's like lots of sold out Cabot cheese, shelves empty. So questions for Kyle and from anyone. John O'Brien has a question or a comment. John? Hi, Kyle.
Nice. Sorry, Kyle. My wife got your haircut, especially in light that Georgia's now reopening hair salons.
Well, when your son is a professional cattle fitter as well as his dad, we can cut some hair every once in a while. It's all good.
Those cow hair trimmers are useful.
They are.
I'm getting ready to use my sheep shears on myself. My hair is driving me nuts. It's in my eyes and I cannot stand it.
Yeah, actually, I'm high and tight right now. It's all good.
Sharon has her hand up, and then Diane is waving her hand.
Kyle, you mentioned that some of your long-term concerns involve grain imports, which I'm assuming typically come from out west, but that your vitamin and minerals vitamin and minerals for herds are coming from overseas. And I was wondering if you had, if there were contingency plans being made, or if you could go into that a little bit more for me.
Yeah, the vitamin and mineral conversation is one that Lakeview Organics has brought up out in central New York. They do premixes and custom grain mixes. And so they have had somewhat of a concern. We have not done any preemptive, what's the solution going to be if our producers can't get that? We basically let them work with their grain companies that they work with as far as trying to figure that out. I haven't had any of my producers mention it to me yet, so I feel fairly confident that they're working through those solutions, but it may come at a higher cost in the short term. With regard to the organic grains, so one of the things that I think people don't really realize is if you talk to Morrison's Feed or you talk to Green Mountain Feeds or some of the other organic feed companies that supply organic farmers here in New England, is the majority of those grains are coming out of Canada for our consumption here. We do have some domestic production, and I don't know what the latest numbers would be. Diane actually might be able to tell you better than I, but at one point in time, we always kind of considered that it was about 80-20, so about 80% was imported through Canada on the organic feed side versus about 20% domestically. And so that's a concern, just because you don't know with border crossings and everything else how that's going to look. We were on a call with the Organic Trade Association last week, and in different parts of the country, they are locking in organic grains at the lowest prices they have been in 5 to 6 years, at about $40 to $60 a ton cheaper than what they normally would do. But it's just one of those things that we want to keep an eye on to make sure that we don't see any reactionary impacts to our business.
Thanks, Kyle. Other questions?
Yeah, no problem.
Kyle? John, are you reaching for the hand up?
Say no.
Yes. This is probably for another day, but I wasn't aware of it, and probably most of the committee isn't, that Kyle ran the VTC dairy farm back at the turn of the century. And as that is now a big issue, either today or maybe when we have we can schedule for it. But I would love to have Kyle just speak to that, because he had some really good things to say just about BTC going forward when we had a conversation this weekend.
Yeah, I can keep it really brief. I mean, I think, I'm open to having a conversation later too, but my concern, I think, with regard to VTC is more along the lines of the total campus and what it means towards technology jobs and everything else. The farm there has been kind of an institution. When I first originally got there, it was on the chopping block to be shut down. And, 3 out of the 4 years that I was there, we were able to break even or make a little bit of a profit. We looked at the apples and the maple syrup and the dairy combined. But I think that in order for it to be invigorated and in order for these campuses to remain open, we're going to have a little bit more of an entrepreneurial mindset with regard to it. There has been opportunities as far as, putting in a small processing plant or those types of things that I think if had it been executed correctly, right now, there's a lot of demand for consumer local products, right? So I think there are opportunities there. It's a shame to me as I look at it, when you looked at Act 46 and you look at the consolidation of towns and everything else, VTC could be a really strong resource for the community with regard to what it could be positioned for going forward. I think about all the kids that have gone through the VAST program, that their high schools closed, and this was an opportunity for them to offset some of the cost of higher learning by finishing their senior year and starting their freshman year in college. With every dark cloud comes a silver lining, and I really hope that as a state we look for the silver lining with regard to especially Vermont Tech, just because of its location.
I agree with you, Kyle. When I heard about this, you thought about VTC and the 2+2 program,
Right.
I just like my heart sank. Diane, you had unmuted yourself. Did you want to say something?
Well, not exactly on that topic, but since you have it up, yeah, the Agency of Ag has, of course, two concerns, the 2+2 program and our laboratory. So we are very interested in what's occurring there and awaiting further information. And I guess we're all awaiting further information, but certainly a concern area. What I wanted to speak to was to thank Kyle for his work. We have a project underway right now to divert those loads of milk from being disposed of to be made into product that can be provided to the food bank. So Kyle has been instrumental in that work that we've been doing, and we're hopeful that we can get some of this milk diverted and made into product that can be used by the Vermont Food Bank in the very near future. So that's, we're getting there. We're almost there. A few more details to hammer out. The Community Foundation has been very supportive of funds to help offset costs associated with doing this project. But we're very hopeful that in the very near future, we'll be providing yogurt and potentially fluid milk into the Vermont Food Bank to assist. Their demand has gone up over 60%. Maybe you've had conversations with them, but their demand is quite high. And how can we keep those loads of milk from being disposed of and made into a product? So I just wanted to publicly thank Kyle for his work on that.
Thank you, Kyle.
Indeed.
I think it's always nice to thank people for what they're doing, because every once in a while it feels good. I see hands clapping. Sharon and Vicky are clapping hands. Yeah.
The one other comment, if I may, about 2+2, when the news came out, one of my former students called me, like, I think it was within 15 minutes of WCX posting something online. And, and they asked, what do we do? What do we do if something happens? And I think there is an opportunity there to really look at how to improve the 2+2 program, make it more robust, and really get some industry insight to make it a better program regardless. But I do think that fundamental aspect of getting your hands dirty and understanding what it means to run a business that's involved in agriculture is fundamental to the success of that program. So we have to figure out a way to solve this issue.
I agree, Kyle, but where would it go? Where would those 2 years at VTC go if VTC were to close?
Yeah, I agree with you. One of the things that we had talked about in that phone conversation is, if VTC were to close, how do you get that hands-on component? And I think you do externship requirements to work on dairy farms that are vetted and productive and those types of things, right? Because then you're engaging the community more. We do have, it's interesting when I think about labor on my organic dairies, I have 5 of my 32 organic dairies right now that are looking for a second line manager to come in and take it over. And they're unable to find that person today. And 4 of those have, good business plans, but they're in their late 50s with no children that want to take over. And their retirement plan is either one of 2 things. Either they're going to liquidate all their assets and that farm may not be a farm, or they're going to try to find somebody where they can convert those assets in a transition plan to another non-family member. And so I do think that as we look at this, it's going to take some critical thinking to see how we can be creative and think outside of the box. Because otherwise, there is no local solution if we're not creative other than DTC.
Right. And I see Diane's unmuted. Diane, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I think as this progresses, I take Kyle's suggestions to heart. I think it's a great time it would be a time to look into this critically and see what's possible. We have a good relationship with the Minor Institute over in New York State. I know It's always difficult to say support students that are heading off into New York State, but know what's possible there, to explore that hands-on at their facility potentially, and to see who's left standing, quote unquote, in all our surrounding states. And maybe it becomes 2 years at Virginia Tech, or that's a little further away, or Cobleskill out in New York State, or maybe the research farm up in, is it Wolf's Necks up in Maine, that is about, on dairy production and learning. So what's available within our surrounding states, and, can we, if it's not VTC, can we do those two hands-on years, some other technical college or some related, as a on-farm experience like Kyle is speaking, or minor institute, or so. As this progresses, we've got to look closely at that and see what's possible.
Yep.
For sure. But yeah, I think we're all in a bit of a conundrum of what's going to happen next year. So
Yeah. Well, I want to thank everybody. I think that we have about 40 minutes left for our meeting today, and I want to thank everybody who's participated in this part of the meeting, and invite you to all stay on if you want, but don't feel like you have to. We're going to move to our next topic, which has to do, we had talked to Will Stevens early on in all of this about what might happen with his farm store, and we wanted to revisit that. So again, thank you everybody who's been on. Oh, I want to say a quick word. We had Ellen Kaler, Kristen mentioned, looking at what's going to happen in the future. And we had Ellen Kaler on talking about the food chain system, and, what are the cracks that are revealing themselves. I think we've addressed some of that today, and potentially some of the solutions. So that, I think, is a really exciting topic that I look forward to talking about in the next year or two, as we move forward and try to create more of a regional food system, and one which we can really keep our people fed, essentially. So thank you everybody for participating today. Let's move on to Will Stevens. And Will, you're a little black box and you're muted, but there you are.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kyle. Take care.
Bye-bye.
goodbye now.
Bye. All right. Will, how
Hello.
are you doing?
Pretty well, thank you. Waiting for the rain to start.
Yeah, I know, me too. In fact, maybe
Yeah.
it started. I'm looking out. It might have started already. Anyway, yes.
Yeah.
So how are you? Give us a report on how things are going. Have you been able to set things up so that you can do business? have you planted what, one nasturtium in every single hanging basket?
Oh, that was a great idea. Yeah, Judy smiled when she heard it. Yeah, well, yeah, thanks for inviting me back. And because I guess it was about 3 weeks ago we last talked, and a lot has happened since then. And I guess for the record, I'll start. My name's Will Stevens from Golden Russet Farm in Shoreham. It's an organic vegetable operation. We also sell bedding plants in the spring. And I want to kind of pick up on something that Kyle said. I was planning on doing it anyway, but it seems like this is a nice little transition. That our story today actually started a couple years ago when our daughter mentioned that she wanted to come back to the farm, and we're in our third year of that transition right now. And I want to thank the Farm and Forest Viability Program for helping with that process. And I just, as legislators, I want you to hear that, because that's been an important part of where we are today and where we're going to be going forward. We've worked with Mike Gia at Land for Good through the program to he's met with us, and we've been able to identify and address a lot of issues that Judy and I wouldn't have thought about on our own, that have really kind of brought focus to the transition. And the reason I'm bringing that up now is because where we are today wouldn't be possible without Pauline's aptitude. She just turned 31. She's totally handy with the internet, which Judy and I aren't so much. And if it wasn't for her talents and skills and so forth, it would cost us a whole lot of money and or a lot of anxiety to get where we are today. So that said, where are we? We've developed a pre-order and curbside pickup policy. We're pointing people to our website, www.goldenrussetfarm.com, and we have a live inventory sheet and order form that people can use to place their orders. It took us about 2 weeks at maybe 60% of the time to come up with this, to dry run it and reality test it and so on and so forth. We think it's about ready for prime time. In a normal year, we would be open for business on this Saturday to the public. But because of this COVID situation, we've actually been able to open earlier for pre-order sales. We're not selling plants so much, not surprisingly, because they're not ready and the weather isn't cooperating. But we've been moving a lot of seeds, a lot of seed potatoes, a lot of supplies, fertilizer, things like that we wouldn't have otherwise done prior to this without this new this new opportunity actually that Pauline's created. So that's good news. The bad news is that we're running out of stuff and we can't replace it. So I think I said on the first that the phone was ringing off the hook, and that hasn't stopped. We're fielding probably at least half a dozen calls and or emails a day with people wanting to know, are we open? What do we have? What's available? How can we get it? These types of things. So we're spending a lot of time answering those questions. And, again, that comes with retail. But this is above and beyond what we would normally do. So far, the curbside piece has worked. We've decided to default to the higher bar of no person-to-person contact as opposed to little person-to-person contact. Because frankly, when I got off the call on the 1st of April, I was still a little confused. Even though Mike O'Grady tried to, kind of, and you, Carolyn, suggested a couple great things like giving potatoes or planting nasturtiums. So anyway, so in the absence of that, we've defaulted to no contact. And what we're doing is we're placing people's orders on little wagons or carts along with their name and a nice rock, and invite them to take their order, put it in their car, and leave a check under the rock, which we will then retrieve. And so far, so good. We can take credit cards, so we're doing that for those who want to do it that way too. So that's not a problem. and I guess the other secret sauce to this is Google Forms, Google Sheets. That's the choice we've made. We've looked at a lot of other websites, a lot of other similar operations, and they're using Shopify and other platforms for their businesses. We didn't feel as though that type of thing was suitable for us at this point in time. So we kind of ad-libbed it and created something out of nothing. There's a couple other things that I just want to mention kind of along the way. We also applied for the PPP loan through the SBA. We applied on a Monday. We were approved on a Friday. The money is now in our bank account, so that's great. We originally were thinking we could make it without it, but then as we kind of thought a little harder about the fact that we're not doing a summer CSA and we're not doing a retail farm sales this year. Well, we don't know what that's going to look like. We thought we better go ahead and cover the odds, cover our bets. And so working with the National Bank of Middlebury, who has, like all our community banks in the state, they've really bent over backwards to make this work. And my hat's off to all of our small banks and all our banks in Vermont who've worked really hard to make this happen. Because other stories I've heard from other parts of the country where folks don't have these opportunities, they basically weren't able to apply because the larger banks just weren't equipped to handle it. So, and they weren't handling it. So anyway, I want to mention that. I also want to mention that just in light of Kyle's testimony and other concerns that you guys are no doubt involved with, the organic dairy farm that we've been working with, renting our land to for the last 6 years anyway, they're selling out. They would like to have been sold out by now, but with the price of cows and the price of milk and everything else, they find that they can't afford to move their animals. And so we're looking for someone to rent our pasture and haylands, and don't know where that person's going to come from, quite frankly. And this is in as Representative Norris knows, this is in a farming community. So just the ripple effect of the dairy situation. This is a smaller organic dairy, maybe 55 cows, milkers, so forth. He was in the process of transitioning it over to his 26-year-old son, but decided to pull the plug because of contracting issues with their buyer and other things that were going on for them. So he's
Will.
Yes.
So I don't know whether you know this or not, but my vice chair, Rodney Graham, has sold his cows. And
I was aware.
Yeah. And one of his problems was the fact that the trucker would not come up to his farm. So was that the case with the person who rents your land, that they wouldn't pick up the milk, or was there some other reason?
I think there were a number of reasons. The big one, I think, was that he was having a hard time with Horizon, frankly, and getting a contract renewed.
Okay.
Yeah, which is like a sea change from where he was with that outfit, even as short as a year ago. So, yeah, but that was a big one. He had a bad accident last fall, which also probably contributed to it. A lot of times when we're laid up, we get introspective and think about what's worth it and what isn't. And at the end of the day, because things didn't appear to be getting easier or even more predictable for his son to prosper in the business, he's decided that he's going to, when he can, he's going to let it go. He's hoping to have sold the herd by mid-February. That fell through at the last minute. And then with the whole COVID thing and the price of everything dropping and so forth, he's just basically continuing to milk.
Okay. Will, Vicky has a question. Vicky?
Yes.
Good morning, Will.
Good morning.
You had mentioned earlier in what you were sharing with us that you ran out of stuff. I wasn't sure what that is and why that is. And then another question was, earlier we were talking about pick your own kind of things. I didn't know if you had that on your farm. I remember some great apples you brought into the legislature. I don't know if you do pick your own apples or you just provide them, but just fill us in a little bit on what you're thinking there.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for the questions. Yeah, what we're running out of are things for home gardeners, quite frankly. Seed potatoes. We sell Johnny's seeds from Johnny's in Maine. We've sold out about probably a third of the seed supply that we ordered to resell. I can't remember if I mentioned this earlier in my earlier testimony, but there's a new focus or renewed focus on the regional food supply in the state. I'm sure you're hearing it too. You know, people don't want to be held hostage, as it were, to the supermarkets and the distribution chain. They want to grow their own food. They want to join a CSA. They want to buy it from somebody who's in business of producing food and so forth. And we saw this back in 2008, 2009 as well, quite frankly, with the recession. And so we're seeing it again. And it's exciting on the one hand, overwhelming on the other, and very frustrating when we can't go back to our suppliers to say, hey, you know, we've already sold out of these things, pea seed, for example, or, you know, other things like that. But we can't get any more. I don't know if you know or not, but Johnny's, for example, a big regional seed company, stopped retailing or stopped selling seed to their retail customers several weeks ago because they were overwhelmed. They had 40,000 orders in one weekend, 3 or 4 weeks ago. Yeah, and they couldn't handle it. And so they decided to shut down, kind of work things out and so forth. And I think they're going to try to reopen again in a week or so for retail. But that included the folks like us who have a rack seed accounts to them that we can resell the retail packets, but we couldn't even get any more of those from them either. So yeah, it's everywhere. The potato wholesaler we get our seed potatoes from, we went out to her website to see if I could get more, and she of their 22 mid-season varieties, she had one variety left to sell. So demand is off the charts that way. To your second question about pick your own, full disclosure, the apples came from Shoreham Orchards, but not from ours. So yep, that was a weekly delivery to the committee. We have never done a pick your own operation. There are folks in town who do pick your own apples. There was a strawberry operation, family operation that has recently sold, and I don't know what's going to happen there. There's not a lot. We've always decided that it'd be better to just control things in terms of production and harvest and sales and so forth by just having our employees do the work as opposed to having the public come in and having to kind of babysit what they do and look after that. So we've never done much pick your own. Yeah. So hopefully that answered your questions.
Thanks, Will. And weren't the apples, when I visited your farm, weren't the apples mostly cider apples that you have?
My dirty little secret. Yes, that's true. Yes, we do have a small orchard, Representative Strong, just to be clear, but most of the fruit goes into cider, which is delicious.
All right, John Bartholomew has his hand up. John?
Yes, you have mentioned the advanced sales and how that seems to be going pretty well, selling out of stuff. But are you actually selling plants at this point, or is it too early?
Yeah, we starting last week, we sold. We've been offering herb plants and pansies for sale. The way we operate here is we don't. If we were open for the public to come and go through the greenhouses like we always have been, you know, I can't stop anybody from buying whatever they want. If you wanted to come in and take a pack of begonias home with you today, you know, you could do it. But because we're controlling it more this year, we also want people to succeed. And so part of that success looks like hardening plants off. And so what we don't want to do is sell plants before they're ready to go. And if we do sell plants to the public, we want them to know either they've been hardened off and they're ready to go in the garden, or they're not hardened off and they'll have to harden them off themselves. And so, yeah, we are. Yeah.
What I'm kind of wondering is with the curbside sorts of sales, how are you dealing with the public saying, well, this is leggy plant. You don't have anything better than this. I want to see all of them. How are you going to deal with, I'm just wondering across the whole industry, how can you deal with that issue of I want to go through and pick out my plant myself?
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of that yet because we're just beginning. After today or tomorrow, or certainly by the end of the week, we're going to have a lot more plants to sell on our current inventory sheet on our website, including, you know, onions and vegetable plants that'll be ready to go. In terms of people complaining about the quality of our product, let me say that if we're not the type of outfit that puts the junky stuff in the bottom of the box and you know, lets them look at the good stuff on top when they receive the product. We want the last thing to be as good as the first thing. And so when it comes to our plants, we're not going to give someone something that we wouldn't want to plant ourselves. If you know, if folks had questions about it, we're happy to talk to them. What's happened more commonly than the quality conversation is the fact that people don't know how to use online order forms. And for example, one person put down that she wanted, you know, this type of herb and that pansy and so forth. And then we pulled one of everything for her, and she came and said, "Oh no, I wanted more than that." And so, you know, somebody happened to be around, and we were maintaining our safe distance, so we hollered back and forth to each other. But you know, instead of the one lavender plant that we had for her, she wanted 6. Now we wouldn't have known that unless someone was around for her to do. So it's a two-way street, and it's going to be fraught with problems. And so it's been nice in a way for us to have had these last couple of weeks to try to work out the kinks in the system before we get slammed with plant orders, because plant orders are really, they are going to be the difficult thing. And frankly, John, we're also quite apologetic and ask for people's patience and understanding because they, for you know, a number of years, they have been able to come in and wander around the greenhouse, and this year they can't. And so, but that's the way it goes. And we just tell them that we don't want to be that vector in case, you know, in case there happens to be a little hot spot, we don't want to be that one. And so we have to kind of hold firm.
Thanks, Will.
Sure.
I'm sort of curious when, you know, because hanging baskets are something that I know are huge for you for Mother's Day.
Yeah.
And how are people going to potentially order hanging baskets?
Well, great question. They will be on our inventory list by type, and we're also trying to figure out how to get photos online so that people can actually look and see what it is. That's kind of the next thing we have to do. Yeah, you know, and of course, this was the year that we increased our hanging baskets by about 50%. So
Good timing.
yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, so again, my other daughter, who lost all of her group travel contracts and so forth, is back on the farm as well. And so so between my two daughters, you know, they're working on ways to upload photos to either our Facebook page or our website, so that people can actually, you know, kind of look at things and use that along with the inventory list to place an order. And we're also always available by phone, because that's what I'm used to. But yeah, but it is an issue because frankly, a lot of our sales are impulse sales. No denying it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your website again, just to plug it for no other reason.
Oh, I should have written it down. Yeah, goldenrussetfarm.com, and that's
Okay.
2 S's and 1 T, one word.
Great.
Golden Russet Farm. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. And by the way, Sharon via chat mentioned that pansies and Johnny jump ups are edible, and they make salads look really pretty. So
That's true.
so you're covered with the edible thing there too.
Oh, and we won't charge tax on those plants.
Yeah. So we had a really interesting conversation with Ellen Kaler last week about her conversations with other states in the region regarding a regional food system. looking forward. And this is, I referenced it earlier when Kristen mentioned her predictions or what she'd like to see. And it's really an interesting conversation that I look forward to, but something that I think that you would be a major part of as we talk about, she mentioned the fact that we could do all of our produce basically in this region, and that we could do meat, grass-based meat with a reduced, if everybody reduced their meat intake a little bit, but that in order to produce 50% of our needs, we would have to increase the amount of land under production by 2 million acres, which sounds like a lot, but when you think about Maine and the fact that the climate is changing and potentially would be more temperate, well, and they're the potato king, right, in the Northeast.
Right.
And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about that. If you may not, because you've been so consumed with just day-to-day life, but if you have any thoughts, I'd be interested to hear them.
Yeah, I do have thoughts, and full disclosure, I'm now chair of Ellen's board.
Okay, great.
So I was aware of that thrust that she's initiating, and I'm obviously fully supportive. Back in 2007, 2008, Gay Symington, when she was speaker, put a peak oil theme onto our legislative work. And we had speakers come in, or she had speakers come in and talk about kind of what a post-peak oil economy would look like, and all the aspects of that type of thing, including a regional food system. And if I remember right, one of the speakers talked about the need not only 2 million acres, but 50,000 farmers, to farm all that land and to do something, and not necessarily the commodity piece. And where were they going to come from? And so that's a question that hasn't been resolved, and it's a kind of theory that hasn't been tested yet. But I think it's part of that conversation. And in light of what you're just talking about, BTC and so forth, it's can the state position itself to be the incubator, or be the the go-to place for either crop production practices, or actually employment opportunities, or whatever it might be. I think that I think it's really important that we stop thinking in terms of the Vermont exceptionalism, which we are in a lot of ways. But on the other hand, there's no need to go it alone sometimes, when we can draw on our neighbors who do other things very well too. And so again, in light of this whole I'll call it the post-COVID economy, whatever that ends up looking like, if more reliance on a regional food system and food supply is one of the upshots of that, then I think we will all benefit from that, in that we will be kind of more in control of our destiny than we appear to be now, in terms of a good, safe, reliable food supply.
Yeah. I remember asking Erin Buckwalter when she did a little internship way back when, maybe it was around that time.
I remember.
To take a look at the available land in the state. And I had promised myself that I'm going to dig that out. That is one piece of paper, set of papers that I held on to. It actually may be up in the State House, which I haven't been there in a few weeks, but I may be in the next week or two. But that is something that I find really interesting, because when I've traveled up 22A, it's obvious that there is farmland that has gone back to scrub and probably could be reclaimed if necessary.
Mm-hmm.
So something to think about.
Absolutely. No, I do think about it all the time. It's not all land is suitable for vegetable production, but it could be suitable for other types of production. And again, frankly, I know I heard Kristen talking about kind of some of the exciting new things that people are doing, and entrepreneurial spirit is showing, and so forth. And one of the things that's been happening is delivery services are happening, and farmers are hawking they're going on the road with their product, but they're also inviting other producers, to kind of throw what they might have into the mix as a way to, basically pay for the gas and make everything worthwhile. And consumers love convenience, and so that's something that don't know if it'll last, but it's happening now, and that's a good thing. CSA numbers are kind of off the charts for people. We did one for 21 years. We took a break from it, and then a year or two ago got back into a fall share, which we're continuing with this year. But we had a lot of folks, kind of asking if we would do a summer share again, and it didn't fit into our plans. But there's all sorts of interest, and I think farmers in general are kind of mercenary opportunists, and where they can be, and so I think there's a lot of opportunity there if someone's positioned to go there. I also I have to also reflect, if I can take just a second to talk about, Kyle's talking about the 5 dairies that are kind of in transition and so forth. We only got started. I just turned 65, and we only got started about 3 years ago with our transition plan. And my advice to anybody who would listen, because it's worth what it costs, is to get started sooner than later. Get started sooner than later. And, we're really lucky right now that we have one of our 3 children, wanted to come back and make it work. And we're committed to, her success and so forth. But I won't be completely out of here for at least 2 years, if then. So, so get started sooner than later.
Yeah. I know other farmers who have had, several opportunities to potentially transition, and they've fallen through, and it's a real challenge.
Sure.
Sharon's hand is up. Vicky's hand was up. Vicky, do you still have a question? Okay, why don't we let Sharon go, and then we'll go to Vicky. Sharon?
I wanted to add a little bit of a piece when you were talking about Ellen Collar, talking about the 2 million acres. Is that also for, I believe it was the dairy piece, that it would require organic dairy production. And I'm assuming that has a lot to do with reduction in the amount of grain or being more, I think she said pastured, maybe organic grass-fed. But so a shift from the predominant model.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure what the question is there, but I'll comment. The part of the challenge, and just again for disclosure, we've been growing vegetables organically and commercially since 1981. So we've always been organic. We're committed to organics and so forth. But that said, at a commodity level, such as organic dairy, I think that to their credit, they're trying a managed supply system, and which the conventional world isn't interested in doing apparently. But and it's working kind of, but there is a price point issue around that. And so whether it's pasture or whether it's organic grain or however the feeding and production methods are dealt with, there is a price point, and I think that's one of the hurdles that has to be overcome in order for it to be successful. As much as we might want to see more organic, until people are willing to internalize some of those costs that would be reflected in the price of the milk that would come with theoretically cleaner water, cleaner air, these types of things, then that remains a big challenge. So
thanks, Will.
Yeah, I'm not against it. Obviously, I'm totally supportive, but we've got to work that out. And you guys, I think, have been working on the payment for ecosystem services piece. Yeah. And there's a question of, can and how that be monetized? And I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah, and we're hoping to keep that, the payment for ecosystem services group going, but they do need money. And boy, this year it's going to be very tight. I do know that we've had some unofficial commitments from some groups that they would be willing to support that work. So we're hoping that will come through for us. Yeah. Vicky had a question. Vicky?
Yeah.
Or a comment?
Yeah, it's a bit of a comment, a little bit of a question. I just feel like you're really blessed to have that daughter there who's thrusting you into technology and helping you. I'm 63 and my husband's 66, and we're being pushed into technology. And my husband's a pastor, and we were forced to do services online. And now we're seeing hundreds of people view his sermon. And we have a congregation of 50, but so that's leading into my comment, Will. And Representative Buck asked about a crystal ball, if we could all have one. I foresee that organic vegetables and plants are going to be a huge market for that. And here you are getting ready online. And some of these people watching our sermons are from Texas, Florida, Nebraska, California, Minnesota. It's really kind of amazing. But I mean, do you see in a crystal ball that, holy smokes, you could just really blossom here? Do you see any trend or foresee that?
Yeah, great question and great observations. I think, where some people see problems, others see opportunity. And again, coming out of this COVID situation, there are things that are going to happen that none of us could anticipate or could have anticipated happening. And in some ways, there will be no going back, in my opinion, to the way things were in some ways, or there will be adaptations and adoptions of some of these solutions into whatever it is we all do going forward. So yeah, one of the things that we had an opportunity to do a number of years ago, which totally relies on the then existing networks and systems and so forth, was a mail order CSA. I have a sister out in Cincinnati, and anyway, we went out to visit one fall, and we brought a bunch of winter storage crops out with her, and she shared it with her friends, and they were in rapture, frankly, and they wanted to know, kind of, gosh, could you do an online, could you send us this every week? Because we'd buy and so forth. Well, we didn't, but one could. One absolutely could. UPS will come to everybody's house, to pick things up and deliver, and it's there and it's handy. And if you can charge for it, and make something go, yeah, absolutely. I think on our farm in particular, we are constrained by our acreage. We only have so many acres of land that's suitable for vegetables. We have additional acres of clay, basically, that aren't really suitable for vegetables. So, and because we're where we are in the Champlain Valley, it's not like there's a lot of other productive, suitable land that we can go rent, even if we wanted to. And because there'll be limitations around water and services and other things. I know some growers do that. They've got farms, 5-6 miles away that they grow corn on or whatever, and we haven't gone that route. Yeah, I think the only limits really are our imagination. And so, so you're right. We are blessed. Pauline's got a lot of great ideas. She's been putting up with us for all of her life, and certainly for the last kind of, going on 3 years now in this transition. She's still coming to work and smiling, and so we're kind of happy about that, that she still wants to do it. And actually, again, what a great year kind of for this to happen, because if this had been her first year on her own, she would have been buried. I'm sure of it. But while we're still kind of writing out the checks and so forth, but she's taking on more managerial responsibilities, it's a great opportunity for her to kind of learn kind of under supervision, let's say. But where she takes the farm it's totally up to her. And we have these conversations. We have opportunities to, put up a new greenhouse because we can grow more cut flowers that way, or whatever the opportunity we might see be. But with my having 1 foot out the door, it might not be an appropriate investment to make if it's something that she doesn't want to do. So that's kind of where, as far as my crystal ball goes, I guess I should turn it over to her to answer that question.
Could I do one quick follow-up question? Do you know Paul and Sandy Arnold from Argyle, New York? Because they're going through the same process. Their daughter is now slowly taking over, and it is a transition, but it's a great one, isn't it? And maybe a little bumpy, but it's good.
Yeah, it is good. And fortunately, our dynamics are good. I have 2 family experiences, close family experiences where transitions didn't work out. and and it gets ugly, and sometimes the effects are long lasting, the negative effects. And so you're right. We're very fortunate and grateful that at least so far things are going well. Yeah. And the Arnolds, they're a little bit ahead of us. There is another piece, I guess, that this triggers for me around your question. I've had a theory, a working theory over the years, that in Vermont, there are two kinds of agriculture. There's the commodity form of agriculture, and there's the relational form of agriculture. And what we're involved with is the relational form. And what that means is that, the link between the end user and the producer is very short. It looks like farmers market sales, it looks like farm stand sales, it looks like CSAs, these types of things. And the next level might be, sales to local stores, where we're selling to a wholesaler who then is retailing the product. And then, kind of beyond that, it's wholesaling to, a Stop and Shop, or, a supermarket chain, where we're more removed from the end user. Okay. So when you talk about the commodity world, basically you're producing a product that goes onto the market. You don't have, you have control over the production, but you don't really have control over the market, and you certainly don't have control over the price. In the relational world, you do have control over the price. You do have some control over your market and production decisions. So you can tweak things from season to season to make them work for your operation. Now, there's also a scale piece that goes along with this. Back in the day, we made the conscious decision that we would never want to produce where we were going to be competing with commodity vegetables. That I could give you 38 years of kind of that story, but I won't. But that served us well, because when you grow to that lowest common denominator, which is price point, we can't compete. Not our operation, and in fact, very few operators in the state can. So if we have a crystal ball, and back to Ellen's analysis and so forth, if we can keep the link between the end user and the producer as short as possible, whether it's in state or in region, I think that's where the sweet spot's going to be, and that's where the possibility and opportunities really are. In addition to that, if we can put a story onto our commodity products, if we can attach that branding story that Cabot did for a while, and John Malcolm was on every box of butter that they sold and so forth. If they can work on that to personalize the commodity form of agriculture in the state, I think there might be some opportunity there as well too. But again, you're competing against happy cows from California.
Yeah, they're so happy.
Yeah.
Terry has his hand up. Terry, and I think we might have to wrap it up after Terry's question.
Yeah, well, when you mentioned the clay, I just recall when you first moved to Shoreham, and we heard that you were going to do a vegetable kind of thing. I'm thinking there is absolutely no way anybody can grow vegetables in this clay, but
yeah.
Nice that you managed to do that.
Yeah, you're not the only one who thought we were nuts. Yeah, well, the good news is that we bought the farm with a soil map in hand, and we've done a lot of research. And back in the day when soil maps came in book form, we had Addison County soils map, and so when we went to look at this farm or that farm or some other farm, we knew ahead of time what the soils were like, and we saw that there was this nice vein of Nellis loam running right through here from Rathbun's to our north up to Tom Bass's or Sanger's. Wallace is now up the beef farm up there, and Rossi happened to have 20 out of the 80 acres that we own were Nellis loam, and we decided it was good enough to go for it. Of course, that said, it's sitting on top of clay, so when it's wet, it's wet. It is clay. It's not loam.
Yeah, I was just curious. What's your son doing now? I met him on the ferry when he used to go over to check on your dad in New York, and what a very, very nice young man.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, he fled the state a number of years ago to go to a photography school out in California, and he hasn't come back except for a visit. So he's up in Northern California right now, and living the dream.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Well, not good that he left Vermont, but I
right. No, that's right.
Why.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Well, listen, we really appreciate you spending some time with us and for your update on how things are going. I'm glad things are going well at your farm. And you know, we'll probably be in touch with you again just to see how things are going as well. Love your thoughts about the future and some of the things that we need to think about going forward. I love the idea of pursuing this concept of a regional food system and how we can improve that. Yeah, we're probably going to want citrus, but before long, they'll probably be growing grapefruit trees in Massachusetts and Connecticut. So, well, who knows? I
They're
actually
growing
have
lettuce in
to-
containers right now. Yeah, they're growing
What's
lettuce in
that?
containers. Who knows? They're growing lettuce in containers. So
Yeah.
citrus could be in their future. Who knows?
Yeah, I actually have constituents over in Saxon's River who have this huge conservatory, and they have orange and grapefruit trees that are literally 20 feet high. It's amazing.
Wow.
And what's even more amazing is they moved them from their New York City apartment. God. Anyway, thanks so much, Will. We need to wrap it up. We're just about 11:30. I want to tell the committee that we're going to be on Friday from 9:30 until 11. We're going to be a little bit short that day because we're going to be on the floor of the House via Zoom. Brave new world. So anyway, again, well, thanks all committee members. Thanks for our legislative staff, Michael O'Grady and Linda Lehman, for being with us. And we'll see you all on Friday. If you have ideas as to whom you would like to hear from on Friday, please let me know. All right, thanks. Thanks, everybody.
I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. And our first item of business are the minutes from April 8th.
I would move that we approve the select board minutes from our meeting of April 8th.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Moving on, we have warrants 22 and 22P.
I'll make a motion to approve bills for payment warrant 22 and 22P.
I second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? Warrant 22 is for a total of $10,351.20. And that covers some payroll transfers, health insurance premiums, the sheriff's monthly cost, and supplies for the highway department, parts and fuel. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right. Doesn't look like we have any visitors. Moving on, the road foreman's report, we have some curb cuts. One for Kipling Road, the Bacon residence, and one for East West Road, the Beach residence. What would you like to do?
I'll make a motion to approve curb cuts for Bill and Pat Bacon on Kipling Road and Richard and Rosemary Beach on East West Road.
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion?
So the one on the East West Road is set for driveway with a culvert, but the one on Kipling Road is noted on our application is as for just access into the field for mowing or any logging. That's it. It's not for driveway use.
Okay, and Lee's given the his okay.
Lee has given the okay for both of them.
Yep. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Is there anything under correspondence for information that you'd like to discuss? Most of it's reports on the COVID-19 virus.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to just thank Terry for joining certain calls and providing us with summaries. I find that really helpful. I feel a little inundated by, you know, I'm not quite sure all the emails that I'm getting, who they're from, and, you know, what I should be looking for. So Terry, your summaries are really, really useful for me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Thanks. There wasn't a Tuesday, there wasn't a regional one yesterday. They had the training that I didn't need to do this year. So there wasn't one to do, but there'll be a Friday one again too. But really the two reports we get in the evening, especially the situation report, that really gives you the best ballpark of what's really going on.
Yeah.
And who does that come from?
That one comes down from the, I think it says DOS when it comes down.
Okay.
And it'll say situation report on it.
Great. And they highlight all the new information in red. So.
In red, yes. I think I get that twice, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right.
There too.
Yeah, so it is helpful.
It is very helpful.
Right. Yeah, and so thank you, Terry, for.
You're welcome.
On top of that. Under discussion, correspondence for discussion and or action, there's just quite a few emails from the Wyndham Regional Commission, just keeping us up to date, providing information should we want or need to apply to FEMA for reimbursements for costs that are associated with the virus in town. Anything you want to add to that?
So you'd have to have a cost of $3,300 to get any reimbursement. We don't have any at this time. So the Wyndham region was just looking to see what towns would be applying to give them a one-up on it. So it's so the reason I put this put on is just so that we could say to Alyssa, we don't have any costs right now. So at this point, we are not going through the process of doing all the application to go forth with it, but it leaves it open should something happen and we do go up over 3,300 weekend in the future. But the time, I think I put it in one of my notes. This is a far-reaching thing, but once the head of the emergency management up there goes from a pause or whatever, they stop at what they're doing now, then the 30-day clock will click where you got to have all your stuff in. But we, at this point, we're not there.
Okay. And so is there an example of something where the town would be incurring cost that would be related to COVID-19?
Well, if we had like a, well, we're all the emergency management, so therefore our costs are here. I mean, we're it, and we're already getting paid our stipend for the select board. So that would be probably time-wise, especially if you had a nursing home or assisted living or a hospital in there where they're trying to deal with the emergency management, trying to deal with that. And I'm assuming Brattleboro's going to get on some of that with their revenues and their. We just don't have it.
Yeah. Okay.
We've kept everything going along the way it is, and you know, we're working it as our own group.
Right. We have no loss of revenue from the parking meters.
Right. That's a good one.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion about that?
So I'll just let Alyssa know we're just we're not there.
Right. Great.
Okay.
Thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
And I saw the list of towns that don't have their local emergency management plan completed. You know, we were not on that list of late comers. So thank you, Terry, for.
You're welcome. We were the first one to have it done, actually.
Okay, great.
We got that distinction.
There's nothing under new business. Just there was an email. There's a resident, well, not a resident, a resident that's going into a hospital in Connecticut, and his daughter is trying to get a cat down to the Wyndham Humane Society. And I don't know what the current status is in the last couple of days, but if someone wants to check in with her, it's a little, not quite what we usually deal with as animal control, going to catch a cat for someone, but.
Yeah, so Zeke, I'd like to share something relative to the email that we got about that incident, that situation. It seemed to me that a lot of the response and activity fell on Lori's shoulders because we didn't really take responsibility for it as the select board. And so I would just like to be clear about how we as a select board, as a group, are going to deal with being the animal control officers. And then a side question is, so we have a pound keeper, and I didn't know, I mean, David's probably in the same boat. What's the difference between a pound keeper and the animal control officer?
It's sort of like, the difference is the pound keeper is sort of an honorific position with no, since we don't have a pound, the duties are pretty light. And so it's almost like the weigher of coal.
Okay.
That's essentially what it is. And so the animal control is the one, it's the person or persons who are appointed to carry out the, to enforce the animal control ordinance that we have in Boston. Which says nothing about going and catching a cat for someone. So it's a little outside our usual.
It wasn't catching a cat. They were looking for a place to.
No, well, she couldn't catch it, actually. She was having trouble catching it. And, you know, neither Lori, so I was the only one that responded from the select board that I know of. And both Lori and I decided neither of us were interested in going and helping her catch the cat. Neither of us felt, you know, like we would be very good at that. And Zeke, I called you more to just see, so as an animal control officer, what would your response be?
Let's see, she had spoken with me, you know, and I had told her I was in, I simply wasn't in town. And so,
I didn't know that she had spoken with you.
And that she should send an email to selectboard@dummerston.org so it would go out. I guess in the future we should just, if we have something come up, you know, if I am around, then you know, most likely I'll be happy to take care of it, or willing to take care of it, I should say. Or if I'm not available, then you know, we can chat among ourselves and see who's available. Or
but we just need to know what to do. Like, I was just looking for instruction. Like, as the animal control officer, I wouldn't go and catch a cat. I would put her in touch with the Wyndham Humane Society.
Yes, because our contract with Wyndham Humane Society allows residents to take animals there directly. It doesn't have to go through the animal control. And you know, if there's a dog roaming around the center of town or the gas stations on the highways, you know, then in the past, Wayne or I have gone and tried to catch that animal, or someone has a, that's the sort of thing. We generally haven't gone into people's houses to catch an animal for them, or to, and we don't deal with skunks in the basement or bats in the bedroom or anything like that. Mostly dogs. There are occasional cat problems that fit a little bit more with, you know, the ordinance. But if this person,
plus wasn't she was only looking to have, I mean, she basically wants the Humane Society to board it for her until her father comes home.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either, and apparently they're willing to do that, or you know, the situation is they're going to put the cat up for adoption or whatever. But
right.
So it's pretty much, if let's see, I guess
I guess my thought was it really didn't fall under animal control.
Yeah, I thought it was more if someone felt like helping this person out, but that'd be fine. But it wasn't technically.
Right, which I didn't know. You know, like I'm just getting familiar with what it means to be the animal control officer, and I would have contacted her and put her in touch with the Wyndham Humane Society, but I wasn't confident to say, and it's not, you know, our role to come and catch the cat for you. I don't know. If I had been more confident, I would have given her a call directly.
Right. And I sometimes in the past have thought, well, I've gotten these calls where, you know, they can't catch this animal. I don't know why they think I would be able to. We don't, you know, have a lot of equipment in the animal control locker room. So.
Should I call Ron Speck, who is our pound keeper, and since he is a vet in Dummerston, ask him for suggestions of who might be a good person to contact about being an animal control officer?
I think that'd be a great idea. There's in fact someone I've been meaning to call who works as a technician there.
That's perfect.
I thought this person might be interested, and certainly has some, you know, good training. And we do have that $500 stipend now.
Right. Well, would you call that person? And if that person says no, then I will call Ron.
Okay, and I'll let you know.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I'd like to take it off our shoulders. I mean, I appreciate, Zeke, you wanting to shed this responsibility, and you're trying really hard to do that. But I don't think having the select board as a whole shoulder it is really taking it off your shoulders, and it ends up being on Lori's shoulders, which is not a good thing.
Right. Okay, so I'll make a call and I'll get back in touch with you. Anything else under new business?
So at our last
right, there is.
What?
Go ahead, Maria.
Go ahead.
Okay, so at our last meeting, we did some appointments, and then I had sent a list of the still open seats to be published in the Views. And now talking about animal control officer, would you like me to send that list also to Lori to list on the website and maybe in her weekly newsletter that she sends out?
I think that'd be great.
Yep.
That'd be perfect.
I didn't see that list. Did you send, I'm sure you sent it to everybody though, right?
No, I sent it to Roger Turner to publish in the Views, just the open seats.
Okay.
Yep.
The other thing was when I was talking to Lee about the curb cuts, he mentioned about the town office painting. So I got a hold of Jeff Dixon he'll be starting in probably about a few weeks. He said it'll be done before the deadline there. And if he has, he'll let Lee know when he starts in case there's any questions or anything, because Lee seems to be the one that's out and about more than all of us now. So, but that will be commencing here very shortly.
Great.
And it seems like they should let Lori know too.
Yes, that'll, if he calls Lee, I'm sure Lee will let Lori know that it'll be coming along. Yeah.
Okay.
But it'll be a few weeks, but he knows the time frame.
Great. Good. Okay. All right. Anything else under new business?
Oh, by the way, I sent you an email around that the Herald sent me, but disregard that one. He's going to bring me over the correct one. It's regarding Rescue Inc. for our next meeting. I guess it's a letter from Drew that wants to go to the select board. He just sent me the wrong one, so he's got to actually print this one off and bring it over so I can scan it in. But I believe our contract's up this year with Rescue Inc. for the end of it's a 2-year, and I think this is it.
Okay. I thought
so. I haven't seen the letter yet, but when I do, I'll scan it around and he'd be available at our next meeting if we had any questions.
Okay, great. Okay, anything else? All right, guess we're done. I think.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
There we go. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you all. Good to see you
Bye-bye.
all. Glad everybody looks
Bye.
healthy.
Yep.
Yes.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
No.
So I'll call us to order at 6:01. And the first thing on the agenda, recognition of groups. So we do have Mary and Lyle with us. We have our soon-to-be new superintendent, Andy Skarzinski, with us. Andy, wave and say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody. I'm thrilled to be here.
We've got Scott Norins with us. We've got Brian from BCTV, just keeping an eye out that I don't screw this up royally.
And Frank is supposed to be joining us soon as well.
Okay, good, 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 good. All right, so clerk's report. We have the minutes of April 13th. Would someone like to move the minutes?
Yeah, Carrie, this is Chad. I read the minutes and they look good to me. I'd like to move, we accept the minutes.
Okay, do we have a second?
This is Hannah, I'll second.
Okay, any questions, concerns, critiques? They looked good to me. All right.
Yeah.
All those in favor of passing the minutes of April 13th, say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, minutes are passed. Communications. I don't believe I have had any. Has anyone else had any communications or anything we need to know about Mary or Lyle? Nope. Okay. Moving on to finance. Would someone like to move the warrants? Yes, everyone got the warrants. I confirmed with, there was an email glitch, but I did follow up. So I think everyone got them. So would someone like to move the warrants?
Hey, Carrie's Chad. I'll move the warrants.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll second. I don't have to do that often. I'll second. Any questions, any concerns, any things we need clarification on? Okay. All those in passing the warrants as moved, say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, hearing none, that's done. Finance, I'm sure we're gonna, when Frank gets on, we'll let him talk to us about where we're at. So I don't think the SU has had a meeting. I think we're good on SUSD negotiations, Lyle. That's on our agenda. I feel like that's done. Okay.
That should be all done.
Okay, I will get that off for the next one. So I think we're moving right into administrative report. So Lyle, you want to go?
Actually, am I unmuted? Yes. Mary and I are doing a joint report because I took so long last time. Mary is going to start this time and I'll just fill in at the end.
Thanks, Lyle.
You do share well.
We try to share.
We do. So good evening, everybody. I hope you're doing well on this rainy and nasty day. Maybe the snow will turn things into flowers. I'm gonna do a screen share if that would be okay.
Sure.
Because I kind of wrote up a few things and it might be easier to read and listen. So bear with me just one second.
Okay.
Okay. So first thing, I think I'm gonna kind of go in reverse order. So kind of starting right here. Classroom teachers right now meeting with students via Zoom, meeting with students in full groups and small groups. Some teachers are recording videos for students to watch at a time that's convenient for the families. Meeting with parents, touching base with parents. And in addition to what the classroom teachers are doing, we have private band lessons going. We have an all-school sing happening. Individuals working with guidance counselor, behavior interventionist, PE, art lessons, library resources have been provided for teachers. For example, Audible is doing a free thing right now for students. And Epic is another thing that's doing providing some free resources for students right now. Special education teachers are working with distance learning plans that have been created while we're doing remote learning tied to IEP goals. They're doing, I participated in an IEP meeting today, and our special education teachers are becoming really facile with making those, I think, as comfortable as possible and as similar to the real thing as possible, which I appreciate their work. Our nurse and our member of our custodial staff are helping out over at Oak Grove School because they're doing childcare right now. We found out today from John Sessions, the assistant principal over at Academy School, who's working very hard with a team over there, which includes Vernon staff, to distribute meals that over 3,000 meals, including dinner, are being distributed per day, which is incredible. Lots of work from our custodial staff, hardworking 4-member staff. They are doing vigorous cleaning, but also kind of starting on some sort of summer projects, moving bleachers, painting way up high in the gym, being very safe. And then going up to the top, wanted to talk to you about attendance a little bit. I think our partner board had asked for some information about, families that we're reaching. So I'm right up here. Right now, out of 357, there are 0 families that we have not heard from or been in touch with at all. No radio silence, so to speak. Last week, there were about 6 students that we've been in touch with, the kids and the families, trying to support families to get children to complete their work. And sort of, there's a story behind each one. But basically, I want you to know as a board that classroom teachers, in some cases, special educators, Jamie Card, our guidance counselor, various other staff members, including myself, are in touch with families saying, what do you need? What support would be helpful? One of the resources that's been nice is Paul Smith and Gary Parzik and Adrian LaPierre, thank you. I've never met Adrian. They put together a helpline, kind of a tech-based hotline for families if the technology is wonky. And I've had some good feedback from, I think, 3 different families that helpline has been really useful for them and met their needs. And so 150 out of 157 are engaging with work regularly, in constant communication and contact with their teachers. So I will be sending out, I've been trying to do kind of a weekly robocall to not overwhelm folks. And one of the things I'm going to send out on the robocall is sort of a new protocol for attendance, that, we want to hear from you. If it's been 3 days or so and no one at the school has heard from you and we've kind of reached out, folks are going to contact Amy Card, our guidance counselor, and say, hey, can you give a call? And if she still doesn't hear, I will try to reach out to one or both of us. Basically, at some point, probably after about 4 days, we may reach out to the Wyndham Sheriff's Office to do a well child, just to, be checking in on families like we can't do when the kids are, we can't do visually like when they come to school. So the intent there is to make sure we're, knowing that kids are safe, not to be intrusive. And the Wyndham County Sheriff's Office is very supportive and kind of knows those calls might be coming. But like I said, we've been in touch with all the families. I don't anticipate that being something that we will go to, but I just want to give families a heads up about that. We'll talk a little bit about budget, I know, when Frank comes, but basically, to kind of name the elephant in the room, our budget has passed. The other schools' budgets haven't passed. And we know that there are going to be folks who are really challenged with paying tax bills with everything going on, and we're aware of that. So I am putting the part-time Spanish position and the permanent sub position on hold for now. And I'm going to kind of communicate to the staff that, we'll probably be looking for ways to trim the 2021 budget, even though it has been approved, so that potentially we can apply that money to the fund balance and use that in the 21-22 in case passing a budget is challenging, in case tax revenues are down. But I hear from staff pretty regularly, have you heard anything about being furloughed or laid off? And I'm letting folks know that, sort of when I know, you'll know, but that I don't anticipate reductions in force at Vernon for next year at this point, is kind of what I want to communicate to the faculty on Wednesday when we do our weekly staff meeting. Andrew, nice to meet you. I haven't met you yet, so this is kind of a funny way to meet, but at some point down the road, if you would like to meet with me or hear a little bit about Vernon or attend one of our faculty meetings at some point this year, we'd be happy to have you.
I would love to do Summer. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Great, thanks. That's me. I'll kick it over to you, Lyle.
All right, thanks. So just thinking a
Do
little.
you want me to keep sharing? Sorry.
It's okay. I know what I had in there. But to follow up with the budget and contracts, though Vernon has passed a budget, we have not sent out contracts to Vernon teachers because they're part of the WSESU negotiated agreement. So no contracts are going to be sent out for probably mid-May earliest, until we have a better handle on what we may end up with for a budget. So just so that you know, in case you start to get questions about contracts and where contracts are. The other piece of my report is just around Diversity Day. Normally, Diversity Day would have been this coming Friday. This year, we're doing diversity activities throughout the month of May. The WSESU Diversity Equity Committee meets pretty regularly, and right now they have quite a nice diverse option of activities for students, parents, families. One of those is going to be a panel with hopefully, and Mike Sostak setting this up, hopefully run by students that will include a physician's assistant. They're trying to get a custodian, a teacher, students, and how the virus is affecting them and what their life is like now under the virus. They have, actually they being Michaela Sims, has organized a session. Vanessa, I'm going to remember her last name, it's in the notes, who is a climate activist. And she's going to be doing a session that students can jump on to. And she actually has, her last session, I guess, was with Jane Fonda. So her next session is with us. So we're feeling pretty important. Though, of course, you know, Jane Fonda has some connection to our area. Her daughter lives in Putney, I believe. So the diversity committee is putting together books that will be sent out to students across the SU. Ellen Tumaviscus, the art teacher in Putney, has put together a coloring page for younger students. So that with some crayons will be sent likely through the lunch delivery system. But we're still working out some of the details around that. So instead of a diversity day, it'll be diversity month. So look for opportunities throughout the month. And I think that's it for me.
Any questions for Lyle or Mary?
Yeah, Carrie, this is Chad. Question for Mary. I mean, this is obviously an incredible inconvenience isn't the word, just where we're sitting. But what can we, is there anything as a board that we can do to help out the situation? Is there opportunities you've seen present themselves? You're just thinking something that we could do?
You know, I think I've been kind of thinking with Teacher Appreciation Week coming up in the month of May next month, you know, maybe something in the way of even just like a note or an email, some kind of message from the board that just says, you know, I've been telling teachers that truly everything I'm hearing from families is really positive feedback. And sometimes they say, oh, really? You know, because they're sort of critical of themselves and wanting to do their very best work. And I'm saying, yes, everything I'm hearing is so overwhelmingly positive. So maybe just some more positive feedback, you know, like if you're a parent right now of a Vernon elementary student, how, you know, how their kid is feeling, how your kid is feeling, you know what I mean, because of their teacher, or, you know, just kind of a little keep up the good work kind of thing, I think would probably be well received.
Okay, can do. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I have to say what's strange about this whole thing is the one place I used to connect with people on school board stuff, and it used to drive me crazy, is the grocery store.
Yeah.
And now you don't have that anymore. Because you can't tell who anybody is because you're all wearing a mask and you're in and out so fast. But I actually miss being
You miss it, yeah.
I miss being accosted in the grocery store. This is so sad. But that's where I would see people and feel like you had that connection, and we don't have it. So I like that idea. If we could all just email or call a teacher we know and just say thank you.
I'm sure it would be well received. And I did hear, I heard from one teacher today. I'll never forget, we had kind of our quick staff meeting after we found out about the governor's order and that it was going to be the entire school year. And I mean, it was just, everybody's in tears and it was awful. And so I kind of have that point from now to this point, coming back the day after a break. And a teacher said to me today, I'm really starting to feel like I've got my feet under me and I'm starting to settle in. I'm starting to feel a little bit comfortable with this. I don't want it, I hate it, but a little comfortable. And so I think that feeling is starting to happen for some. And so, yeah, I think just keep up the good work. You've got this. The sun will start shining sometime would be helpful. Yeah.
Now, it's probably too soon to talk about this, but it's going to hit us fast, probably. Oh, Carrie's waiting to get in. Let me get Carrie in.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to interrupt. She just texted me and said, I'm waiting.
Sorry, Carrie. Welcome. I'm sorry I'm late. I gotta learn to look at the thing. I'm learning. We're getting there. So Carrie, we're talking with Lyle and Mary just about what we can do as a board, being more out of touch than normal to support the teachers. So the recommendation was really just to reach out to any teacher you are in contact with and say, thank you. We got your back here. So I was trying to think ahead. What do we do for the end of the year? What do we do for graduation? What do we do for retiring teachers? It's going to be so different and weird and
yeah.
So at this time, the Dan French, from the Agency of Ed, has said that on May 8th, he will be announcing end of year sort of guidelines for graduations, end of year celebrations, that type of thing. So we've still got a couple more weeks, but the Agency of Ed is supposed to be putting out those guidelines for us. I worry about seniors. I know, sixth graders are moving up to BAMS or to wherever they've decided to go. But I worry about seniors who are leaving and leaving the area, many of them possibly, and for them not to have closure, that's very sad. So that's hopefully on May 8th, we'll have some more definitive information. I still have not heard that we would not be doing 175 days, school days. So our school year will likely end pretty close to whatever it was going to, somewhere in the middle of June.
Okay. And then the only other issue I've heard is some parents who have been very happy with us, with Mary, with Lyle, with teachers and all of that, but just a concern for the future. And it's almost more of a concern for what's going to happen to my kid next year when they move up. Are they going to be behind? And, parents who are trying to do the best they can, but some parents are still working and trying to juggle I'm lucky. I got middle schoolers and a senior, so my kids can go off and do their own thing, and I'm pretty sure they're getting it done. But I don't know how Hannah and Carrie, you guys are handling, Chad, you guys are handling elementary school kids and keeping them on task. And so I think there's that guilt of the parent of, is my kid going to be behind next year?
Yeah, parents should not feel guilty. Parents aren't educators. And when we come back in the fall, and Andy, this is going to be more on you than on me. We are going to be, we're already making plans, and Andy's joining a central office meeting tomorrow, and that's one of our topics. So when are we going to start planning and looking ahead to how we're assessing kids when they come back, so we know what it is that they're going to need, how we're really meeting their social emotional needs, because we know for people that have kids that have been out of school for 5.5 months, not with their friends, they're going to need to come back into a really strong community. And one of the things that we need to be careful about it when we're making any sort of reductions due to budgets is the fact that our students are going to come in on such a different range of abilities and what they've been able to accomplish in the last 5.5 months. So we have to make sure that we're still providing strong teachers with academic coaches, good curriculum. So that's all of those things we'll be talking about over the next few weeks.
Yeah.
Hannah, you've got a question?
No, that my hand was raised a long time ago to let Carrie in.
You gotta learn how to unmute your hand.
She's here.
I'm gonna lower your hand for you. So, other questions before we maybe see if Frank wants to talk budget? And this is gonna be scary.
Well, before Frank's scary, I just want to add one more, just reiterate what Frank isn't scary. I just wanted to reiterate one more thing similar to what Lyle said. You know, I probably said it at least 50 times to different parents that like the analogy I use is nobody's going to crack the first page of the 3rd grade textbook and say go. Like our teachers are highly skilled at working together on teams, even if they're a grade level where there's only one of them, and, you know, differentiating work and tapping all the resources that we're lucky to have to meet the needs of kids, because 15 different learners, you know, exist in a classroom. So I think, you know, teachers will be ready for it. And I just encourage parents to not sweat it, like love them up and we'll get them in the fall, you know?
Okay. It's a hard conversation to have because they're so well-meaning, and I think they really are taking it on themselves, and it is trying to convince them your kid's going to be okay. Just hang in there.
And reach out if there's something the school can do for you as the grown-ups.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Frank, you want to tell us what you might know and what we might not want to know?
You're muted, Frank.
I can unmute, I think. I never know. If I'm always worried if I do it, is he about, oh, there he goes. He's good.
We get it. Okay. Yeah. I was in a few different applications. I couldn't find the Zoom group, but hello, everybody.
Hey, Frank.
Yeah. So I'm the messenger on this one. I'm not the spokesperson for the great state of Vermont. So keep that in mind. And also everything is developing every day. So what I thought I would share with you is you may have seen it in various web sources. I'm going to click on the Mark Peralt's issue brief that he presented to the legislature. It's probably been 2 weeks now, but if I could kind of quickly go over the highlights of that briefly, and then we could talk about any questions you might have. But has anyone seen a sort of synopsis of the joint fiscal office update to the legislature?
Okay. Did I send that to you guys? I can't remember if I emailed the video link for what it was. It's worth a watch. It's scary, but it's worth a watch.
Okay, so I won't go into that detail. I'll just look at the first page here with you. I assume you can see the document.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In summary, obviously with the loss of the major sources of revenue that goes into the ed fund, there's a big deficit. They're estimating for the current fiscal year, you see right there at the first paragraph, 89 million. I did hear from Brad James at a business manager meeting a week ago that actually that's been reduced a little bit, actually quite a bit, because there were more revenues in March than originally thought. So it looks like they're looking at more like 69 million, but it's still obviously a very unfavorable development. That's for the revenue shortfall. Fortunately, the state of Vermont has had some reserves in its education fund, much like Vernon School District has in your own education fund. So that's going to carry most of the burden for fiscal year 20. They're still projecting some sort of a education fund shortfall. It's unclear how the Federal CARES Act is going to be, filtered through, Vermont's education funding system. That's 30 million. On the surface, what we're being told is that because Vermont is sort of one of a kind in the nation as it relates to school funding, the supervisory union is the LEA, and that's the entity that the funding will go through. So as we learn more about what that means, we can share that with you. At a very summary level, what joint fiscal, in this article here, you can see this brief refers to it, but Brad James again has indicated that that may look like something similar to our Title I allocations. So, for the supervisory union, it could be nearly $1 million of aid through the Federal CARES Act. So those are some little bit of relief points in a very difficult looking environment. As both Mary and Lyle have noted, the big concern, and as you go, if you look at this document, you'll see that in pretty much every place, no one really has a good estimate for fiscal year 21. Meaning, to what extent will the rooms and meals tax and the sales tax and the other sort of sources of funds that pay for so much of the ed fund, to what extent will we start to see that activity, economic activity, resume? We just don't know. We don't even have a clear date from the governor as to when when we think it's safe to fully engage. So again, to Mary and Lyle's point about the current fiscal year and then preparing for next fiscal year, you may recall we did schedule 270,000 of our surplus in the FY21 budget as as an offset to taxes, and to whatever extent we can mitigate that, not spend it, as Mary's already started to consider, with the new program, the sub position, that's going to be prudent of the school board, of the administration, to be careful about how we utilize resources. We always are, but in this environment, it's going to be until we have a clearer picture of when economic activity starts up again in Vermont, and to what extent will the ed fund come back to a more normal level. We should do everything we can to manage our reserves so that we can sort of smooth out the programs and avoid having our 5th and 6th graders take the worst of maybe a 3-year cycle. We want to try to even out programs as best we can. So here's Mark Peralt's summary. Maybe a couple other things that I didn't mention. Most of the taxes have been paid in the state of Vermont, the school property taxes. Vernon does have a payment due, as residents, coming up in just a couple weeks, or maybe it's next week. the concern there, you know, you may have heard a bunch of speculation about, well, how our town's going to be able to pay when residents are, you know, being laid off and facing these really severe circumstances. The legislature has wrestled with a number of school funding issues, but one of the things that they are not doing that I am aware of is changing the town's obligation to pay the school within the 20 days of school property taxes due. So what that has always meant for probably 100 years is that if a resident of Vernon has not paid their school property taxes by the due date, it's the town's obligation to borrow those funds, pay the school, and address, you know, delinquent property tax issues again through existing statutes. Hopefully, we see some other mechanisms that provide, you know, both the town and the resident some relief from, you know, the really difficult circumstances we're in. But from a cash flow point of view and from a business operations point of view, the Vernon School District should be in a stable financial condition through the end of this fiscal year. And because we do have a very solid fund balance, you know, starting the new fiscal year, you know, we'll be in reasonable shape. But again, we need to wait for the update before we make those commitments, like Lyle was saying, particularly, you know, 100% of your employment contracts. That's obviously where most of the money is in terms of spending. So we want to be careful about that. Maybe one last thing I'll mention is typically it's now that the the legislature has set the income yield. So that's this last point that you see on the document I'm sharing here. And you know, at this point, they're saying we just don't know what to do in the event of, you know, no clarity around revenue. So unfortunately, that might mean that we do see a delay in the property tax bills being issued. You know, it's only a probability. I can't tell you if that's actually going to happen or not, but you know, Mark Peralt from the Joint Fiscal Office is raising that as a likely scenario. And obviously that has more consequences for the town's cash flow, right? If they don't issue property taxes, the folks that can pay aren't going to pay. But again, the school district should be, you know, insulated from that initially, anyways. Another, you know, I don't know, I wouldn't call it a bright spot, but it's something that I've heard that the legislature is considering, and that is, I think I'll stop the share on the document, but as far as, you know, when we look at fiscal year 21 and then fiscal year 22, we know 21 is totally unknown. 22 is, you know, it just seems no chance that it's not going to be particularly, you know, it's not going to be normal. It's going to be difficult. And one thing that's being considered, I don't think it's a bill yet, but you may have heard of it. I would hope that it gets more support. The idea of the state borrowing over a 3 or maybe a 5-year period, so that fiscal year 21 and 22 are not just totally hammered in terms of cutting educational programs statewide, but that there's a mechanism, much like when we build buildings and we you know, engage in a bond borrowing. We spread the cost over multiple years. That's being considered. I hope it gets more traction. because I think that is a way to sort of stabilize the way we invest in programs, the way we engage our kids and our families and our, employ our teachers. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that. It's been very, very, encouraging to see the level of advocacy that school board members, I know Lyle, myself, many administrators have been engaging in with our legislators, both locally and at the House Education Committee, the Senate Education Committee. So a lot of folks are really helping the legislators understand the challenges, the concerns, the fears, policy implications of the various things that are being discussed. So there's a lot being done on behalf of public ed, and I compliment the school board members that have been engaged in that, and certainly Lyle. Lyle's been sort of just unrelenting in trying to help steer us through this. So we're doing the best we can.
So board members, any questions? I mean, I think if I want to summarize, tell me if I got this right. It sounds like we and Vernon are in the lucky position of at least having a budget. But Mary is going to work to spend every dime prudently so that maybe we don't have to spend all that we did budget, because going into next year, it's going to start getting really tough. And if we don't have to spend that reserve money, if we can walk out of this year with more reserve money, we're in a better position for the upcoming years. But it sounds like it's also too early to tell based on what the state is saying yet as to where we're going to be.
It's a good summary. Maybe to put it into numbers, if you were looking at your annual report, I know you're not now, but you would see in our summary page that we had about 500,000 in projected ending fund balance as we start fiscal year 21. And then we were going to use 270,000 of that. That's the number I had mentioned, which would leave us about 250,000 to go into fiscal year 22. So that's the number that we're all talking about. The more we can retain of the 250,000 as opposed to maybe 300,000 or 400,000, the better will be for sustaining programs.
Questions for Frank? Chad, you got a question?
No, I don't have a question. I was going to actually ask the information he just provided. So I want to say, hey, well done, Frank. I was curious
Okay.
our fund balance was going to be walking into 21, but you answered it.
Okay. Oh, and I was talking about the general fund, by the way. The capital fund, in addition to that, the capital fund has $660,000. Again, we know we have a number of capital improvements under these kind of extreme circumstances. It might be the one where we consider asking, it would be through an article on a public vote, but we consider asking the town to repurpose what has previously been restricted. That is the only way that you can repurpose a reserve, is by an article on a warning for the electorate. But hopefully we don't come to that. But it is, again, a good financial position to start the year with.
And I was going to ask that question also, Frank. So basically, if we wanted to, if we said, hey, you don't really need that capital fund money to offset for the taxpayers, we could potentially have an article at the town meeting next March. And
that's right.
About doing that. Yep. Okay.
All right. I didn't realize that, so I'm glad there's another lever we might be able to pull if we need to. I do feel like it's still so early to tell. And I haven't sensed anything with the town yet, so I'm hoping it stays that way. I am worried about that first payment, or I'm probably less worried about the payment in May. I'm more worried about the first payment next year will, what's going to come into the town coffers and what might they have to borrow, and that could be tough.
Yeah, that's where there's just the growing uncertainty that we are all facing. Yeah, we're very concerned about that.
Okay. All right. Anything else for Frank? All right. So I don't think we've got any unfinished business, but there's something I just want to bring to everyone's attention. So normally we do the Steenbruggen scholarship. So I was hoping to advertise it this year and get it out there that it's open, but then I stupidly opened my own 401k at the end of March and saw that like 15% just went away with the wind. And I realized the Steenbruggen is based on, I think, earnings for the previous year. So I'm not sure there are going to be any. So I talked to, is it Laura at the central office? Who am I dealing with? Laura, and she's working with Sally to see if there actually will be any money to give away. At this point, we think there might just be a little bit. So we might still be able to do that scholarship, but it's probably not going to be what it was last year. But so at that point, I said, let's not advertise, because it seems crazy to advertise and then say, oops, sorry, there is no money to give. But we will see where that comes back. So then we've got the code of ethics. I think, and I meant to look this up, I think we're required as a board to sign a code of ethics. Is that in statute? All right, Lyle's shaking her head, so I think it is. I think we have to do this. So I'm going to email you guys a code of ethics, and then we can put it on our next agenda. And how in the world we're going to sign it, I have no clue. I can mail it to you or something if we all just say we signed it. But I will email that to you guys so we at least can stay somewhat compliant.
Does it have to be physical signatures, Carrie?
I don't know. I'll ask. I don't know if that's
It has been in the past. I think if you put it on the agenda after you've all had a chance to read it, discuss it, and then if you can all agree to it verbally, it'll be in the minutes that you've all agreed to it. And then when you finally get a chance to sign it, people can sign it and we'll be good.
Yeah.
There's a very easy option on Adobe Sign that, sorry, my dog has to be next to me. There's a very easy way to do it through Adobe where you just email it around and everybody just clicks and signs and it puts a date and it tracks when everybody did it. So that's an option and I'd be happy to help with that if you needed.
Oh, you might be our go-to person on that. So.
I do it all the time for work. So.
All right. Anything else? I think I've gone through all my scribbles. I guess next meetings. So May 11th would technically be our next meeting, as would May 25th. But I believe May 25th is Memorial Day. Do people care? I know one day runs into the next now. We could do May 11th and then we could do either May 25th or we could push it off to June 1st and figure out what we're doing in June. I guess the real question is, Lyle, Mary, Frank, what do you guys see on the horizon that we need to be around for, be aware of?
Well, maybe by May 11, we'll have some more information on end of year celebrations. So you can think about that.
Okay.
I can bring that to you on May 11th, and we could wait on and decide on another May date if we need one after a meeting on the 11th.
Okay.
Because you have a budget passed, I don't see that as needing a lot more discussion. Mary, do you feel like there are things coming up that?
Yeah, I don't have anything that's real urgent on my mind thinking between now and the end of the year. I have a lot of things that are urgently on my mind. I don't think that, I don't think that scheduling is necessary. Yeah, I think May 11th and then we go from there is fine with me.
If we need another.
I defer to other folks who have busier schedules.
Okay. Well, why don't we start with May 11th and we can decide then what we want to do for the next one.
Okay. Who knows what we'll be doing on Memorial Day? Maybe we'll have everything lifted and we'll all be out running around doing something fun.
Anyone have anything else? Andy, thank you for joining us. This must be a strange introduction to things, but
Well, no, thank you for having me. I'm thrilled. Either way, it is a bit of a bizarre introduction to the district, but
well, I like to
we're
think
all in the same place.
we're the fun board. We're the easy board.
Carrie?
Yes.
I don't think it's any a specific action. I just want to throw out, we don't normally have to borrow in anticipation of taxes, but it is a very common practice. It's, a tax anticipation note. So I just want to mention it. It's something that, given the uncertainty about the road ahead, I just want you to be aware that it may be something that we have to consider. Seems unlikely in Vernon, particularly given the reserves we just talked about. But if the town, changes their collection dates, or if there's something unusual about the way the legislature issues tax, the tax rates to the select board, it's something that I just wanted you to be aware I may be bringing up. It seems to me if it was an issue, it wouldn't be until the June meeting that we would need board action.
Okay. Now, we had to do this, if my memory serves, 2 years ago, or it was when Vernon changed their tax collection system because they were spaced differently. All of a sudden, we weren't getting the ed payment we were used to, and therefore we had to borrow. And you talked us all through it, and it was, we're having to borrow, but we're about to get a huge check. It'll be okay. So it sounds like that's what you're talking about.
That's what it's that kind of thing. It's purely a cash flow issue. It's nothing to do with a deficit or
okay.
It's really a statutory kind of thing. Yeah.
And now you got me thinking of one more thing, and I don't know if this is you, Mary, or Lyle, but how are we doing right now on the current fiscal year, given that I am sure, I don't know, do we have a lot of extra expenses from we're sending packets out to everybody? How's the food service working? Is that going to hit us, or are we okay for that?
I think everything's so different right now. It's hard to get a really clear read forecasting between now and the end of the fiscal year, but because some things are more expensive, but sub costs are way down, building use costs are way down. So I think we'll be okay. And I think we're being fiscally prudent, except for buying some things that we know we'll need for next year, math workbooks, that kind of thing, for example. So I think that I don't anticipate a huge change one way or the other.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree, knowing that the governor, requested all contracted employees, through the school systems to be paid their normal contracted rates. That really locked down the majority of the budgets through the end of the year. So as Mary said, where there are discretionary changes, they're a much smaller portion of the budget, but so we should be on track, certainly with the elementary school, and maybe a little bit favorable.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So, and maybe this isn't the time or place to ask this. So this might be a down the road question, but I am curious about the implication of the rec and their rental fee for our facility and how that all plays out with their decrease in revenue from their preschoolers, since that's all paid per month. I'm just and I don't know if that's a question I should be asking Frank now, or if we just want to talk about it later, but I know there's a trickle down thing that's a little unique to our school that they don't have other places.
Yeah, it's something that we want to understand. It really has to do, with a budget implication and the way it affects the tax rate. I did talk with Seth sort of informally about the analysis, in terms of whether we should collect the 200 and something thousand at all, from the Vernon taxpayers' point of view. So yeah, I don't think we have what we need this evening to really analyze that, but it's a very good topic for conversation. I would think, if we have an August meeting, that would be a good time to understand that, and or if there are any kind of contract implications with private providers. Those usually come up in July, actually, so it wouldn't be too early to start talking about that in June.
Well, and I would guess too at that juncture that they would have a better sense about whether or not they were going to be opening the pool, and they were going to have any other outside funding streams that they typically rely on as well. So yeah. I see all those layers, and I can't even wrap my head around it.
Yeah,
so
there are a lot. Yeah, with the Act 166, there's a lot of components to that.
Okay. Other questions? That's a complicated one because I still have not wrapped my head around how it actually works. So to pull the rug out from under makes it even more complicated.
Maybe just a quick, summary on the concept. And Andrew, I don't know to what extent you've read or are familiar at the elementary level with the Act 166, but on a very macro level for Vernon or any district, we know that we start from a place where for every child that accesses the certified program, the school district is obligated to pay, about $3,500 per child, and then you go from there, And when I say go from there, I mean, does the school district employ their own early educator? Does the school district do what Vernon does, which is host a program that's a third party? Or does the school district pay a private provider, 1, 2, or maybe 6 or 7 private providers? But it all starts from Act 166 saying that for any child that wants to access the certified preschool 10-hour-a-week program, the school district is obligated, to budget and to pay that approximately $3,500 per child per year.
This will get
Thanks
fun next year.
Yes, thanks for that overview, Frank.
Sure.
All right. Anything else? Wow, we're doing these in record time. We might have to Zoom more often.
We're way more fun in person.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Especially when Hannah and Chad get together. That's always.
It's always good when Hannah bakes as well, I have to say.
Oh, that's true. I am missing that a lot.
Before you leave.
Huh?
I said before she leaves, I'll give her a package on her.
Thank you.
All right. Well, if someone would like to move that we adjourn.
This Chad, I'd like to move that.
All right. And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Hannah.
Thank you, Hannah. All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, we are adjourned at 6:56. Thank you, guys. So we'll meet again on the 11th of May, and I will send you the code of ethics. That's on my list.
6:30, let's call this to order. We're going to discuss changes that we made at the last meeting. Tom had redrafted that up for us and sent that out. So we've all had a chance to look at that. I did get an email today about a few other changes, and if I can figure that out, I will bring that up. But in the meantime, why don't we start with Sandy and your thoughts on those changes and kind of where you see things going from here.
I think the changes were good. I would like to see the capitalization inconsistencies cleaned up. And maybe using bullet points instead of just running things together, like under essential duties and responsibilities, E, instead of just running that, you could actually do like develop and maintain sound and efficient office management procedures for presentation approval by select board, which include, but are not limited to, and then compiling and updating a procedure manual, personnel policies, job descriptions, permanent employee screening, professional development, evaluations, recommendations for hiring, recommendations for discipline and or firing to select board, negotiations. A lot of the other things that we hit later on, we could all put in a bullet point under that E.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good.
You know, Sandy, I was having a hard time following you as I was looking at my budget information for my school. So give me a moment to catch up here. I was looking at the wrong stuff altogether. So what section were you in? I'm sorry.
Under essential duties and responsibilities.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
And it was letter E especially.
Yes.
Where you can just lump so many of the others things under there in the bullet points, and it just to be easier to see and know what you're doing if you're the person applying, or if you're the board and you're evaluating. And from that, you could make out your evaluation form.
Sure.
So that's pretty much like putting the things in letter N into that one, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Sandy, I'm going to interrupt here for a second. Jeff, you have missed absolutely nothing other than Sandy has requested. Well, on the first page under essential duties and responsibilities, Sandy has asked under letter E that some of that go into like a drop-down bullet point type thing. So at that, you are all caught up.
All right, thank you.
Yep. So Sandy, did you have anything else there?
Sometimes like provide administrative support to town departments. Maybe we should add when requested. You know, maybe some departments don't want the administrative support.
Jean?
Okay, so K in that same section.
Right.
Looks like it was going to be deleted, but I think we were just going to delete supervise.
Yes.
Somebody's got to coordinate that stuff. What else did I have? I also had noted, like in the last meeting, if more should be addressed, like, you know, that they'd be required to attend all select board meetings, take care of the select board correspondences, and make sure anything that we've asked to be done gets done. And I have a different way of wording that, but a lot of, I don't know, that's a lot of the duties that go on.
Right.
And I can kind of write that out and send it to Tom.
Yeah, I think as far as with where you're headed with the information and stuff, the packets and all of those things need to be, somebody's going to be, or
I thought of that, but then we talked about having a secretary doing that part. So I said, okay, maybe that doesn't need to be in there now, because we're also talking a drop in the hours on this position. So I said,
that, yep,
their job anymore. And the thing that I felt was lacking when I read this was the grant writing. See, the researching and grant writing, which also could go under qualifications like knowledge and experience in grant seeking and grant writing.
That
And
was
somewhere
addressed
in the duties.
under financial. It said research and present findings on grant opportunities.
Oh,
Right?
there it is. Okay.
Because that's important.
Yes, okay, I missed that there, but probably qualifications, maybe it could get mentioned in there too.
Yeah.
You may want to put it right in your advertisement as well, of course, so people know right up front when you're advertising for the position that that's a big piece of it.
Right.
Right. I think that's it.
okay. Michael,
Nothing else to add.
Jeff,
I'm satisfied with what we've got so far.
okay. So I had sent this out to Tim and Seth, Cindy and David, and just asked for some feedback from them. The only one that I got any feedback from was our treasurer. And so I'll go down. I told her that I was going to read this evening. So under administration, letter F, provide the select board with information for the town's annual report. She is saying here, information in the town report is provided by the treasurer's office, department heads, and committees. So the town report is put together by the administration, but the information, so I'm not sure if she's asking that that be removed or amended. Does that make sense to anybody?
Maybe amended.
Okay,
Maybe collect the information to present.
Yeah, I agree, Sandy. I mean, somebody still has to be responsible for rounding up all the information and sometimes hounding people that are responsible to get information in for the report.
okay. So how do we think that should be worded there? Provide, gather information to present to the select board for the town's annual report.
Yeah.
Tom, did you get that?
He's got his mic turned off.
Gather information to prepare, to present to select board for annual report.
All right.
Is that close enough?
Yep.
Okay.
I think so.
Under knowledge and skills and abilities, point number 4, that looks like, wait a minute. Oh, possess a positive attitude and be an effective team member able to manage and resolve conflict and to direct and supervise staff as needed. The supervise word is a cause of contention there, and I'm not sure how anybody else feels about that.
Yeah, I can see that would be a problem.
Yeah, but will this person oversee the administrative assistant or the secretary that comes in under? Maybe you can delineate just that person.
Well, you've got as directed by the select board. So if we just tell him to supervise, the secretary, that's as directed.
As directed by, okay.
Well, yeah, because, well, that would be fine, but that piece is missing. So
Right.
Direct and supervise staff as directed by the select, but that sounds funny to me. What are we missing there?
Is there a conflict? And
Is what am I trying to say? Is that last part even necessary?
maybe not.
The and to direct and supervise staff as needed. Does that have to be in there somewhere? I don't really see. I think you're kind of talking about two different aspects. The possess positive attitude, conflict, blah, 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 and to direct and supervise staff as needed. Either, I don't know, either that should be a separate bullet point or just plain deleted from the whole section.
I would agree with taking it out of there as long as the other stuff remains. Because somewhere in there, it's also, and maybe it's not in here. No, it's good.
Well, I mean, it's not really a knowledge, skills, or abilities. It doesn't fit into, to me, under any of those three. To me, it's more of a responsibility, or I just don't see direct and supervise anywhere under those three categories.
And when you have provided administrative support to town departments when requested or whatever, that kind of covers that.
Yeah.
The only thing somewhere on here, should it clearly state that there is, kind of what we were talking about at the end of that, as directed by the select board? Should there be something else in here that says that, this is kind of what we want of you, but there's always more that could be asked of you? And am I missing that in here?
And other duties as assigned?
Yeah, should always put that into any job description.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't I know it?
Yeah.
So the next thing she was just pointing out to us that if we dropped it to 29 hours, we would reduce the cost of medical and dental insurance. So from 32 to 29, I'm not sure that I understand what she's saying. I'm not sure that I agree with offering 29 hours and expecting to get anybody that,
Yeah.
Under 30 to provide benefits.
Right. No.
I think town policy is 32 hours to get those benefits.
Right.
So it would just be, well, she's specifically said 29 hours here, so I'm not sure. Either way, I don't think that we would get anybody that, I don't think we would get what we want at 29 hours.
Right.
Agree.
So we appreciate Cindy's feedback on that, but, and then she says, I think there should be wording that the person needs to be accountable for hours they are paid for both in and out of the office. And I know that this has come up previously, and I know that there was mixed feelings on this. So I'm raising that question. And Jeff, I'll start with you on your thoughts there.
I mean, I think everybody should be. I don't think we need to single out one employee to be accountable. I mean, I think I understand where she's coming from, but that should be unsaid for every employee to be accountable. And
Yep.
I mean, by accountable, does that mean that the person has to list everything they're doing every 5 minutes?
No. What our town policy right now is that, you could put in the hours that you're like at your workstation in your office. But if you're gone from there, you need to indicate those hours and where you were. So it's detail of what you're actually doing. It's just when you're not in the office, you have to show why you weren't in the office.
Wouldn't that just be to the select board? This week, maybe you get a weekly report from the administrator saying this week I anticipate, I used to have a form that I'd fill out. I anticipate I got to go to the county. I got to do this. I got to do that. And I'll be out of the office for that. But the administrator is not accountable to the treasurer.
No.
The administrator is accountable to the Board of Selectmen.
Well, but it's a personnel policy. So that's why it ends up on the timesheets.
So,
but does every town employee, do they list where they are?
Exactly.
I don't believe the road crew does.
And I think that's where it became a cause of contention previously, was that we were singling one person out when so it wasn't fair across the board. So yes, I think that everybody needs to be accountable, but we also need to make sure that we're tightening up that same accountability on everybody, or that we're expecting that same accountability from everybody. And I don't think that everybody is doing that. And that's not to say that anybody's trying to pull a fast one. I just don't think that it's ever been anything that was enforced. I think a lot of, Sandy had mentioned that we've been through multiple payroll systems that have never been used. And there's always an attempt to try and put something in place, but then it never carries out. So I see what you're both saying, and Jeff, I agree that everybody needs to be accountable. Gene, I understand what your explanation there is, but we need to make sure that that's true for everybody that's in those offices. I mean, that would mean that we would be asking Tim to let us know, or I guess that doesn't, because he's elected, so that's a terrible.
Elected officials one.
Right.
There's still, but even the elected officials function under the town employee policies.
So, if that was the case, then
usually, he does note when he's gone, spent a day at a training or a meeting or such. That is on his timesheet.
That makes sense. But if you just run into Brattleboro to go to a commission meeting for 2 hours, I don't know. That's what you're hiring a professional person to do. Do you have David write down on his time card if he's running up to the auto body shop to pick up parts, to work on a vehicle?
Well, that's what we're saying, Tom, is that is the way that the policy is written, that yes, they should be filling that out on their timesheet, but they're not. So it would need to be, it needs to be fair across the board. Sandy?
I think you need to document it someplace. I'm not sure on the timesheet. Maybe you have a diary or something, because Tim's going to get a call to run down to the nursing home to notarize something. Should he put down on his timesheet, I was gone from 9 to 10:30 notarizing something? That's part of his job. He's to be expected. I almost think we're straining at a gnat here.
Well, I think, the problem arose because we never knew where the previous town administrator was. And there was just a lot of empty office time. So, and the other employees see that, the residents see it when they come to try to speak to someone. So, and none of us could justify what was going on, so we didn't know.
Yeah.
So like maybe a diary would be helpful.
But isn't this as easy as just putting in here that you are accountable to the select board for everything that's in this document, which would include your town's personnel policy? I mean, that kind of covers us, doesn't it? By saying that you're held accountable to or by the select board, and I don't know.
And maybe you're accountable to the select board and not to a lot of, I remember Sally saying, you know, she would go to the bank and to do the town deposit. And if she stopped to get a gallon of milk, she felt guilty because someone's going to see her in the grocery store getting a gallon of milk on town time. It's kind of like really pushing it.
So
I know what she means because I've felt the same way.
I bet you have. I bet you have.
Yeah.
You know, you do.
We used to have a common sense approach where the
No
employees
such
would
thing
ask me,
anymore.
I know,
Yeah.
you know, I want to stop at X to pick up an order that's coming in. And I'd say, that's okay. But if you're stopping at X to do your Christmas shopping for the afternoon, that's not okay, you know?
Right.
Right. Right. I think we need to trust and to, if someone comes to us and says, okay, Jean Carr is supposed to be in the library, you know, for all these hours, and I know that she was at Brown and Roberts, I think we need to say, if she was at Brown and Roberts, she had a reason to be there. Now, if she does it every week, we might want to check and see if she's doing another job up there. But I think we need to start trusting and giving the town residents the idea that we're on top of things, but we do trust. And if you break the trust, that's bad.
Yeah.
You know, but it's like with a kid. If you plan on them doing something bad, they will. I don't know.
So because that's in the town policy and they, or the personnel policy, they would be given that at the time of employment anyway. So it doesn't need to be listed in this. It's
Right.
just part of the town policy and we have that to fall back on at any time, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, one would think.
That's their employees.
We've been wrong before, haven't we?
It worked for me before. Let's put it that way.
All right. So is everybody all right with, of course, after Tom types these up, but the few changes that we've made, in addition to the changes that we made last time, everybody's feeling like we're in a decent spot and probably time to start looking towards the next chapter of this search, which would be what? Are we reaching out to VLCT? Tom, did you reach out to them at all? I thought we were going to check with them to find out.
Yeah, I've got 2 emails to Mr. Gunn up there. And they've been kind of busy with COVID, so he hasn't gotten back, but I imagine he will. I don't have any messages on my machine that they've called back, so, but I can check with them again tomorrow, but I do have 2 calls into them since our last meeting. So,
Do you,
I'm sorry, what?
do you have ideas of other routes to seek out?
I think Chris had a really good idea. I think that the board could probably do this themselves. If the board wanted, I could assist. I've done some recruiting. I'm not going to charge you for, and that's not what I mean, but I could help with that. And I do have someone that could do more extensive background checks than just a query or a sorry. You know, Corey really doesn't tell you anything other than they don't have any trouble in Vermont. It doesn't go national. It just really does in the state. But there are some other things. And then, you know, you can do the reference checks. I could certainly help with that. But you probably could do this. The advertising is going to be what the advertising is. It's going to cost you whatever the ad is in VLCT. You're going to want to put something in probably the Rutland Herald. You know, maybe the Commons or the Reformer. The papers get expensive. I'd put it up on Indeed because that's free. There are ways to, you know, there's some ways to market. The other municipal associations, Maine, is $90. At least the last time we advertised for something with Maine, it was $90. You know, MMA, Mass may not get much from them, and they're not expensive either, but probably Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, in the local ads. If you want to put something in ICMA, that's going to get a little pricey, and I'm not sure that's in the same, given the number of hours and what the salary schedule will be for this. I'm not sure ICMA is a real worthy expenditure. It would be if it was a full-time, 40-hour position at X amount of dollars, but 32 hours a week at $45,000 or whatever it may be. It may not be a good place to put your advertising money. But I leave that to you. I think the board could do it themselves.
And I had mentioned that to Tom previously, that I'm just not $6,000 to have somebody else collect resumes for us and send us the cream of the crop. Then that just seems like an awful lot of money to me. However, I did not go through this the last time, but I don't, did it go through VLCT last time, or did they do it?
Yeah.
It did?
It did. I think they got back like 10 candidates for the select board to filter through and interview.
And do you remember how long of a time that was? I guess
I wasn't on the board then.
All right.
I'm not sure.
I mean, I'm just looking at the calendar and where July is, and that we're, call it 2 months away. So,
pushing it.
and
Right.
and Tom brings up another point that I don't think we ever fully decided on the 32 hours and what salary would be for that. And that kind of needs to be hammered out before we put an ad out there. So thoughts on that?
We have a range for the salary depending on qualifications and experience.
Good point, Michael.
The budget line item is $50,000, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like the figure Tom threw out at 45.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I would say between 35 and the max, depending on experience qualifications.
So the guy up in Grafton's making what, Chris, did you say $26.75 an hour or something like that?
$26.01.
Okay, he was getting, I knew, all right, so we'll call it 20.
32 hours a week is what he's at.
You get benefits?
So at $50,000, that'd be $29.50 an hour.
Yeah, so at $27 an hour times 32 hours a week times 52.2 weeks per year, because that's how it averages out. The way the payrolls work, that's $45,100.80, just in case you needed that. But so if you advertise 42 to 48, 45 to 48.
Depending on experience.
Yeah, depending on qualifications and experience, yeah.
What is that, commemorate? Oh yeah, whatever. At the, oh, never mind. We do have that. Okay. So roughly 27 bucks an hour. So yeah. I'm sorry, I was trying to read at the same time. We're between 42 and 48 or 45 and 48. Is that what you said, Tom?
Right, and that's just something the board's got to decide. I think, 45 for 32 hours is
About
That is okay, is okay.
Yeah, about 26.50 an hour. 48,000 is about 28.30
Right.
an hour.
Got to remember you're in Vermont now, Tom, not in the big cities of Mass. I mean.
Yeah, well, if you're in the big cities of Mass, it should be paying 70.
Right.
Ashfield just advertised, and it's 35 or 37 hours at 58 to 63.
In Ashfield, is that what you
Yep.
said?
Yep.
Woo. Wow.
So it looks like the Grafton salary at the 2601 is coming in at 43,447. So I think that 42 to 48 is, I think we're in there. You're between $26 and $28 an hour. And that gives us a little bit of wiggle room as well as the potential candidate. I don't know. Is everybody else all right with that?
What does that leave you for administrative secretarial money?
Well, that was a separate budget line. Did we scrape that all together, or is that still in there?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember what we did with that.
I believe it's still in there. We didn't expect to have things change.
Oh, that's right, because we were planning on hiring one, and then we said we would hold off until we did this anyway. So
We
that's
did
still got to
reduce-
be in there.
We reduced it to 3,000.
Right. So at that point is 3,000, because Michelle Miller, she was not doing our correspondence and she was not doing our packets. Michelle was doing that.
Right.
So is $3,000 enough for that position to expect that added work to be done? And I'm not sure that it is.
So let's say 10 hours a week times 13.50 an hour times 13.5 times 10 times 52. 70, that's 7,500 roughly.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be a weekly thing. It should be a bi-weekly since we only meet every other week, right?
So you want to hire somebody for 5 hours a week, roughly?
I mean, I don't even, when Michelle was here, she was getting $50 a day unless it went over a certain amount of, unless our meeting went for a certain amount of time. Is that correct?
$50 per meeting?
I think
Per
that's
meeting, like $13.50 an hour to type up the minutes.
I'm just not sure that a $3,000 budget leaves enough for that person to do the correspondence and the packets, which we had talked about putting on to the secretary.
Well, you know, I would kind of think that the town administrator would have to develop like a packet.
Right.
That would be the person that would be deciding what goes into it. She's doing the correspondence. The secretary would just be making all those copies, getting them into our mailboxes, just that.
The correlation.
Secretarial.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought, you know, I visualize that.
Or does it make, and I know that we've touched on it before, but does it make more sense to leave that at a 40-hour-a-week position and they do it all, the town admin? At the $50,000, but they do it all. Thoughts?
I guess I worry about in meetings, sometimes it just being too distracting for the TA to be trying to make
Yeah, you
help
miss,
us whatever we're dealing with.
you miss stuff.
Yeah.
Jeff, what do you think?
Oh, I guess I could probably see it both ways. I understand. I understand the part about missing stuff, but the flip side, meetings are recorded, and if there's something that a TA misses, could review the video at a later time though. So
That's true.
I mean, I guess I originally I kind of thought 40 hours, and the TA would try to take minutes and do more of the administrative stuff and have 40 hours. So, but I mean, I can see either way. I don't have a problem with 32 hours or 40. I guess if I had to have a preference, I'd say 40, and the TA does the minutes, and what he or she misses, review the video afterwards.
Michael, what do you think?
I agree with what Jeff's saying. Do we have minute taking as a qualification on there if that is the case?
No, because we had started to plan this around a 32-hour, I believe. So we started to skim some of that out of there. I don't think it was in there. It might have, there was something in there in the previous one, I believe, but, and I could be wrong.
I'm not adamant either way. I mean, but like I said, if I had to have a preference, I'd say 40 and doing the minutes and some of the administrative stuff.
Because I think even Michelle was, like, she was still recording with her phone for those meetings, specifically for in case she missed things, if I remember correctly.
Right. Some towns, their job description for the TA does include the minutes.
Yep. And, you know, I watch, well, Jeff, you've got experience from your planning commission meetings. Martin sits right there with his computer and he knocks those notes out. I can only imagine it's with a lot of abbreviations and things that he would only understand, but he goes back and corrects it into something that's legible for the rest of us. Sandy,
Yeah,
what are your ideas?
He gets the minutes out that night even.
Yeah. Sandy, what are your thoughts on this?
I agree with Jeff and Mike. As far as making the packets up, they could probably find a high school kid that needs some community service, as long as there's no confidential stuff to do the packets. Because that should take more than, if the TA has the stuff, the master's ready to go, it shouldn't take hardly any time at all to make those copies and pop them in the boxes.
Right.
Yeah, like no time.
Yeah, right.
You know, because you make it copy, so it's each packet's already there, just clip them together.
So if that's the case, then we're gonna scratch everything that we just talked about for the 42 to 48. We'll keep it at our budgeted $50,000. We'll keep it at a 40-hour benefited position. And somewhere in there, we just need to make sure that we are putting that the minutes, and along with the minutes, that it says very clearly in there that they need to be out by a certain time.
Yeah.
Right.
Follow open meeting law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's gonna have to go in there somewhere. And I wanna make sure that correspondence and packets, that we really spell that one out so that there is no confusion on that one.
What I have, Chris, is prepares select board meeting packets for select board meetings. I'm just jotting stuff down here. And assures minutes are drafted
You think
and
follows
posted.
open meeting law.
Yeah,
Posted,
it's open
yeah,
meeting law.
posted according to Vermont law.
Okay.
Vermont open meeting law, fine.
So everybody's all right with that, and then we don't have to worry about a separate secretarial position. Look at us, we just saved $3,000 right off the bat, right there. Look at us go.
And if we put in 45 to 50,000, so we have, maybe someone's gonna come in at 45. I hesitate to put the 50,000, that the only figure there. I think we should have up to.
I like it, Sandy. $45,000 to $50,000, dependent on experience, education, whatever. I like it. Cut down, Tom, 45 to
Yeah,
50,000.
I've got 45 to 50, depending on qualifications and experience.
Okay. All right. So I think that we're to a point where we need to decide, are we doing this with VLCT's help, or are we going to do this on our own? Sandy?
I think we could do it on our own. I think we should still advertise in the VLCT News and on their board, but I think we can do it on our own.
Jean?
Oh. Well, that sounds good, that we could advertise with VLCT without, paying the $6,500.
Right.
Oh, yeah, yeah, you can do that.
Oh, yeah, we should definitely do that.
Jeff?
Do it on our own.
I'm sorry, Jean, I cut you off. What was that?
Definitely do it on our own.
Okay. Jeff, your thoughts?
Generally, I'm a big believer in professional assistance and paying for it. I think we probably could do it ourselves. I mean, Tom would be of great assistance, I'm sure. Advertising, I think it definitely should be very focused and not just, just put it in the local paper, but the most cost-effective and most focused advertising possible. Well, I don't know. I guess if, like I said, I'm a big proponent of professional assistance, and I would spend the money, but if everybody else feels comfortable in us doing this ourselves, then I'm fine with that. It'll save a little bit of money too.
Michael?
I agree with the not spending on a VLTC. I think we can make some calls to the BDC and Department of Labor and see if there's anything they can do to help as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the BDC has really been almost itching to help Vernon, but at the same time, they obviously want things from us in return. But I think that if we did reach out to them for this, that that could prove to be the start of a great relationship between Vernon and that organization as well, that we may see some extra support that we didn't have. It's a different setting. It's a different group. It's, I think that I'm glad that Michael brought that up. I hadn't even thought of that. And I think that that is, would be beneficial to us. So, so it sounds like we're okay to go ahead and do this on our own. I think that the five of us have a clear idea of what we're looking for, what worked, what didn't work previously. We've heard the comments and the concerns from the town employees, and I think that every one of us has taken those to heart and really taken those into consideration. So I think that we're in probably the best place that we could be to move forward and do this on our own. Certainly knowing that we have the VLCT there, should we all of us say, hey, this just isn't working out. We've got them there. They're not going anywhere. So we have that ability. So let's go ahead and we will still advertise with VLCT. We'll do the Indeed. We'll do whatever, the couple of papers. And Michael, do you want to reach out to the BDC, or do you want Tom to reach out to them?
Tom probably has more time to do that. If he needs help, let me know. I have lots of contacts there.
No, I'm in pretty good shape with the BDCC. My question is, I guess, is what can they offer you as far as the recruitment is concerned?
We don't know. That's why we're reaching out to them.
Okay, I'll call Adam.
What
Our
about
team.
sevens?
Seventh is
Sevens.
run by the BDCC. I used to be on the Young Professionals. They
Very
have a
good.
recruitment program that helps bring professionals into the area. I'm not completely knowledgeable on it, but I've heard about it.
Yeah, the young.
Good.
All right. And then I think that we need to decide on I mean, it's what, May 1st is Friday, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I think that we really need this typed up and ready to go into all of those formats by pick a date, but I think it needs to be soon. Tom, what do you think the soonest that can be taken care of is?
Let me draft up an ad for you in the morning. It won't be that hard to do. I will pass it by all of you for wordsmithing. In additions, detractions, and once I get concurrence from the 5 of you, we can put it out. I think, if you advertise the first week of May through, let's say, the 21st of May or the 25th of May, depending on when the publications can get them out, the print publications, indeed, you can go up right online. You should be able to have somebody on board, interviewed and checked out for July 1st. You put a July 1 start date on that, and you should be well within a good time frame for that. If you want to move it faster, you could probably push it up 2 weeks. But 6 weeks, 6 to 7 weeks is generally your turnaround time for advertising, going through the resumes, getting reference checks, getting interviews done. Maybe there's 2 rounds of interviews that you end up doing.
Yeah.
And working through other people's schedules as well. It's 6 weeks is pretty fast to do that.
So the first is this Friday. The 22nd is the 3rd Friday of the 4th Friday of the month. And then we have our last meeting would be on the 19th, wouldn't it? So that would put us into the 2nd before we would be able to, or we would have to hold a special meeting that following week.
I think we should hold a special meeting, because if we're going to want to interview, we don't want the names out. That should all be an executive session.
Right. I was certainly going to suggest an executive session just to go over the applications that we had. So Sandy, do you have or anybody have a calendar in front of them so that we could look at these dates and decide when we want to have that deadline and when we might all be able to come together in executive session, either at a regular select board meeting or at a special meeting to discuss these things?
I've got May and June in front of me.
Yeah, I've got them here. I think we should do it at a special meeting,
Okay.
personally. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Yeah. Right.
So if we closed that on the 22nd, which is a Friday, and we had a special meeting on the 27th, which is a Wednesday, does that give us enough time to?
Well, you could perhaps on the 27th be weeding things out.
Correct. Right. That's all I wanted. That original special meeting was just for us to look at, because we're doing this without the recruitment help.
Right.
That would be our chance to kind of look over everything and try and come up with 2 piles that we could then make some decisions on. Does anybody think that that's too ambitious, that we need to go further past the 22nd?
No, that's fine.
No, I think you can do it in that time frame.
Okay.
Sandy, you all right with that?
Yeah.
Michael?
Yep.
All right, so it sounds like we have a plan. We are going to post this position for between $45,000 and $50,000 based on experience. Tom's going to draft up the, he's going to make the changes to this, and then we will draft up the actual ad that would run.
Yeah.
And you will submit that to all of us so that you can get an approval on that. I would ask that before we end this, Tom, give us a realistic time when that could be done so that everybody could check their emails around that time. Then we will go ahead and post it. We will have a deadline of the applications for the 22nd of May. We will hold a special meeting on the 27th, and that will be an executive session to go over the applicants that we have and try and wean those down. Does that sound right to everybody?
My only question is that is a Friday, and the building's closed on Friday, and that is Memorial Day weekend.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
Hey.
Sorry.
Good point.
So if we ended it on the 21st with a special meeting on the 28th, does that work?
Yeah, that's for me.
Yeah.
Jeff, you all right with that?
Yep.
Michael?
Yes, sir.
All right. So application
that changed. Yep.
Okay. Deadline the 21st, special meeting the 28th.
So to answer your question, Chris, I should be able to have an ad for your review, for the board's review. I have to meet with, I've got 2 meetings in the morning with Dave Emery. We're going over stuff for FEMA. I should have this to you before I leave for the day tomorrow. And if you can have it back to me with your edits and suggestions, I can get it, I can get it done over the weekend. It's not heavy lifting. And send it back out to you over the weekend, get a final blessing, and get it up online Monday.
Sounds great.
Okay. Now, what I'll do on the 21st, when the mail, you got to really give it till the end of the day on the 21st or 5 p.m. on the 21st. So you're not getting something at 11:59 p.m. Because that happens too if it's electronic. I'll come in that Friday, and I will scan them all into one big PDF and send them out to you electronically. I will also have hard copies made so that you can, play with them a little bit on Monday or Tuesday of that week. If you can come in and pick them up, or we can drive them around and deliver them if you want.
Yeah, if you, whatever we get, if you want to print those off, put them into sealed envelopes, I would be happy to drop those off for everybody.
Okay, we can do that. Then when you meet, you'll have them for a couple of days anyways, that you can, read them to yourselves, and then you can come together on the 28th and figure out, where there's agreement and how you want to move forward with interviews.
Sounds good.
Everybody good with that?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Awesome. So I think we've got a pretty clear idea of what we want to do.
Could I ask one more question, Chris? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would it be okay with the board if I asked Sandy, to work with me perhaps after you figure out who you're going to interview on an initial set of questions and reaching out to the board on what you want to ask, because you have to ask everybody the same thing. And then you'll have a list of questions that you can go through when you go through the interviews, and that would give you a couple of weeks, to hone those down too, like on grant writing ability, or how do you work with elected staff, elected people that are fulfilling major pieces of the town, you know, the treasurer and that type of thing. All of the questions that you want to ask, we want to get down to be sure that you're not missing anything.
Maybe we should all just send you questions.
Well, that's a good way to do it too. But
Mhm.
I'm going to send it to you anyway, Sandy.
I know. That's okay. Okay. But we're all gonna have to think of something that someone else didn't think of. So I think we should all put them together.
Okay.
That's just something to start thinking about because you're going to want to be ready to go on the 29th. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, that 29th would be, or the 28th rather, not the 29th. Right?
Right.
Right, Tom, the 28th?
Yes. Well, you're going to meet on the 28th, but you're going to want to, my point is, after the 28th, you want to move forward quickly. That's why I said the 29th.
Got it.
Because you'll have all your people done the 28th.
Okay. All right. Anybody have any other questions, concerns, thoughts? Everybody good?
Yep.
Awesome. I think that we're in a good spot. I'm looking forward to this. As our governor continues that quarter turn, as he likes to say, I'm excited for things to start coming back around, for the town to start getting back to where we should be. The gray t-shirt thing, I think, is going to be a lot of fun for the town. I think we're going to get a ton of support out of that. I certainly hope I'm not wrong, but I think that people are looking to get back to it. So if that's kind of the first break of that and gets people headed in that direction, I think that we're in for a good couple of months coming up here. So
Yep.
Hopefully. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Good night. Sandra, I'm going to call you because I may have missed some of the things that you were asking early on. I want to make sure I get those into the job description correctly.
Okay.
Thank you, folks.
All right, well, we've got 8 of us. It's a couple minutes after 7. Go ahead and call the meeting to order. We do have BCTV recording this, so we're live. Any additions or corrections to the agenda, folks? Nothing? Okay. For board norms, normally I'd say look in front of you, but no, just remember to be respectful, try and stay on task, respect the agenda. You know, these meetings have been working pretty well for me in work life. So let's hope we can get through this one. Oh, just a little bit of housekeeping. There should be on this, I think everybody's in on a computer from what I can see on the panel here. There should be, if you hover over your name, a more, and on that more, you can raise your hand. So just raise your hand and I'll recognize you, and you can unmute yourself and speak when you need to. So that being said, members of the public, if you're here to just observe and speak to something on the agenda, we'd ask that you do it then. If there's something else that you're here for, now's your chance. Anything? And obviously, when you do speak, if you can identify yourself for the listening and viewing audience. Okay. Anyone have any correspondence? I don't have anything. No, I see shaking heads. Okay. All right. We had warned a couple of policies for possible adoption tonight. So Ken, as chair of the policy committee, you want to speak to those and walk us through what needs to be done?
Sure. The weapons policy and the school closing policy. We're going to change. This is what do we call it? It's not it's not school closing. It's called
it's emergency closings.
Emergency closings. Okay.
Yes.
Because we don't want to go open up a can of worms saying we have a policy on closing schools. Okay. So anyway, emergency closings, F32, we warned it at our last meeting. We need to adopt it, and we need to also adopt C5, the weapons policy. I will be eventually calling a meeting to resign as chair and take up apparently we're going to be taking up the weapons policy. So I didn't have time to do it before this meeting. So what I'll do is I'll just get in touch with Meg and have it warned, and then I'll set up a Zoom meeting. I just need to make sure I have everybody. I think we have 1 or 2 new members on it now.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and check my notes to make sure who's on the policy committee, but I know there were some new members. Okay. I can get it to you. I just don't have it right in front of me.
Okay, if somebody can send me an email with them, then I'll set up the meeting.
You bet. So we would just need a motion then to adopt policy C5, the weapons policy, and F32, the emergency closing policy.
I'll make those motions.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Oh, gotta let Mike Foley in. Any further discussion on those policies?
Joe?
Yes?
Do we have to vote, this is Dana, do we have to vote on them separately? Or can we group them?
I don't see any reason to vote on them.
We have to have a verbal.
We have to have a verbal aye on each one. So we'll do the motion, I guess, as 2 parts. That makes sense. So any further discussion on those? Seeing no hands. So all in favor of adopting policy C5, the weapons policy, please say aye.
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 Wait.
Aye.
You have to do a roll call. Let me just go down the list here. Emily?
Aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Trish,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Howie,
Aye.
Ken,
Aye.
Leanne.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. All in favor of adopting policy F32, the emergency school closing policy? Again, please say aye. Howie,
Aye.
Ken,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Emily,
Aye.
Leanne. You got to unmute. Lindsay?
Aye.
Did we
Leanne, can
record?
you unmute?
Yeah, we have to unmute Leanne.
Let's
My
see.
internet cut out. Aye.
Okay, thank you. I'm like, I can't even unmute her. And Mike, you're the last one. Or did I? No. Mike. Trish.
Aye.
There's
I had
a
already
list down the-
said aye.
Yeah, I know. There's a list down the side of my screen, and as people mute and unmute, you move on the list. And I was using the list as a way to go through it. Again, the ayes have it. The motion carries. We have adopted policy C5 and F32. Thank you. Okay, we don't have a student report. I know they got invited to the meeting, but they didn't send a written report, and I don't see them here. I haven't actually talked to any students to know how they're doing, but I think from what I hear, they're actually admitting they missed school, or most of them. We had the principals' reports. We have all the principals. If anyone has a question regarding any of the stuff regarding any of the materials in the principals' report, anyone? Trish?
Hi. So this wasn't really in the principal report. Sorry, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Bob. Question that I have is what, besides the lessening of, I guess it was Google Classroom alerts and some work, what's the reasoning behind canceling all humanities for the remainder of languages, art, I think it was band and chorus?
Yes, the middle school, what we were hearing others, that middle school students in particular were really overwhelmed. And when you think about a high school student who has 4, maybe 5 teachers, they get the alerts from the Google Classroom for those, credited courses. But the middle school level, they have 5, 6 really with PE and health added on to the 4 cores, plus all their exploratories. And so what we try to do is limit the overwhelming feeling that we were getting. And with the recommendation from the state of the 2 to 3 hours per day of work for middle school students, we wanted to also lessen the workload. So all the exploratories have been taken off. Band is still in the mix, and PE and health are still in the mix, but the others have all been taken off, and they're building a spreadsheet or building a website that families, much modeled after Newbrook's, actually, nice work there, Scotty, that people can go in and use. You do it as enrichment exercises and things like that instead, if kids are needing more work to do. But that way it takes that onus, the additional burden on kids, and not to mention the additional emailing of the alerts that parents are being inundated with. So that was the idea. I don't know if that helps clarify.
It does. I guess I have 2 follow-up questions. One is, when will, I guess, just as a parent, a concern of mine is, so what happens to Spanish? Where do the 8th graders who are in Spanish go from here? When they become freshmen, are they taking Spanish 1 again? Is there going to be some kind of testing? When will we know what the next step is to do these things voluntarily? I have so many questions. I'm sorry. Will they be graded? How will they be graded?
Yep. So let me try to answer those as they come in, so I don't don't lose track of them. The first is that earning credits towards the high school coursework. So all students, regardless of the dismissal, would still start at Spanish 1 in 9th grade. So in that process of selecting courses for 8th grade has already begun, and hopefully you've been in touch with Sarah Grasso about selecting courses for next year, which could involve a level 1 of a Spanish class. So the grade part of those exploratories is really not, it's not an essential part. We really want kids to use that as a way to explore what the things are that we have at the high school level, and not do it as in a way to overburden them. So it doesn't have an impact on them what they would do in high school in that regard. They won't be graded on it at this point. The 4th quarter scores will just be the 4 core subjects: PE, health, and band if your student is in band.
That makes sense. And then I guess final question is, what are those teachers doing now?
So because those are teachers that are shared staff with the high school, they're focusing on their high school classes, and working on developing the enrichment stuff, because they're still going to have things on that website for kids to do and families to engage with. It just won't be required work. So they're still providing work and putting on the website. And like Kevin Burke, for one of them, is actually doing the website building himself as part of his role.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, anybody else have a question for one of the principals? Moving on to the superintendent's report. Any questions from there? Bill looks ready to get grilled. Ken. Ken, you're on mute.
There we go. Now I'm unmuted.
Yeah.
It's because the host muted me. Don't you wish you could do that in a live meeting, Joe? Anyway, so we have new recommendations from the Secretary of Education. A new grading policy up the high school, correct?
I wouldn't call it a policy, but I would call it how we're operating under the COVID-19 pandemic period of time for the final 9 weeks of school.
So we don't need a policy.
We do not.
Awesome.
And the specifics to that, Ken, will come out with report cards this week from quarter 3.
Awesome. Thank you both.
Yes, Trish.
Bill, how do you think it's going? I mean, it's such a, I don't even know. I have a lot of words that I could use, but none of them are appropriate here.
I would say that I'm unbelievably proud of the team that you guys are a part of. The frontline workers, our counselors, social workers, teachers, food service, people that are paraeducators that are jumping into new roles. It's really quite amazing. I'm very heartened by the approach that all of our people have taken. It's been very team oriented, but yet specific to the talents and skills that people have. More often than not, I am communicating with principals about how they are communicating with their team members, about how to get people to stop communicating with families, how to give themselves times to recover, because the care and dedication of our colleagues is unbelievable. So as crazy as this time is, it has really shined a light on the quality of people that you all employ. And it's been very enjoyable to watch everybody rise to the occasion. In terms of specifics, we have, certain families we're very concerned about, but again, when you have professionals as the social workers and the principals and the teachers, the paraeducators and the counselors that are focusing on those families that really need it, I don't worry. I'm concerned, but I'm not worried because people are on top of it. And people are making sure that needs are being met. I think the flexibility and the creativity of the teachers has been amazing. And I'm really hopeful that all the skills that we build during this time will be able to be transferable for the foreseeable future. So as challenging as this time is, I'm really proud of our team and I'm proud of the work that we're doing.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Watching this go. Oh, Emily, go ahead.
You were about to say, I'm sure, what I was going to say. So I'm sorry for cutting you off. I had my hand up and you didn't notice it. But I just need to say that I so respect what we just heard from our superintendent. And I so respect our teachers and our staff and the people, the parents and community members who are working so hard to make this effective for our students. This is the most challenging time ever. And I had no doubt that our SU would step up, being intimately knowledgeable about it. But I just wanted to also say that this is what we're seeing across the state. And while we're still trying to figure out how we move forward, what we've done in Wyndham Central is exactly what needs to be done everywhere else. And I just can't thank the staff and faculty and every support system beyond that, which we have a ton of, including our community members. This is really, really challenging. And thank you, Bill, for leading that, and all of the principals and everyone beyond that, because this is really, really challenging, and our families and our students will make it through this. I have no doubt. So thank you.
You did. You did. That's essentially what I was going to say, although I
My
could have said
apologies.
it better. You know, it's really, you know, gratifying to watch. This thing twists, turns, and changes every week, every day. And you guys just kind of calmly adapt and continue moving forward and do the best you can by the kids. You know, I've seen it in not so much because I don't have any students anymore, but in you know, the feeding the students and, you know, the support that comes out that I see just copied as a board member that goes out, the weekly briefings and the daily briefings and some of the, you know, things that go out. You guys are doing an incredible job. And thank you.
I definitely agree with that.
Yes, Bill.
I just want to thank all of you because I've had multiple principals and teachers reach out to me to let me know that you all, as board members, have individually reached out to teachers and counselors and social workers and principals and food service professionals, whether it's a kind word or it's a quick email or it's sharing something with somebody else in the community. That means a lot to our team when we hear from our elected representatives that they feel like we're doing a good job. So I just wanted to thank you all for continuing to reach out to the people that are doing the work, because it does mean a lot.
All right. Thank you.
Now I actually have some business I got to do too. Can I do that?
Okay. We'll let you.
So I just wanted to update the board on a couple things that are going on. And Emily, feel free to jump in if I say something wrong. But the legislature is working on some possibilities for voting of budgets. There are 18 districts or SUs or SDs that have not had a budget completed yet. 9 of them had a budget that was turned down. 9 of them, like West River, have not brought it up yet. And the legislature is working very creatively and very helpfully to have some different possibilities rather than the only fallback being the 87% of borrowing from the previous year. A couple things that are up for consideration, I believe it is coming out of the Senate, is the fallback being whatever you spent in FY20, or the fallback being whatever you spent in FY20 plus whatever the average increase is for all the budgets that have been passed, not the 18. Is all in the beginning stages. Things are moving rapidly and fast, but I just wanted you all to be aware that those paths are happening so that the legislature, I think correctly, is thinking through what would the reality be if we can't have a vote in June, and what is the position that we need to have for school districts to operate responsibly in their communities in an unprecedented time. So I'm going to ask you guys later to change your date to June, but I wanted to prepare you that June may not happen. But I think the legislature is doing good work to make sure that even if that doesn't happen, there'll be some other possibilities that would do well by our community. Emily, did I hit that?
You did. I raised my hand, want to step in until Joe recognized me, but you absolutely did hit it. And just for a quick update about what's happening in Montpelier, the Senate has already been able, with 30 members, it was a little easier for them to navigate the training process it takes to vote remotely. So they have already started work kind of ahead of us a little bit in the House. We're still in the process of training members so that we can actually take a vote to authorize ourselves to vote remotely. I know that sounds a little crazy, but that's the process we're on. We need a 3/4 majority of members of the House, of the 150 members of the House, to be able to actually vote to enact legislation or to change legislation. So you're absolutely right. The work is happening in the Senate. And I applaud the work that they're doing. I thank them very much for that. I do know that our House Education Committee and our House Ways and Means Committee, they're both meeting and they're both following this very closely and working closely with our colleagues in the Senate so that we can come forward with some form of legislation that will be supportive of not only our kids and our schools, but our state. We are in an unprecedented time for challenges around funding. If anybody has been following the VSA and the VSBA and the work that they've been doing, trying to get a handle on what this actually looks like with the loss of sales tax revenue in the Ed Fund, it is going to be a huge challenge, without a doubt. I mean, we're facing challenges in every area, but the Ed Fund is particularly a challenge. So thank you for staying connected and sharing with not just me, but everyone who's working up there trying to find a path forward. I don't know what we're going to end up on, but I do know that when we end, it will be the best path forward. I have confidence in that because everybody's focusing on what can we do for our kids and our communities. And so just stay tuned, as I guess all I would say. And the path for the House to be able to enact any legislation, because obviously the Senate can't do it on its own. It has to be both the House and the Senate, and then signed by the governor. And we're staying very closely connected with the governor as well, both of our bodies, so that we are all working in the same path to try to find answers for all these questions. But we're still in the process of training, as I said, to be able to enact remote voting. You all know, you're feeling in your own homes and your own communities the challenge even around broadband and whether our members of our House have enough internet access to be able to do remote voting. So since the governor has extended, rightfully it seems, the stay at home to begin in the middle of May 15th, we have to adapt to that. So we're moving forward, hopefully by the end of the month. Don't hold me to any schedule because it's all dependent on how things are panning out. But by the end of the month, hopefully we'll be able to start to enact some of this COVID legislation that we have on the path, and we're working very closely in our committees to have it happen. So thank you for all of your patience. We really do have a lot of work ahead of us, but we're focused on kids first. So thank you.
Yes, Bill.
So further segueing where Emily's coming from, Joe and Lori and I got to participate in a joint fiscal office presentation on Thursday, which followed presentations to the legislators. And just in a nutshell, FY20 revenues are looking really bad in the fourth quarter. And we could be talking anywhere from a 70 to 100+ million shortfall. That's for FY20. And then for FY21, which will be starting to collect revenues July 1st, they're predicting that it could be very similar and could go into the multiple hundreds of millions, which will mean when we build a budget in the fall, it's going to be in the context of the Ed Fund having serious downward pressure, which means serious upward pressure on the tax rate to raise the same amount of money. So don't want anyone to get too scared, but I don't want anyone to be too surprised when we have these very difficult financial conversations over the next 6 to 8 months, because the context has completely changed from everything we were talking about 4 months ago. And so I will keep dribbling the crumbs down the path and keep you guys well informed, but I think it's critically important to understand we're in a whole new world. And raising, just for our example, raising the 12,047,000, if we duplicated that next year, it would look very, very different in tax rates than it would today. So it's something to consider as we start thinking about what we're going to be doing over the next 6 to 8 months.
True. VSBA sent out actually a link to go watch that webinar along with the 3 documents that were presented to the attendees. As a board member, everyone should have gotten it. If you didn't get it, let me know and I will get the VSBA link to you. It's about an hour and a half maybe of the gentleman from the Joint Fiscal Office and a couple of other people presenting.
Yeah.
And you know, it's very clear. He says, you know, it's not policy, it's just facts, and this is actually what the legislature got as well, so that we're all working from the same information. It was an interesting presentation.
Yeah.
So let me know if you don't have it.
I don't have it, Joe. Would you send it to me?
Sure. Does VSBA not send you things?
Yeah, for some reason I never get their emails.
That's because you keep changing your background, man.
Come on, it's the closest I can do to an LNG meeting.
Hey, Mike, you should contact them immediately and add yourself to that list because you need to be getting those.
I will send it to you, but yeah, you should definitely follow up with
Just call.
VSBA.
All right.
Okay. So the next thing on the agenda. Oh, nice, Bob. You got a top mic. The next thing on the agenda was the discussion on postponing the annual meeting and budget vote. So, do we have to go through the same procedure that we had before, where we call the special meeting to actually do it, you know, at the right before it, or can we just have a motion to do it right here?
You can do it right here, right now, but you just have to do it in a roll call vote. You have to have a motion to change the meeting from May 5th, 6th,
May 6th
to June 10th.
I will make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded to postpone our annual meeting from May 5th, 6th to June 10th. Any discussion on the motion? What?
Joe, I made the motion, so I just want to quickly say for the folks who are listening in and for minutes, maybe I should have said Emily Long, I make the motion, just so that everybody understands. And my apologies for not doing that.
Well, they can see you. They'll be able to see you.
They can see me, but they may not be able to recognize my voice and they may not see it quickly. So I think it's probably really important for transparency that we state our names when we make a motion in the second.
Any discussion on that motion? All right. All in favor, please say aye. I'll run down the list. Emily,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Howie,
Aye.
Ken,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Leanne,
Aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're pushed to June now. Thank you. Okay. Next item was the class configuration update. Bill, you have some information for us?
So at our last meeting, we had a vote, I believe it was 5-4, to allow us to post the position. I made the executive decision not to do that based on after your guys' meeting, we got way into the world of COVID-19. Doesn't mean that we can't do it, but after hearing the Joint Fiscal Office report, I just don't think we should be committing any dollars beyond what you guys have proposed for the budget at this time. If there becomes a time in the future that it becomes necessary to recommend the hiring of an additional teacher, I will take the responsibility of working in partnership with the principals. I will bring that forward in an evidence-based argument saying that this is why I believe it should happen. That does not have to happen today. It does not have to happen in a month. I think we have to understand what the context of the decisions you guys will be making further on in the future. So my recommendation is to direct me not to post an anticipated position and scold me if necessary for not following your original direction. But I felt it was necessary not to take that action during this unprecedented.
I would say those are the decisions we look to you to make. I think that's a wise decision given what we're facing right now. Dana's got his hand up, like using the thing, not waving at me. So Dana and then Ken.
I just want to point out I'm in a closet the way my household is going right now. So you don't need to see my closet. I agree with Bill that maybe we better hold off and see how this COVID-19 plays, because I think with this shifting economic structure that's going on right now, we may lose families because they need to go somewhere else in the country or things have changed. So we might want to wait and see. And then if we let Bill pull the plug real fast and find somebody, I'm sure there'll be somebody out there looking for a job. So let's, kind of wait and see on it and see how these chips fall.
Ken?
Dana just said it all. That's pretty much it. Good job holding off, Bill. I think you made a wise decision.
Anybody else? Okay, so there's your new direction. Well done. Okay, now we need to talk about the long-term work planning calendar.
So last meeting, I presented 2 calendars to you. You guys had a little bit of discussion. We said we were going to talk a little bit about it tonight. Basically, one calendar is adding a second meeting every month for the next 5 months. This other calendar is keeping those meetings, but then adding a check-in with the budget committee in between. And so I need the board to make a decision about one of those 2 calendars. And then secondly, I need direction for me and my team to start working on what those different scenarios can look like for the board. And in doing some reflection and chatting with my colleagues, I would like to keep it as open as possible in terms of direction so that we can provide you as many different options as possible. My suggestion would be that every scenario or option that is presented back to both the board and to the budget committee reflect the West River values. But any other constraints, I would say, can come during the process rather than at the beginning. But I take my direction from you all, and so I'm just going to make that suggestion. And then I need to hear from you what marching orders you would like us to take.
Okay. I know we talked about it at the last meeting, some which calendar we wanted to use. You know, there was discussion back and forth about whether or not we kept the budget committee involved and let the budget committee do some of the extra work. You know, what's the pleasure of the board? Mike.
I think it makes sense to keep the budget committee, and I mean, it's all going to go in front of the whole board anyway, but let the budget committee do some of the groundwork so we don't have to have multiple full board meetings every month.
I also, you know, I know there were concerns about the budget committee maybe not sharing. I think if we use the budget committee more like we've been using the administrative tasks too, you know, the board can set the budget committee to look at certain elements of the plan, or, you know, investigate certain things the way they can happen. And you know, then that'll get reported back at a board meeting. So I was, you know, just trying to think of how it works. Emily's hand is up. Lindsay's hand is up.
Very quickly, I agree with what Mike just suggested, and I think that that's maybe a more efficient model at this point in time with all the unknowns. I would just also add that we should probably be prepared to be called to a board meeting in case it's necessary. So maybe a second meeting as needed by our board any month, but in the meantime, the budget committee could be acting in, you know, to keep all of us apprised and to make sure that they are sharing whatever they're learning with the full board as it unfolds. So thanks.
Lindsay.
Emily just said what I was going to say. That, yeah, I definitely think that's the right structure. And I also was going to say that in terms of communication between that committee and the rest of the board, I think it's totally fair for the larger board to ask for clearer communication, and also to be prepared to step up and do some more of the work as need be, because things are probably going to be pretty strange.
True enough. Anyone else? Oh. Dana agrees with you. He's chatting. Okay, so it looks like move forward with the budget committee schedule. In terms of direction, thoughts? As much trouble as it got us in last time, I'm sort of like, remember plan A, B, and C, where we just said, show us what you can do, and you know, go back to the values and show us what you can do. I'm inclined to let you have that sort of freedom for the initial discussion anyway. Yes, Bill.
My only caveat would be that what we learned from our last process is that we have a process that both Lindsay and Mike talked about the interplay and the information being transferred from the board level to the committee level, as well as presenting something to the public in a rollout in the fall over multiple meetings, multiple periods, not at a summertime period when it could be challenging for parents to fully participate and community members to fully participate. So the idea is that we would do the work from this point up until about August, back and forth, board, budget committee, so that the board would have some options that they felt that they had vetted, that they felt comfortable, and then they would present those to the communities, even though the community can participate throughout the whole process, but have an official opportunity just to present those things in September and October. So the board would be well informed about where the community stands before they got into budget building season.
Absolutely. Yes, Mike.
Just wanted to piggyback onto that. And I mean, obviously we all know we're in unprecedented times, but how are you even going to be able to come up with options? Because you got the options based on this year's numbers or last year's numbers. And then this chasm of, we have no idea what our budgets are going to look like and what the fiscal end is going to look like.
Yeah, go ahead.
We will build it on the best information that we have at the time. And it'll probably involve multiple options because you guys are going to have to vet them. You guys are going to have to say, oh, I like this part. Can you build it over this way? Or can you take this core and can you extend it? I consider the next 4 or 5 months this ongoing conversation as we get more information and we realize what's possible and what's not, and then what's palatable and what's not.
Right. Are you finding, I mean, any glimmers of hope from what we're going through right now as ways to cut, reduce costs going forward? You must be seeing something, right?
No.
No.
Nothing is on a positive side of money as of right now.
Yeah. No, I was more thinking like with more stuff online or ways to cut the costs that we currently would be spending.
Well, I think Ken and Lindsay's dream of not having snow days is a real possibility. So, I mean, that's low hanging fruit. I think we've just basically trained everybody to be able to make that happen. In terms of the ability for us to offer more remote learning, I think we're kind of doing a little pilot now to see what's possible. Mm-hmm. But in terms of building for the long term, I don't know how that's going to look.
Fair enough.
Go ahead, Ken.
Got to unmute. I was going to say, we got to be saving money on transportation and mileage.
We are in certain arenas. Some of our transportation is currently being spent making sure everybody gets fed. So we're using that transportation system in a different way. But our special education transportation is different. But remember, every time we don't spend $1 right now in special education, we lose 56 cents on the dollar in reimbursement. So there's a little one coin and the other. And we're spending more money in other areas than we're not. So we may be saving some money on electricity, but we're spending 3 times as much on food. And we're spending way more on outreach to families that goes above and beyond contracted hours.
Well, these are points that should be made to the state, that these things are being done.
They absolutely are. And as Emily said, what is going on in Wyndham Central is going on across the state. And so there's $31.1 million that's supposed to flow through to the SUs and SDs. Unfortunately, a lot of that money, there's a lot of places where that money could be gobbled up. One is the things we're currently doing right now in overspending certain line items. Another one is the discussion at the state level about whether that money will actually end up getting to the SUs and SDs, or whether there will be some other accounting structures that would have that money be making up for other money that would not be being received. And if you need more explanation on that, Lori Garland is fabulous at it, and she's on the line.
Yeah, she just popped in when we started talking money. Yes, Lori.
So just to piggyback on what Bill is saying, basically this COVID CARE Act, COVID-19 money as we refer to it, will be coming down from the feds into the SU level. It does not go into the ed fund. However, they need this money because of the shortfall. So I envision something like maybe the healthcare recapture. I don't know if you all remember that. Some of you were on the board at that time, where they captured the potential savings of the healthcare changes when we went to the new plans. So what they did was they reduced the ed spending money over a 2-year period. So I can envision something like that happening where the money will come down from the feds, and it will probably come down, think ERA money, through grants, that type of thing, and have to be used in a supplement, not supplant way. So, you know, that means you can't, you know, you might be spending more on, you know, teachers contracts or counselors or something like that, but you can't, you've already done that. You can't pay for that type of thing. And then sometimes you can. So it is a little broader than a grant, but that's how I envision it happening. So we may get this money, but then there might be some other mechanism for them, for the state to take it back. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, Ken.
It always makes sense when the state intercepts your money. Got it, Lori.
Okay. Do you need more, Bill, or do you have enough to go?
I just want to make sure that the board is comfortable
Howie.
with me and my colleagues going off with coming up with options for the board to consider over the next 4 or 5 months. Obviously, every time I touch base with the board and every time we touch base with the budget committee, we'll get feedback. But the goal is by the end of August to have some fully vetted options for the board to have to be able to share with the community and get feedback before they go into budget building season. And the only guiding document we're going to use, or the only requirements, the only guidelines, the only guardrails are going to be, it has to meet the values of the West River Bowl.
Thanks, Scotty. Howie, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, I'd like to say plan for the worst as far as the budget goes. Give us a worst case bare bones budget as a basis, because things are going to get bad. Wyndham Elementary School has cut down to 1 teacher/principal, to keep our end going. I think we need to look at, now that kids are getting used to doing online learning, switching over any class that can't attract 20 or more kids into an online version of that class, so we can continue to keep our offerings without, exceeding our budget. We need to look seriously at it because it's a serious situation. So yeah, I would like to see I would like to see in that range something where we sharply curtail staff and continue to offer the range of options curriculum-wise by online learning.
I think that fits in with, as long as we, make sure that we are satisfying the values of the West River. I think all those options are open. I mean, that's what I'm hoping that the discussions are about for the next 4 to 5 months. We have to look at them all. Then the board has to decide what they want to present to the communities, and the communities will give you guys feedback, and then some decisions will be made. So yeah, I think we're in the same line there, Howie.
All right. Thank you all. Any final words on that? Okay. So administrative tasks for the next meeting. Anything? Keep us posted on, essentially just kind of keep us posted on this. I mean, the next meeting on the calendar is April 27th, where we're going to start talking about designing goals and parameters. There's really...
I'm thinking you don't have to meet on the 27th, as long as you guys are okay with letting us go forward to start our work, and then we can give our first, salve to you all at your first meeting in May.
Okay. And if you need a budget committee, if you need feedback, board feedback for ahead of that, You could always ask for a budget committee meeting.
Perfect.
Or a full board meeting, whatever you want.
Okay.
All right. So there really aren't any tasks then, necessarily.
Well, we're going to be doing some work before your next meeting.
Oh yeah, but nothing we're going to task you with. And I don't think there's unless there's a policy committee meeting where you look at the weapons policy again to take care of those things. I think that's the only committee task there is.
Yeah, I'm confident that the policy committee will get together prior to you guys meeting at the third week of May. Just to let you all know, Scott Tabachnik has volunteered to assist that committee as the superintendent's designee. I thought it was important to have a principal on that committee to be able to have voice and reflection. And he will keep me well informed of anything that I need to know, but kind of that boots on the ground so that those conversations can be really fruitful for the budget committee. And so Scotty, I just want to thank you for doing that.
That's great. Thank you, Scotty. Okay, so I have a question just before we move down the list here. We're going to approve pay orders. How are we going to do that remotely, Lori?
Okay, so what's going to happen is next Monday, I'm going to email or share a folder with 2 people on your board to go ahead and approve pay orders. And then that way you don't have to come in and you don't have to touch paper because there's certain time frame that you're really not supposed to touch paper. And then because you haven't touched the paper, then the treasurer can come in and sign the checks. So typically you have a meeting on the 3rd Monday. So that's what we planned for, is the 20th. And you know, it's been a little slower with people not being in the building, getting all the information together as well. So if you want to just give me the names of 2 people I can email this folder to, that would be terrific.
I'll do one. Anybody else want to volunteer to review the pay orders by mail? Trish.
Thanks, Trish. Okay, so look for an email from either myself or Terry Fletcher. It'll probably come in a Google folder type of thing.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So we won't have a motion to approve pay orders tonight then?
Not tonight.
Okay. Trish, question.
That's a question.
Sorry, just a total aside, nobody cares. Just be patient with me. For some reason, sometimes I have multiple email addresses, and so Google Docs are sometimes a pain. I might have to do a little back and forth, but I'll get there.
Okay.
Okay. So we need a motion to approve the minutes of March 16th, March 23rd, and March 26th. Ken?
I will make the motion to approve the minutes for March 16th, March 23rd, and March 26th.
There a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Howie. Any discussion about the minutes? All right, ready to vote? All in favor, please say aye. Howie.
Aye.
Ken.
Aye.
Emily.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Dana.
Aye.
Leanne.
Aye.
Lindsay.
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes. Okay, we have an executive session for a contractual matter. There's actually a way to do this without canceling the meeting, starting another one and doing it, that BCTV has figured out and given me the directions. So essentially we need a motion to go into executive session for the contractual matter. And then anybody who wants to be here after the executive session, you know, after we come out of executive session, I'll just put you in the waiting room and then I'll let you back in. If you don't want to stay, you don't have to. So we just need a yes, Bill.
So Lori and the principals can go and enjoy their evening.
Thank you, Lori and the principals.
I'll make the motion to go into executive session for a contractual matter.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor, please say aye. Ken,
Aye.
Howie,
Aye.
Dana,
Aye.
Emily,
Aye.
Leanne,
Aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
We're out of executive session and we didn't take any action. So we just have one more motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Don't all make it at once. Mike, you made it. Ken, you seconded it.
So be it.
All right. All in favor, please say aye. Ken.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Howie.
Aye.
Dana.
Aye. Be safe.
Emily.
Aye.
Leanne.
Aye.
Lindsay.
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, everyone. BCTV and Aaron, board members. Stay safe, everybody.
Thank you.
You too.
Good night.
Bye now.
Night.
Good.
Thank
Good night,
you.
everybody.
point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder how gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 369th edition of Energy Week with George Harvey, the not particularly amazing me, and the amazing Tom Fennell. In the
Yeah, this is 4:30, isn't it?
It's 4:30. That's correct.
And we're talking today about Thursday, April 23rd, which is a week ago.
That's correct.
Amazing how that works.
Well, the Energy Week is made up from entries from my blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. And if you want to read some of these articles, you can go to that and click on the date, which we will try to keep you updated on, or you can go to the file that's attached to the show when it's uploaded at BCTV and YouTube, or you can go to I guess the link to that is up on BCTV and YouTube. So look for the links there, and you'll be able to find basically the script for the show.
Well, some of them are well worth looking at, and every once in a while, there's a must see.
Yeah, there is. And I want to start off today by mentioning that today, which means we will not be talking about it today, we're going to be talking about things that lead to it. But today, there was a load of articles in the news that basically carry a single message, which is that the fossil fuels industry, the utilities that are heavily dependent on the fossil fuels industry, and the automotive industry are all in steep decline. There is a consensus among some of the analysts that the fossil fuels industry might never recover from that. And on top of everything else, and this is the big surprise, the people who are utilities with heavy investment in renewable energy and car companies like Tesla have actually seen increases in their profits in the first 3 months of this year.
Well, we'll be sort of touching base on that today on a couple of items.
Yeah, but we're going to be getting into it big time next week. So
it's very newsworthy.
Yeah, it is. Okay, our first item here starts with a picture of a battery project, and
it's at a wind farm.
At a wind farm, that's right. And this is from Green Tech Media. Did you have anything else to say leading into this?
Not really. We're just about to talk about the item, the article.
Well, let's do it.
Next, I'll give you a clue. Next Era Energy looks to spend $1 billion on energy storage in 2021.
That's $1 billion by one company in 1 year. Renewable developer Next Era reported its financial results in the first quarter, saying its renewable development unit had been unaffected by the COVID-19 pandemic. It has plans for massive investments in the near future, including spending $1 billion on battery projects.
Well, from the article, it says no company has ever spent $1 billion on battery projects in a single year. But batteries are now more economic than gas-fired peakers, and they have been for a while.
Yes, they have been. It's like, I don't know, it reminds me of all those, movies like The Revenge. This is the revenge of the batteries. Or the revenge of the renewables or something.
So batteries are not a bad idea at all. I mean, distributed batteries is going to change the nature of the grid.
Yeah, it is indeed. It's going to change. The batteries and renewable energy are going to change everything. But people who talk about energy very often don't realize, they say we need baseload power. They don't realize that baseload power needs to be backed up. And
I forget that.
Yeah, and the backup is going to be load following plants, which are generally speaking powered by gas, and gas peaker plants. And the cost of energy from these gas peaker plants is just outrageous.
It's enormous, yeah.
It's like 25 cents, 27 cents per kilowatt hour.
That's cheap. They're 2 or 3 times that sometimes.
Yeah, and then what happens is you come in with these batteries, and they're providing power for like 2 cents per kilowatt hour. This is a game that the tables have been turned.
And as we've spoken, there's progress made in batteries.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Batteries are hot.
Batteries are hot. That's right. Yep.
Let's move along here. We got a wonderful picture of a pump jack.
Isn't this great that we can talk about wonderful pictures of pump jacks? That is what's called also.
Pump jack is probably the biggest thing that we put on our pictures. Probably more pump jacks than anything else.
Either that or wind turbines, but pump jacks, yeah. They're also called nodding donkeys.
Yeah, something like that.
We have an item here from Inside Climate News.
That we do. Super polluting methane emissions are twice federal estimates in the Permian Basin. And I'll just mention quickly what the Permian Basin is. It's West Texas, East New Mexico.
Okay.
It's just a geographic part of the U.S.
Right. Methane emissions from the Permian Basin, one of the largest oil-producing regions in the world, are more than 2 times higher than federal estimates, according to a study recently published in the journal Science Advances.
Well, there's a little takeaway here. A byproduct of fracking for oil, methane is often emitted into the atmosphere instead of being captured for use as fuel, which is kind of foolish, really. It is approximately 84 times more potent as a greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide.
Yeah, I should mention, by the way, that you hear a bunch of different figures on how much more powerful it is.
Oh, yeah, and how long it lasts and all of that, but it's still worse.
Yeah, I've seen figures as low as 20 times, and I've seen figures as high as 100 times, and it's basically dependent on how long you're going to let the thing go before you actually do a measurement of it.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Well, in any case, the gas vented for the Permian makes nearly the same contribution to global warming as carbon dioxide emissions from all U.S. residences.
That's the salient point. That's
Bingo.
the point.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, let's move on to the next one here.
Okay, this comes from the Hill.
It does that, yes.
We have a picture here of a young man changing the price at a gas station.
Which is happening frequently these days.
It is.
So how the coronavirus has impacted the oil industry, which we were ready to mention, and the future of the climate crisis.
I want to mention here that Tom and I are talking on this show, each of us from his own digs at home, and that's because of the coronavirus. We're not going out much. Okay, and this says on Monday, which was, I don't even know what Monday was. What was the date? It was the 20th of April.
Yep.
On Monday, oil prices fell as low as minus $40 and eventually settled at minus $37.63 per barrel. Scared investors and negative oil prices leave the future of the industry on shaky ground. They may poise renewable energy options for a greener future. This again points to that what I was talking about before, that the oil industry is getting into trouble.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think we one of the things that I've noticed here is that nobody seems to be celebrating this. I mean, the companies that are dependent on oil, which are in some cases getting it practically for free, or for even
hate to take it.
Yeah, they are not celebrating, and the reason is because it just shows you how completely out of whack everything is.
Well, right now there's so much oil, and we'll touch base on this. They don't know where to put it.
They don't know where to put it, and we don't have a reason to burn it right now either.
So we don't.
We've got a surplus.
The demand has dropped precipitously.
I think it's off by about a third. I don't have a figure at hand.
I think that's a pretty good guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, however, some experts believe that rock bottom prices and a massive halting in renewable energy installations will slow the much needed transition to green energy.
Well, other experts.
Unanticipated side effect.
Yeah. Other experts are saying exactly the opposite. We really don't know where this is going to go. And, Tom and I, for anybody who's listening, Tom and I have talked about what we expect for the future and a lot of things for a long time. And I don't know about you, Tom, but I don't have a really good handle on this yet.
I don't think anybody does.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all in unexplored territory here.
We are definitely that in unexplored territory. Should we move on?
Yeah, this is a good one right now.
Okay.
84 gigawatts. Remember, gigawatts is megawatts. U.S. renewables plus storage pipeline has developers anxious for market integration rules.
Yeah, this is from Utility Dive, and by the way, we have advanced to Friday, April 24th. Counting projects of 1 megawatt or more, 4.6 gigawatts of operating U.S. renewable projects are co-located with batteries.
That's a good move.
Huh?
That's a good move.
Is the immediate development pipeline has 14.7 gigawatts more, so it's about 3.5 times as big as what's already there. And
absolutely,
that is another 69 gigawatts. And developers really want to know what the rules are for this.
It's a little bit confusing because batteries are both a source and a load.
Yes, that's right.
And there's confusion there.
Yeah.
There's different rules applying to sources and loads.
Right. And if you look at, for example, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's material that they put out every month.
They're confusing too.
It's confusing there because they talk about how much electricity is generated from batteries, and it always comes up negative. And the reason is because they store energy, and then they lose a little bit in lost efficiency, and then they deliver it back to the grid. So the figure that's there is explicable in terms of how they got it, but it really doesn't give you a very good idea of what the benefits and costs of this are.
Well, let me give you a quick sentence here that I got from the source here. Renewable hybrids' ability to provide low-cost dispatchable energy make them extremely desirable.
Yeah.
Developers face obstacles relating to the rules for participation in wholesale markets. This is what I just said. Batteries are load when being charged and generation when it is discharging.
Yes, that's right. And interestingly enough, there are times when the cost of electricity becomes negative, and that's been going on for years. And when that happens, the person who has the battery can actually, if he's tapping in at the wholesale level, can actually make money charging the battery.
That's interesting. Well, let's move on to the next one here.
Okay.
JBIC, which you will tell us shortly what it stands for.
Yeah.
It becomes the third Japanese bank in a month to signal a move away from coal.
Yeah. You know what? I don't think we mentioned that previous picture was a wind turbine.
I don't think we did, and there's solar panels there too.
Yeah, and poor Brian, who has to sort these pictures out with the text, is gonna have to rewind to get it in. Okay, we have a picture now of polluting power plant. Yeah, it looks like it's probably a coal burning power plant.
Oh, definitely.
And you read the title from this already, JBIC?
I did.
The governor of the Japan Bank for International Cooperation.
That's JBIC.
That's it. Said the bank will no longer accept loan applications for new coal power projects.
Oh, that's prudent.
The statement comes as more Asian firms ditch coal with a capital flight from fossil fuels accelerating. This is from Echo Business.
Oh, look at that and say, hey, look, we're not going to make any money. We're going to stop lending to these guys.
Every time they lend money,
they lose. They go bankrupt.
They're assuming a liability if that company goes bankrupt. And it's more and more like coal is not a good way to do things. And if you put money into a coal burning plant that is being built today, I don't think you're necessarily going to make that money back ever.
I think you're right.
You know, we saw, I don't even remember how many years ago it was, but several years ago, we saw a coal burning power plant, I think in Belgium, closed down when it was only 18 months old because it couldn't make money.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah. So that is, it's a bad bet for the banks, and they've got, you know, social reasons, moral reasons.
There's a quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
Government-run JBIC is the third Japanese financial institution to shift away from coal.
Yeah.
So this is a trend.
This is definitely a trend.
Major Japanese lenders have been the biggest coal financiers traditionally, globally.
Yes.
In the last 5 years since the Paris Accord was signed, they have poured $282 billion into fossil fuels.
Well,
that's changing, guys.
It's changing, and you know, I think they may be losing money on some of that too.
I think you're right.
Yeah. Okay, should we go on?
Yeah, we got a really nice picture here.
Yes, a picture of wind turbines.
But it's a nice sunset or sunrise picture.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, Ofgem backs Shetland subsea power cable prices. Ofgem backs Shetland subsea power cable plans, and Ofgem is the UK's independent service system operator.
Yeah, and the Shetland Islands are pretty far north of Scotland.
Yes, they're to the north of Scotland, offshore.
Way offshore. Energy regulator Ofgem, I don't know how they pronounce that. You said Ofgem, you might be right. Approved plans for a subsea power cable which would take energy from Shetland to the Scottish mainland.
That's 160 miles.
160 miles. The Scottish and Southern Electricity Networks plan for a 600 megawatt transmission link to export renewable electricity from Shetland to the rest of Britain. I noted on this thing when I put it on the website that it was 160 miles. I don't think that was actually in the.
No, I got that from your note.
Yeah, I know.
It's for GHH, and I got it from you.
I think that's me.
Well, what's happening here is a new wind farm project on Shetland is going to be operational by 2024, and it's going to generate far more electricity than Shetland can use.
Yeah.
So they're going to bring it back to the mainland. And now this is a very important thing to listen to and memorize. Kirgord in Shetland to North Head on the Scottish mainland near Wick in Caithness. There will be tests on that.
I will definitely memorize that, Tom.
But you know, it's a sign of the times. They've got the land, so they decided to put up a wind farm.
Yep.
And they got more power they can use. So hey, guess what, guys? Let's sell the power.
Yes, that's right. And all they have to do is put in 160 miles of submarine cable.
Which used to be significant. Now it's a drop in the bucket. They're putting submarine cables in all over the place.
All over. I mean, we're talking about submarine cables going from Iceland to Scotland and from the Northern Territories of Australia to Singapore.
Yeah.
They're getting serious about this. This is a thing that's going to go for thousands of miles in some.
There's a whole bunch of them going on off of the coast of Denmark.
Yes, a huge amount of that stuff. Although it's not generally as long as the others.
Oh, it's a kind of a network.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Okay, should we move on, Tom?
Yeah, we got a nice picture of U.S. aquifers coming up. An interesting picture. Take a look at it. Take a little while to look at it.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that struck me about, I should mention, we're at Saturday, April 25th. One of the things that struck me about this was my eyes just go to the part of this map that centers in Michigan, in the lower peninsula of Michigan.
Okay.
And the reason is because there's a kind of a circular area, which is...
I saw that. It looks like a hurricane.
Surrounded by an aquifer, which is surrounded by another circular area that is surrounded by a second aquifer, which is surrounded by another circular area, which goes through the lakes there. And this is surrounded by another aquifer that goes through, it looks like it might go through Canada, but it certainly goes through northern Michigan, Wisconsin. And, you know, I thought, that's weird. And then I noticed there are actually other places in this map where you have an aquifer surrounded by another aquifer.
Surrounded by another one. Yes, we do.
And, you know,
There's several.
There's several of them, yeah. Anyway, this particular item comes from Clean Technica.
It does that. And it says, and I quote, U.S. Supreme Court decides Clean Water Act applies to groundwater. This is significant.
It is very significant. And it's coming from a Supreme Court that people have expected to rule in favor of industry and polluters. And they didn't do it in this case.
In this case.
This week, the Supreme Court made a ruling on a case that involved the activities of a wastewater treatment plant on the Hawaiian island of Maui. Wastewater was being pumped underground, but it was subsequently getting into the ocean, and the ruling says that that is not permissible.
Well, these guys are just trying to get rid of their waste.
Yeah.
And of course, they're saying, it just goes into the ground. And the Corps of Engineers are saying, no, guys, it affects anything, whether you can see it or not.
Yeah, and the original point of the Clean Water Act was to prevent people from dumping water directly into streams and rivers and the ocean.
And now they're saying you can't do it indirectly.
Yeah, you can't do it indirectly. You can measure the pollution in the ocean where this water is seeping through the land. Therefore, you can't pump it into the land.
That makes sense.
It does. You know, a lot of people who are watching this might be young enough that they have no idea what things were like before the Clean Water Act was passed. And my recollection
you couldn't even look at the Connecticut River.
Yeah, the Ashwillet River had soap suds on it because the laundromats were just dumping their wastewater into the river, and it was soapy. And there were, what was it, in Pittsburgh, they had fires, and also Saginaw Bay. They would have the water.
The river going on fire.
The river or the lake would catch on fire because of all the pollution that was floating on the top of it.
But you certainly couldn't swim in the Connecticut River.
No, you couldn't. And Lake Erie, they said, was dead and would take 2,000 years to recover. And I recall that fairly quickly, you know, like 5 years, they discovered that was wrong. It actually recovered very quickly. And the Hudson River was supposedly...
That was terrible, too.
It was supposedly dead. And after the Clean Water Act, fishermen started fishing in the river again, and they put out nets, and the nets were being broken, and they didn't know how. And then they found out it was sturgeon.
I was just going to say, it was probably sturgeon. They're pretty big.
They're pretty big, but they thought the sturgeon were extinct in the Hudson Valley.
Yeah, that's correct.
They had just gone farther upstream. So anyway, you want to go on?
Yeah, we got a nice picture of an airplane.
Airplane from By Aerospace and an article from Clean Technica.
Now, we've talked about this several times, and I never thought I'd ever see an electric airplane.
Well, what do you got for a title?
Electric air taxi service set to launch in California by 2021.
Quantum Air announced plans to launch what is called the world's first an air taxi service using a fleet of 26 all-electric flying taxis to shuttle passengers between major points in the greater Los Angeles area. Quantum says that its air taxi flights will be surprisingly affordable.
Well, this isn't for everywhere. This has to be a place where they've got a lot of concentration of traffic, like California,
right?
Like Chicago, like New York. Ain't going to happen in Vermont.
Not very soon, I would I would say. When we get our Brattleboro Airport.
Well, there's one in Keene.
Yeah, there is one in Keene. I think there was one in Brattleboro not all that long ago. I might be wrong about that.
I don't remember one, but there could have been. Where's the next one? Up by Springfield, isn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah, there's a little one up there.
Yeah.
Well, there's a quick takeaway here.
Okay.
These air taxi trips will replace hours-long car rides on LA's notoriously bad traffic. With, and they quote this blissfully short flights that last just a few minutes.
Yes.
So they got a market here.
They definitely have a market. There's no question about that.
So Quantum will be utilizing conventional fixed-wing aircraft powered by lightweight, high-torque electric motors, which take off and land on conventional runways.
You know, last week we were talking about electric motors that were 15 inches across and 4 inches thick. And, and were like 1,500 horsepower.
This isn't even anything like that, but yes.
And
it's going to open up more like this.
An electric motor of that size could power an airplane that would be significantly larger than this one.
That's what's going to happen, I think.
I think, yeah, and that comes about because of a change in technology. We've got super magnets now. So
yeah, that's what's going on, really.
It's a technological change. It's changes that are happening in areas of technology that I never imagined would change. And
who gave a darn about electric motors, you know?
Huh?
Who gave a darn about electric motors? They were the same in 1970 as they were in 1870.
Yeah, and you know, I think about DC motors that I worked with that were pretty obsolete. Working with them, that were like, you wouldn't want to hold one of these things in your lap because they were heavy, but they were only half horse. And I think a motor of the same weight would be this 1,500 or 1,300 horsepower motor. It's a different world we're in.
Well, a friend of mine had a Volkswagen Squareback, and he put an electric motor in. it was an easy job, but he put in a 5 horsepower DC electric motor, which was half the size of a garbage can.
Yeah. And today, you could mount a motor in there that would make it a rather funny looking dragster.
I was just going to say 0 to 60 in 3 seconds.
Yeah, I bet you could do better than that with a VW Bug in one of these motors.
I bet you could.
Okay, should we
move along here? We got a picture of some tomatoes.
Yes. Why do we have a picture of tomatoes? This is also from Clean Technica.
We must fix our food system to withstand disasters. Well, that's absolutely correct.
I guess that's true. Just as this pandemic has shown light on the fragility of our medical system, it's also shown that the U.S. food system is broken. Our food supply comes largely from mega corporations across the globe. Disruptions are widely felt and impossible to plan in advance. You know, you go down to the co-op in the middle of the winter. Unlike many stores, they tell you where this stuff comes from. So
yeah, they do.
If you buy tomatoes, you can learn that they have come
from
Florida or by air, but they will have come by air from Chile.
Yeah.
You know?
Sure. They're not going to come from Vermont in the wintertime, that's for sure.
Well, unless they come from a hothouse.
Well, there is technology where they're building vertical farms.
Yeah, I guess there is.
And that's going to help a lot. Not around here, but in the big cities.
Well, I think it'll help around here, to tell you the truth. And one of the things that's really interesting about those vertical farms is that they are put into buildings that would really not have much other use.
That's correct.
You can put them into old warehouses and things like that.
That's what's going on.
Yeah.
But we got a quick takeaway here. The concentration and consolidation of food production is unsustainable.
Yes.
Workers are exploited along the chain, from small farmers to field and factory workers to food service workers.
Yes.
And that's true.
Yes.
Consumers are confronted by costs of housing and health care competing with food and the cost of managing the food they bring home. We need a new model, a more sustainable system with better stewardship of our food resources. That's a very true statement.
I think it is, yes. And one of the problems that we've got here is this mega corporations thing.
Well, that's the way American industry has developed.
You know what it reminds me of? A friend of mine many years ago was talking about schools in the United States, and he said the American school system was designed at a time when the country was enamored of the factory system. And that's why we treat children as though they were components to be turned out in a factory. And
that's an interesting observation,
isn't it? And I think this thing of mega corporations, the mega corporations have got an approach to business that is, all corporations in this country have to follow business plans that are stated in the corporate papers. And their business plans say, we are interested in making money.
That's it, period.
And they may say how they're going to make money, but they don't say what damage they're going to do collaterally in the process.
Isn't there a new form of corporation that's coming up that's socially responsible?
We have B Corps in
That's what I'm talking about. Yep.
and other places in the nation. I think Vermont was the first state to have a B Corp, which is a benefit corporation. And the people who own the company are allowed to make money, but they have to file papers that say what benefit they're doing, what effects they're having, and things like that on the people who are involved. And that includes the customers, but it also includes the employees and their neighbors. So that's
good trend.
Yep. So should we move on now?
Yeah, we got a nice picture of a tanker here.
Yeah, actually another tanker in the background. We're up to Sunday, April 26th, and we have an item from ABC News, which is the Australian broadcast company, I believe.
I think it is. Yes, not American broadcast.
Oh, this is not America. This is Australia.
Well, it starts off giving you a clue. Australian government's $94 million crude oil purchase offers a simple economics lesson.
And by the way, I should mention that this $94 million is 94 million Australian dollars. And an Australian dollar, as I recall, is about 75 cents US.
Yeah, they're smaller. They're less than ours, right?
Yeah. So this would be probably $70 million.
Something like that. It's still significant.
It's still significant, yes.
Interesting picture there of the tanker. You notice something about it?
I noticed there's something funny about the bow.
Well, the tanker's empty.
Well, yeah, I noticed that too. You can tell that pretty easily by
the orange.
The orange, which is the part of it that was painted to be underwater for a long, long time. Also, you see there that part of the rudder is out of the water.
Well, the picture that I've got on my screen, I can't see that, but that's.
Oh, okay.
I just modified the picture so I could get it in my notes.
Okay.
So in any case, it says the Australian government's $94 million crude oil purchase offers, I said this already.
You did.
Simple economics lesson.
Last week, Australia took advantage of record low oil prices to buy crude oil it needed to maintain a fuel stockpile. This illustrates the difference between energy that must be stocked, such as oil, and energy that just flows naturally, such as renewables.
It's interesting. We'll talk to you about that again further on.
Yeah.
They bought this oil from the United States.
Yeah, but they don't have any.
Oil will have to be physically stored somewhere, and Australia doesn't have the capacity to store it.
Yeah.
It's going to have to stay in the United States with the storage space being leased.
Yes.
It sounds kind of crazy. The drop-off in demand has been so significant, the global oil industry is struggling to cope with its growing stockpile of unwanted oil and its limited storage capacity. That's why prices have plummeted.
I was about to say that's why they went negative.
Exactly. We've talked about it before. We're going to talk about it again.
There are.
It's newsworthy.
Okay.
We got an interesting one here. We got a picture coming up, and I'd advise you got a chance to take a look at that picture. Examine it because it's interesting. But they're turning PET into electrodes. That PET is a certain kind of plastic.
Yeah, and this picture, by the way, is it's almost circular. It doesn't go all the way around, but it starts in the upper left-hand corner and it goes clockwise to the lower left-hand corner.
In a circle.
It's a process that's being illustrated here.
Bing, 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 bing.
That's right. So, what do you? This is from Clean Technica. What do you have for a title?
New research turns old soda bottles into battery electrodes in a microwave.
This is crazy. Researchers at Purdue University have devised a way to use microwaves to convert plastic waste into battery electrode material. The process applies to PET, PET, which is polyethylene terephthalate, the most commonly used plastic for single-use water and soda bottles.
Well, this is the same plastic that they use to make, they call Mylar.
Okay,
It's just in a different form, but it's the same plastic.
I didn't know that. This, you know, one of the things, Tom, that I thought about when I read this article is, you know, they're talking about a way to use plastic refuse, and
oh yeah, absolutely.
But the amount of plastic they're going to use here is not going to make any dent in the amount of waste we've got.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
it's a step in the right direction, but it doesn't solve the problem.
It doesn't even come close to solving the problem of plastic, but it does do one thing which is kind of nice, and that is it gives them a source material that doesn't have to be mined, and it doesn't have to be, you know, it's actually kind of free for the taking, literally.
They'll almost pay you to take it away.
They would pay you to take it away.
Well, the researchers used ultra-fast microwave irradiation to convert these PET flakes into disodium terephthalate in around 2 minutes using typical household microwave setup. This is not rocket science.
No, this is not. And I was confused and I couldn't figure it out reading the article. They talked about it being super fast, and they also talked about it happening in a typical microwave setup. And I'm not sure what that combination tells us. Is the typical microwave setup that you have in your kitchen super fast according to their definition, or are they using a setup that looks like that but has a difference that the microwave is faster? I don't know.
I think it would have to look like that, but it would be set up differently.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they gotta feed that stuff into this microwave oven, and
Yes.
you figure they do it, you know, through pipes and stuff like that, rather than through an open door.
I don't know.
I don't know either. You can't really tell from the picture.
No, you can't tell from the picture, and obviously, I would think that if they're going to do this, if they're going to convert this into an industrial scale operation, they'd probably have to do it the way you just described, by feeding it in through.
Yeah, it would have to be automated.
It would have to be automated.
It's interesting though, because people are thinking outside of the box to do stuff like this.
Yes, they are, and there may be other uses for the kind of process that they're going for here. You know, there's so much going on with carbon. We have graphenes and you know, different. We've discovered different new forms of carbon.
Oh yeah.
In the last few years, that really kind of boggle the mind. They have buckyballs and all kinds of stuff.
It's so different from what we think of as carbon.
That's right. Graphene is one of the best conductors of heat and electricity we know.
And we've only known about graphene for what, 10 years?
Something like that. I was surprised when I first heard about graphene. I wanted to learn about it. And I was surprised to learn at that time that one of the best conductors of heat in the world is diamonds.
That's interesting.
Isn't it? Diamonds conduct heat better than copper. They conduct heat better than silver. This is really kind of amazing. But, you know, what they're doing with this, it's hard to guess where this thing of basically creating carbon in a microwave from plastic. It's hard to imagine where that's going to go.
I think they're opening up new doors.
I think they are. Okay, our next item is from Utility Dive, and it has a picture of lightning.
It is that. Very interesting picture of lightning.
Yeah.
As extreme weather spurs billions in utility resilience spending, regulators struggle to value investments.
Struggle to value investments. The National Renewable Energy Laboratory tried to evaluate approaches to resilience to guide utility investing. It found there were too many factors to quantify easily, and this moves regulators back to human judgment. And this is a problem because regulators don't like it when you tell them they have to think.
Well, this is a long, meaty article, and I'll mention quickly just to clarify, because I needed clarification.
Yeah.
Resilience is mentioned more and more in utilities' grid modernization proposals, but it often gets conflated with reliability.
Yes.
And they explain the difference. Resilience means the ability to prepare for and adapt to changing conditions and withstand and recover from disruptions. So this is what researchers are working on, a value of resilience metric.
Right.
Reliability is maintaining the delivery of electric power where there is uncertainty in operating conditions. So this is how well the utilities are keeping the lights on.
Yes. And I want to mention here, when you're talking about resilience, you're talking about an ability to continue, with your life, even when something very unexpected happens.
Well, reliability is about preventing disruptions that are more common, local, and smaller, and resilience addresses high-impact events that can be geographically and temporally widespread. That's from the article.
Worldwide, for example, this coronavirus thing is a worldwide problem.
It certainly is.
Yeah.
So the article says that resilience investments are urgently needed.
Yes, but it doesn't tell you anything about what they are, except that you have to think.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's telling you. You have to think about it.
Okay, should we move on?
Yeah, let's move along here. We got a picture of a Starlink launch.
Yeah, this is also from Clean Technica. What do you have for a title?
Starlink, private beta testing to begin in 3 months. Public beta testing to follow.
Public beta testing is an interesting idea when you're talking about rocket ships. SpaceX was launched, has launched.
That's Musk.
Huh?
That's Elon Musk.
It is. It has launched 422 low Earth orbit Starlink satellites, with more coming in May and June. Private beta testing of the Starlink network will start within the next 3 months, and Elon Musk says SpaceX has permission to launch 12,000 satellites. Now,
well, we've only totally launched since the beginning, about 7,000.
Yeah, I was going to say this is more satellites than have ever been launched in the past.
Absolutely. But these are small satellites, and they're only going about 300 miles up.
Oh, only 300 miles up.
Well, regular satellites go 20,000 miles.
I know, and these things are not just going to an area that's fairly low. They are pretty small.
Yes, they are.
They really are small. I don't remember how many of them there are. Maybe you have it in your notes, but it seems to me that the 422 were launched in 6 launches or something like that.
I don't have that in my notes, but it was something like that.
That was a very small amount. Now, here's the question: why is this being mentioned in Energy Week? Well, it's because these things are bringing internet access through the sky, which means that if you happen to have a solar panel and a little bitty computer and that has a way of reading the material, you can get internet access when you don't have grid power.
Anywhere.
There are hundreds of millions of people who could be customers of this project who don't have any electricity right now.
Absolutely.
And it'll give Elon Musk a very good reason to supply them with a solar panel, a battery. I mean, that's what he sells.
Yeah.
And a little bitty computer. And you don't need much of a computer. I mean, the one I use to power this thing, I've actually had it on the show once or twice, but it's bigger than a credit card.
Yeah.
Okay, we should go on.
Let's call progress.
We have an item here also we're getting a lot from Clean Technica this week. Have an item from Clean Technica and another picture of tankers.
Amazing. Well, the one we're looking at there is full.
Yes. Actually, all of those are full.
Well, yeah, but there's one that stands out. The other ones, well, there's a lot of tankers in that picture.
There's a lot of tankers in that picture.
I looked at the video that it came from. There's many tankers out there. Well, the article says there's 35 or more tankers.
Yeah.
Well, oil tankers lurk off the coast of California.
Yeah. The U.S. Coast Guard is monitoring the, quote, increased presence, end quote, of oil tankers that are hanging out in the seas near the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. With a collapse in demand for crude oil, these tankers are being used pretty much as floating storage units for barrels of oil. And I want to point out, it costs money to store oil in a place like Cushing, Oklahoma, in a tank that's designed to just be a stationary or oil storage. These things are designed to transport oil, and it is costing somebody a lot of money to have them.
They're just sitting there.
Yeah. So.
Well, the more than 35 tankers carry more than 25 million barrels, which is enough oil to meet the needs of 25% of the Earth's consumption.
Amazing. We should probably move on, Tom, unless you've got more on this.
No, I think we should. We got a picture of a small hydro plant in New York. Looks like Townsend Dam.
You know what it reminds me of is that dam in Hinsdale.
Yeah.
You know the dam in Hinsdale?
Yeah.
That dam.
Yeah, it does, right in the Connecticut River.
No, I'm not talking about the one in the Connecticut River. I'm talking about one that's in the Ashwillet River.
Okay. Yeah. I know that one. It does.
Right. If you drive into the middle of Hinsdale and you kind of turn right at the post office, there's a dam there on the left.
There it is.
Looks a bit like this, and it's actually used as a power dam. Did you read the title? I don't think you did.
I didn't. U.S. renewables provide more electricity than coal in January and February. Seems like we've touched base on this elsewhere.
Yeah.
Like Germany.
This is from Renewables Now. And, I want to point out, a lot of coal is burned in January and February because it's cold.
Yeah.
And those coal plants are just going to keep going during those months. If they haven't made more electricity than renewables in the middle of the winter, I don't think there's much chance they're going to do it in the spring.
I think you're right.
Renewable energy sources produce 10.6% of electricity, 10.6% more electricity than coal during the first 2 months of 2020, and topped nuclear power in February, according to a Sunday Campaign analysis of recently released data from the U.S. Energy Information Administration.
Well, this Sunday Campaign is a company. It's a nonprofit research and educational organization supporting the aggressive development of renewable energy. And I got renewable energy and energy.
Yes, well, I think I think that may have been in the article.
I think it was.
Yeah.
I think it was. But that's the Sunday Campaign. It's Sunday.
Yeah, 2 words.
2 words.
Okay.
It's interesting.
We should move on. We've got about 12 minutes and 6 articles to do.
And we got, 6 articles Tuesday. We're starting out on, coming up on Tuesday.
April 28th, we have another article from Clean Technica. We could just.
We got a picture of a North Dakota wetland.
Yes, that's right. And by the way, this particular picture and some of the other pictures we use for Energy Week came from Wikimedia Commons. If don't come from Wikimedia Commons, they're almost always pictures that just were with the article when it was published.
Okay.
So this is
the EPA's dirty water. A new rule discards science and ignores the importance of wetlands and tributaries. Didn't we just mention this?
Yeah, we did. In the latest act of abdication, the EPA published its Navigable Waters Protection Rule in the Federal Register on April 21st. The EPA's own Science Advisory Board said its formulation did not incorporate the, quote, best available science, end quote, which tells you something. The administration is just ignoring the facts. They don't want to know the facts, I don't think.
Well, it's propaganda, really.
Yes.
They're just trying to protect the oil industry.
It's hard for me, if the Supreme Court is going to tell a waste treatment plant on Maui that it's not allowed to pump water underground, I can't imagine that it's going to let this rule stay.
I think you're right. Well, let's get a takeaway from here.
Yeah.
Water flows on many more surface and subsurface paths than just rivers and other obvious waterways.
Yes.
These pathways, in turn, connect wetlands and tributaries with large lakes and rivers. Trump is saying that if you can't see the connection between the bodies of water, it does not exist.
Which is exactly what the Supreme Court just ruled against.
On that basis, the administration has removed environmental protections from half of the nation's wetlands and a fifth of the streams and tributary headwaters. That makes them available for unregulated pollution. It isn't going to stay.
Yeah.
I think the Supreme Court's going to get in there and say you can't do that.
I suspect they will, yes. Okay, we've got an item here from NJ Spotlight and a picture of a solar farm.
Pretty big solar farm.
Yeah, it might be in New Jersey. It looks like it could be.
It very well could be. Probably is.
Yeah.
Well, the NJ, which is New Jersey, goes to court to fight federal order on renewable energy sources. This is interesting.
New Jersey appealed a federal order that would raise the cost of energy from renewables, saying the measure exceeds federal authority and would slow down the switch to clean energy. Advocacy groups in Delaware, Maryland, and the District of Columbia joined in the action. We've actually talked about this ruling before on a number of occasions.
Doesn't make sense.
Well, basically what they're saying is if the state is going to subsidize or incentivize renewable energy in any way, the federal government is going to make a ruling that as a source of energy has to bid on the market at a rate which is comparable to what would the same energy would cost from coal or natural gas.
We can't count on the subsidies.
Yeah.
And just saying we got to throw those subsidies. As far as we're concerned, we're throwing those subsidies out. They don't count.
That's what they want to do. Now, what happens if you have a solar farm and you bid 4 cents per kilowatt hour because you know the natural gas plant is going to bid 4 cents per kilowatt hour, what happens to the extra money? Does that mean the wind farm can make a ton of money? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Okay. Do you have more on that? We have to keep.
Well, first plant is just another form of subsidy to the fossil fuels.
Right, and one of the FERC commissioners said this is exceeding the authority of our commission. So I mean, these people are acting for political reasons and not because they want.
Absolutely.
Okay, you want to move on, Tom?
Yeah, I think we should.
Environmental.
Picture of a nuclear plant in Connecticut.
Yes, Millstone, and this is the Environmental Working Group.
As pandemic rages, federal nuclear regulators put keeping reactors running ahead of public health and safety.
How is the NRC responding to a coronavirus pandemic? Question. Well, the answer is by letting nuclear plants cut back workforces for social distancing, creating 84-hour work weeks, and by having NRC inspectors work from home.
Doesn't make sense.
Have you ever worked an 84-hour work week?
I don't think I ever did, but they're allowing these to happen back to back.
Yeah, and I have worked 84-hour work weeks, and I can tell you.
That's 12 hours a day.
It's not very efficient or observant after 84 hours of work.
Well, that's exactly what they're saying. They're talking about 3 Mile Island.
Yeah.
Attributed to mechanical failure worsened by operator fatigue.
Yeah. Okay, we have to go on, Tom.
I think we do. We got a picture of Michael Moore here.
Yep, we're at Wednesday, April 29th.
It's kind of a controversial article here.
Well, what do you have for a title?
Michael Moore's latest film is riddled with errors and millions are watching.
Yeah. Planet of the Humans, produced by Michael Moore and Jeff Gibbs, is ostensibly about climate change, but Gibbs spends most of the so-called documentary railing against the problems of renewable energy and spinning out conspiracy theories. Now, Tom, I want to tell you, I have watched this movie twice. The first time I just watched it, and I was prepared to believe that it would be okay. The second time I took notes, and I found a major error or major problem with every single scene that had substance in it.
Interesting.
They just to give you an example, they showed a thing about the unveiling of the Chevy Volt. They just said it was the unveiling of the Volt. They didn't say a lot more about it than that, aside from the stuff that they wanted to say. They didn't say when it happened, for example, which was 2008. After that, they went to a place where there was a certain amount of renewable energy being produced from a solar farm that was nearby.
Read that. Yep. This was 2008 now.
Yeah, and one of the things that they mentioned is that the solar panels at the solar farm are flexible.
Okay.
They also cost very little money compared to the amount that it would cost to get the good ones, which the guy who was talking about it said, and I have to say this was facetiously, about $1 million per square inch. It was a fairly large solar farm which powered 10 houses and operated at 8% efficiency, which is 40% of what you would expect to get out of good panels. And the panels were expected to last for 10 years before they'd have to be replaced. They didn't tell you in the film that this is old technology, that you don't buy this stuff on the market when you have solar panels installed at your house, and it really is not just obsolete but irrelevant.
Well, this guy had an axe to grind.
Yeah.
It wasn't Michael Moore that wrote this. It was his buddy there, Gibbs. Michael Moore didn't even write this article. Jeff Gibbs did. But in any case, Gibbs seems to have had a axe to grind.
He had an axe to grind. Yeah.
This is worth watching, but worth watching with a critical eye.
I will repeat, every single substantive scene had a major problem. And the major problems ran the gamut of what you do when you want to put something down. And it includes character assassination. It included obsolete information. It included interviews that were several years old at least.
Yeah, like I say, the guy had an agenda.
He had an agenda. Okay, our next item, next to the last, is from
This is a nice picture.
Power Technology. I thought about you saying this is a nice picture the moment I saw it. It's Tulips and Turbines.
That's what it is.
What do you got for a title?
5 renewable startups getting funding despite coronavirus.
Despite slowdowns in renewable energy production caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, people are still investing in renewable energy projects, in particular startups. Power Technology took a look at 5 projects. This is possibly worth looking at.
Well, there's a list and a description of these projects in the article.
I don't think we have time to really go into them because
we don't. We got one more thing to go, and we're running out of time.
This last one, MacArthur Wind Farm is the picture, and it is taken from Renew Economy.
Well, that's in Australia. It's 420 megawatts, and it's the largest wind farm in the Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah. What do you have for a title?
Recipe for cheaper electricity? Try 90% renewables by 2040.
A report from energy market analysts Reputex finds that faster shift to a power market dominated by renewable energy and a more aggressive action on climate change, the greater the downward pressure on wholesale electricity prices in the future.
Well, that makes sense.
It does. Okay, we have come, I think, to the end of our hour. I think we may have a few seconds if you have a takeaway on that.
Well, they talked about this being inexplicable, and it's an ideological war to preserve the monopolies against renewable energy.
Yes.
And it's been a threat of runaway electricity prices, edging out Australia's coal plants too quickly. This is what it says: edging out Australia's coal plants too quickly and with too much cheap wind and power would drive up the price of electricity and make the whole system far less affordable. Nonsense.
Yeah.
Exact opposite is true.
It's the exact opposite. And that's the message that the people who own those plants and operate those plants want you to believe.
Exactly.
Okay.
But, they don't even mention the effect of electric cars, and they're coming.
Yeah, I guess they are. Well, Tesla had its sales go up in the first 3 months despite COVID-19. What does that tell you?
It tells you that electric cars are coming.
Yeah, it sure does. Okay, I guess we're at the end of
we're finished.
We're at the end of our show, so I'm going to invite everybody to come back next time.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Adios.
Have a nice week.
You too.
We'll call the meeting to order at 6:30. Present at this Zoom virtual meeting is Rich Melanson from BCTV, Will Bissonette, myself, Crystal Mansfield, Rob Wright, Carla Lumbra, Helen Holt, Irv Stoll, and Steve Frisk. So first we'll do approval of minutes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the EMD briefing minutes from April 10th.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from the EMD briefing from April 10th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the select board virtual meeting from our regular meeting, April 14th.
So moved. Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the select board regular virtual meeting of April 14th signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the EMD briefing minutes from April 17th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the EMD briefing minutes from April 17th signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. One more. I'll entertain a motion to approve the special select board virtual meeting from April 15th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the special select board meeting minutes from April 15th signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I do have a couple of additions. We got some correspondence. We got a letter from Pam and Brad Horn about a real estate transfer. And then we got a email about a tire replacement due to trap rock, which Steve is aware of. And then also under new business, I just want to make everyone aware that there's a VOSHA training that everyone has to go through who's a town employee. And there will be, Sherwood Lake will join us in a little while to go over the COVID-19 town policy that he put together. So moving on, we'll do the warrants. Who wants to read warrants?
I don't have it.
Okay, I have, I don't know what I have. I have a couple in front of me, hard copies.
Did you guys receive a
warrant number 3 though?
Did you guys get a?
I can read them if you want. It's not a big
Did
deal.
anybody receive an email packet with a whole bunch of things?
I did,
I got
Carla.
some
I
things.
just
I'm
didn't
going
get
through
the
how many
complete.
warrants I have here.
Okay, yeah,
I don't think I got the.
I sent the cover sheets out for the warrants at like 2 o'clock. And I think, Steve, you went into the office and went through them, right?
I did, and I signed off on them.
Yeah, and Irv, you did too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Gigi,
So
I'm on a
I'll-
meeting, Gigi.
So I'll just make the motions, I guess, since I have them in front of me.
Okay.
Great.
So,
Thank you.
all right, so I'll make a motion to pay check warrant number 1 out of payroll in the amount of, everybody, okay. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1 out of payroll in the amount of $10,045.60.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying the check warrant number 1 out of payroll in the amount of $10,045.60 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll taxes in the amount of $4,274.28.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 2 out of the payroll taxes signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $19,557.23.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $19,557.23 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the general fund in the amount of $867.61.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of, oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, the hand sanitizer is for all of the town buildings?
Yes. Yeah, it'll be for the town hall, the garage, the library, and the fire department.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 4 at the general fund in the amount of $867.61 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the highway fund.
I'm on a
in the
meeting,
amount-
honey.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the highway fund in the amount of $5,626.92.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 5 out of the highway department in the amount of $5,626.92 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,499.30.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none.
I have a question.
Yeah,
I have a
go
question.
ahead,
I'm
Crystal.
sorry, because I didn't get to see them. I'm just asking about this program, mobiles and portables. Are those phones for $375? What is that line item?
It's the radios, the new radios that Sherwood had
Right.
gotten.
For emergency preparedness?
It's
Do you
to
think?
it's to allow the fire department, the highway, and the town hall all to be on the same radios, so that they can all talk to each other in the event of emergency.
So are we anticipating this money will be reimbursed by the feds or the state or something at some point? It's not a huge line item, it's just a question.
I think some of it was, we got grants for some of it, but I'm not positive about that.
Okay.
It's my understanding that this has been a project that's been going on for a little while.
Yeah, but the radios in the past, they've been able to mutual aid. They've been able to talk to the highway department from the fire department.
The radios that we now have increased from 25 watts to 50 watts in an effort for me to be able to talk when I'm on Jordan Hill, to be able to talk to Billy, who's on Buck Hill, or Jeremy, who's on Hazel Hill, where, in the past where we could not communicate with each other. So if someone got stuck, they were stuck there until someone got into range that could pick them up with a distress call.
So my question is, has nothing to do with COVID. This has to do with just upgrading our radio systems that are currently in place.
That's correct.
Yeah, because I'm going to say the
Thank
radios
you.
the radios that were in the highway department, I could talk to Acton Hill, I could talk to Townsend Acres, and I could talk to West Townsend with the radios we did have.
Well, that wasn't the case a month ago or this past winter.
I don't know, maybe they haven't kept them up or whatever's going on.
I don't know. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 6 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,499.30 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, we can go now to reports. Steve, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'll start. This Saturday was supposed to be Green Up Day, which has been pushed out for at least a month. So my question is, we now have 3 couches laying on the side of our town highways, and I would like to know what the board would like me to do about that. If I pick them up and dispose of them at Wyndham Regional, that's going to cost us $60. Bob Spencer did not get back to us on whether Green Up Day was going to be free or not. At least maybe Irv, you heard. I haven't heard.
It's not free.
Okay, so it's no longer free. So if the board wants to approve spending $60 to dispose of 3 couches, I'll be more than happy to do that.
Can we put them in the lunchroom?
I would have to expand the lunchroom. And by the time I got done spraying them with bleach and water, there'd probably be nothing left to them.
Right. So somebody want to make a motion around this?
I make a motion, we get rid of them couches.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of allowing Steve to go pick up the couches and bring them to Wyndham Solid Waste signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Go get the couches.
It'll be taken care of. Next on my item, the weather, although it's been crazy above 1,000 feet, I want to ask the board about the park benches. Do we put the park benches out like we normally do, or in an effort of social distancing, do we not put the park benches out? I'd like the board's opinion on that.
That's a very good question. Yeah, I think you have a good thought, and then if we put them out there, it's going to encourage people to be on the commons and probably not follow social distancing.
That was my thought. That's why I brought up the question.
Yeah. What does everybody else think?
I think leave them right where they are.
I say, my opinion is,
Just
I'd hold up on them
where
for a
are we
while.
now?
Okay, so we could revisit this in the 1st of June or 1st of July. Let's see what happens.
That makes sense.
But
Yeah.
because we got 2 more meetings in May, so things may change.
Yep, I agree.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I guess we'll just leave them in the shed for now.
Okay. Do you want to cover the email on the tires?
Sure, we can do that.
So let me get my
Let
copy.
Let me get my copy.
So I received an email from a person who lives in Townsend, rents a house up here on Acton Hill. And do I need to read it? Did everybody get a copy?
No.
Oh, I received a copy. Thank you.
I can read it if you want.
The email says, "Hello, Steve. Today, I contacted the town hall and spoke to Anita, town clerk in parenthesis, about my issue with my tires leaking due to trap rocks getting stuck into 2 of my tires. She advised me to contact you. I had 1 tire repaired and the other replaced because I was told the one had a hole puncture in the sidewall of the tire, cannot be repaired, so I had to buy a used tire. I would like to be reimbursed for the damage of my 2 tires due to trap rock. The rear driver's side tire was reported by Riverside Auto Mechanic to have had a broken belt due to the trap rock embedded into the tire. So I think that tire should be replaced as well, which would be an additional $50. I don't feel safe driving my car with my tire in this condition. I have receipts which I have attached to this email." And she has a photo of a Pete's Tire Barn receipt and a picture of the puncture mark in the sidewall of her tire. So it doesn't say when this happened. It doesn't say where this happened. I can assure you we do not use trap rock on the roads. And I don't know if the town historically has ever reimbursed anybody for what they consider to be road hazard damage on our dirt roads. I'm certainly not in favor of doing that. I'm open to anybody's input.
No, I think
that was my big question.
I just
You don't use trap. You don't use trap rock. I mean, what the heck?
No, we do not.
What's the size of the stone that you are using?
So we use a 2-inch minus when we're filling in ruts during mud season. And then our gravel is 1.25 inches minus for the crushed gravel that comes out of the pit. And even the 2-inch minus is what comes out of the pit in the gravel making process.
I realize that, but 2 inches pretty damn coarse for a road. When you scrape it, it's going to be right out in the ditch like a lot of your places are.
Well, no,
you got gravel and leaves and everything mixed right into and plugging up some of the ditches.
You know that we put gravel down during mud season to fill in the ruts, and then we cover it with gravel.
But you still, when you scrape, you're going to roll them rocks out. But
Steve,
not only that, you're wasting your gravel because I can show you places where there's leaves and dirt and everything, gravel all mixed together, and that pit ain't going to last you long if you keep going the way you're going.
Well, I'm sure you know that the ditches
because you've got ledge right there where you're crushing right now. And I can show you at the end of the dam where the dam road comes in. Between you and the foreman before, they've raised that dirt road is a foot higher than the blacktop, and the blacktop was the same height when that washed out in the flood. But a lot of your trouble is why you have to keep putting gravel down is you don't cut the bottom of your, get down below the bottom of your potholes, and they keep coming back.
Crystal, you had a question?
Can I just ask you?
I thought we were talking about
have
tires.
a question. Thank you. Yeah. I'd like to ask Steve, the highway foreman currently, if he thinks that this is a legitimate complaint. And if, I don't even know what track, I actually don't even know what she's talking about, but I'm just wondering if she has a legitimate complaint.
In my opinion, she does not.
So then I would say, as your colleague on the select board, that I would support your opinion, and I would like to move a motion.
Can I just say something as a consumer? In that the fact that it's on the sidewall, it seems like she was a little too close to something that she shouldn't have been close to. And I don't feel like the town should be held liable for that, because I've been there before.
Thank you for that, Carla.
What was that?
All right, so somebody want to make a motion to either approve or deny this?
We can't make a negative motion, so I would
So I would
approve.
make a motion. Go, Rob.
Fire away, Crystal.
No, I don't have the letter in front of me at the moment, so, but I would make a motion that we deny this appeal to have the town replace injured tires on this particular taxpayer's vehicle.
Right, I think Rob's right. We can't make a negative motion, so we'd have to vote to replace the tires and then fail, move to replace the tires and then fail that motion.
Correct.
So somebody want to have at it?
So I would make a motion then that we move to replace the tires on this particular taxpayer's vehicle due to her complaint.
So second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of replacing the tires on the, from the letter that, or the email that Steve got for this, Kathy, I believe her name is, signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion fails. So Steve, do you want to contact her? Do you want to have Carla respond?
I can respond. I don't mind.
Yeah, have Carla respond, please.
Yep, if you could just email her back that the board voted against replacing her tires.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Steve, what else do you have? Anything?
No, that's it.
Okay. This is not a counter money week. So we'll move on to treasurer's report. Let's see. Excuse me. In the sweep account is $772,636.13, and the checking account is $30,000 even. So that's that. All right. Let's go. No, Sherwood's not here yet, right? Okay. Let's move on to the correspondence that we got from Pam and Brad Horn. I'm just going to read the whole thing. So we, Pam and Brad Horn, sorry, it's dated April 26, 2020 and addressed to the select board. We, Pam and Brad Horn, currently have a contract to sell our property located at 993 Buck Hill Road to farmers from the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area. We have worked very diligently to try to sell it since we lost our beautiful son Taylor last year, as there are just too many memories of raising our boys in Townsend. We have followed our other son Colby up to Burlington so that we can be close at times like these. We, our buyers, last names Pritz and Wrong, and their attorney have all contacted the town clerk a number of times over the last 2 months to try to schedule a title search. Anita has informed us that she is, quote, is not letting anyone in, end quote, due to the governor's order. Although the governor has adjusted this order and currently specifically allows appraisers, realtors, lawyers, and others in real estate to do their work in the house selling process. He has said that work in a town office can go on if it can be done safely. I believe a title search can be done in a safe manner, more than 6 feet from Anita, with mask and gloves, by appointment only, so that only one searcher is present at a time, if necessary. Excuse me. I will come down personally and wipe everything down before and after a title search if necessary. I would also be willing to, quote, substitute, end quote, town clerk. Another alternative is to have these done on Thursdays when Anita is not in. Selling this property and paying off the associated mortgage is an economic must for us now that we have, now that we are renting a home near Burlington as well, or sorry, 2. Our buyers are trying to get a mortgage and only have until June 1st for their rate lock to hold and would require a title search by May 15th. With the governor specifically allowing real estate to move forward as long as social distancing is adhered to, the next step that has to happen to sell the house is a title search. A way to make these safe soon must be designed. The town clerk should not be able to make this decision without other town officials' input. By the way, I have heard some towns have been allowing the searches by appointment all along. Please move towns in this direction now. Thank you for your consideration, Pam and Brad Horn. So, I forwarded a copy of that letter to Anita today. I went down to the town hall and talked to her. She and I discussed the fact that there is, by the VLCT guidance and the governor's guidance, it is entirely up to her whether or not she closes her office completely and ceases all transactions. But she said that she would contact the Horns, and what she told me is she would try to figure out a way to get it happen, make it happen. She had dealt with other attorneys from different transactions. I don't know if she's specifically done title searches, but she has done via fax and email and scanning other document related things. So that's what I have heard from her.
I was going to say there's a time limit on when they can get that done, and you can't stop the whole world. I mean, I realize it, but you still got to carry business on somehow.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it is, according to the language of what I read from the VLCT, it is up to elected officials to decide whether or not to close their functions. The only thing that I did read that I found interesting is that we as the select board, because we control the buildings, could close the town hall despite whether or not the other elected officials wanted to keep working, which I don't see any reason to do.
Well, if you can't do business there, then why have it open?
That's a totally valid point.
Well, what good is it to be open if you can't get a fishing license, if you can't get a deed search, if you can't get anything? They might as well close it up, send her home.
Save the money.
We're not going to save any money because she's not going to take any discount in any sort of salary. So we're not saving any money except for on electric. I mean, I think it's completely ridiculous. Somebody's trying to sell.
If I got told to stay home, they wouldn't pay me.
Does everybody remember Putney?
Yep.
No, we tried to forget.
I think that people are still paying taxes, and taxes are coming in, and Elaine's still learning the tax, portion of the piece, because she'll go into the office, every now and then with Anita and do some trainings. So there are things being done, and I think the listers are trying to get the grand list stuff out, which is why they've been in the office.
So
I would have to ask, what is the barrier? Anita could do this title search on behalf of these property owners with no one else in the office, and she's there all day on the days that she's working.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the process to know if the title searchers have to actually physically view the records or if they can be scanned and emailed or how that process works.
Well, isn't the title search done
I
by
would
a
think that
law company?
those are questions that could, excuse me, Carla, those are questions that could be asked of Anita, and if she's capable of figuring out how to do it electronically, we shouldn't hold up a real estate transaction in this town because you know, people want to keep the doors locked. The governor has said that there is entry into public places now if you observe physical distancing and everybody wears a mask. I know for a fact that people in that office are not wearing a mask.
I am.
So not all people, I'm just saying, I was in there recently and I found several people in that office, first of all together, and secondly, not everyone wearing a mask, which is the governor's edict. So I'm not sure this is carved into like law. I think this is suggestions from the state of Vermont, and I would not support holding up a real estate transaction just because we can't do a title search. I think that's ridiculous.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. Well, I can talk to Anita again over the next couple of days, see if I can figure out a way to get this to happen. The unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm also happy to talk to her, Will. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that there needs to be some you know, accommodations made for people that are trying to still move their life ahead, and I think that not, you know, there's opportunity to be helpful.
Right, I agree. So I will talk to her, Crystal, if you want to also talk to her, and we can see what we can do.
I'd be happy
to. Hey, Steve,
excuse me for interjecting. I think once Sherwood comes on and we talk about some of our policies moving forward, specifically to town hall, with some new guidelines that are going to be, I think, put into place, we will be able to manage these individual interactions as they come up.
Exactly. Yep. Agreed. Okay.
Agreed.
So I guess we can move on now. We did the letter. We can go to composting bags. So Carla did a little research into the organic solutions and got prices for the composting bags. The ones we originally looked at were 13 gallons, which are like tall kitchen garbage bag size. They also have a 5-gallon size, which I think people would be less likely to try to use as regular garbage bags if they're small enough that they won't hold enough to make it worth it. But we do also have to figure out how we're going to process them, where we're going to put them until they get loaded into the compactor. Irv, had you looked at, you had mentioned used shipping containers?
Yes, I have. Near a couple places I've found them, they're right around $2,000 for a shipping container, which is a 20-footer. That's about the smallest they have.
Oh, wow. Steve, is there any way we could section it off so we could use part of it for something and part of it for storage?
Well, there's only doors in one end of it.
Oh.
Right.
But there's nothing saying you couldn't put a partition in on one side of it and keep the stuff on one side and use the rest of it for storage or whatever.
Right. Oh, do we think this is, I mean, we're going to have to either do this or shut down the dump, right? We don't really have any choice.
Right. I do think we have to do something. I think we have to do something. Agreed.
Okay. So I guess the other thing is, if we go with the 5-gallon bags, they're $25 per case of 100, which makes them what, a quarter a bag, right? Is that right? No, they can't.
Yes. Do you think there's any interest in like somebody local doing a compost pickup? You know, like organic farmers or something?
Well, the problem is that we have to collect it. Yeah, we're going to pay for it. And I don't think the other thing is with what Triple D and Wyndham Solid Waste is doing is they're taking things like bones, pizza box cardboard, so they can take a lot more stuff than like a local farmer.
Okay.
You take your paper plates and your paper cups and stuff can go in with it.
Yeah, anything that's compostable can go in it, including pretty heavy duty stuff because they generate enough heat to break it down.
Okay.
So do we want to pursue this, I guess is the question.
Well, we've got to close down on the other. Because that as the 1st of July, that's going to be a requirement.
Yep. Steve, do you have ample room in the yard for a container?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
But it'll want to be somewhere near where you can get back to it with a rubbish truck whenever before they go with it.
Yeah. Yep. What if instead of doing that, what if we just bought a, smallish dumpster that with a lid on it? Because the compactor could.
It's not going to be bear proof.
Yeah, the lid's not going to keep the bears out.
It's not.
You don't think we can build a lock for it?
We had that experience at the hospital where
we
we were
had
trying to
the
compost
put a
and
fire across the top,
didn't work
hold the
well
flaps down.
at all.
I don't know if I'm talking over Crystal or she's talking over me. I'm not sure.
Go ahead, Steve.
I mean, it's possible, yes. We can fabricate a dumpster where we can put a metal bar that goes through 2 hoops to hold the flaps down and put a lock on it. That's a possibility, yes.
I can show you pictures of a goddamn bear got right into a bucket loader that was holding the cover down and reached right around and pulled the cover.
Started the loader and pulled the lever back?
Oh, he got right up into the bucket of the loader. The loader had the bucket set right on top of the dumpster.
Wow.
And he
we can
got
shoot.
right into the bucket and reached right down around and ripped the cover and reached right into the garbage.
So here's my other question. If we decided to do the used shipping container, spend the $2,000 or whatever it is, the bags are going to cost us a quarter a piece. What would we charge for? What would we want to charge for the bags? Like $1.50 a bag?
I would suggest that they would be free. I would think that they would be free if people wanted to participate. We're trying to encourage people to compost. If it's 25 cents for a 5-pound bag, I don't see the need to charge that back to, I mean, we're trying to incentivize people to do the right thing in town. We already charge for the trash bags. I don't know. I think you're going to get a lot of non-compliance if you also charge for the composting bags. Maybe we charge more for the trash bags, which is a whole other discussion, and we give the composting bags free. But
well, that's what we did when we did it briefly. My concern with not charging for the compost bags is that people are going to try to take the free bags and just put garbage in them.
Yeah,
which we did see. Yeah.
Yep.
Which we did see in the last go round.
But if you stay with the smaller, the 5-gallon bag,
the state is mandating that we compost, and you're going to ask the taxpayers to buy a trash bag. So you have to pay to throw the trash away. Now we have to pay to throw the compost away. People are either going to hide the compost in the trash bag or they're going to hide the trash in the compost bag if you charge them. So I don't know, to my mind, maybe the trash bags become 25 cents more expensive and the compost bags go away for free. And that's an incentive to taxpayers to put their compost in a compost bag because they think it's free, if you will.
Okay.
Is my opinion.
Well, then they save money on trash bags, though, if they're not using as much trash, too. That's a very good incentive.
That's exactly the point, is right. You're paying maybe a quarter more for the trash bag, the purple trash bag, but they're not paying anything for the composting bag. So people think they're getting a deal. It's a wash for us, but anyway.
All right, so
I think this entire program is going to be incredibly hard for the state to mandate, but
yeah, I agree. So I guess what we're looking for is, do we want to order a shipping container and say, I don't know, 500 of the 5-gallon bags to get us started? Irv, do you know how long it would take us to get the container?
No, a lot of them, there's a lot of places that have them right in stock. They're used, they're not brand new.
Right.
But you can get a good, decent one.
Are we really gonna buy a $2,000 20-foot container to put our compost in?
How is waste management supposed to pick it up?
how long is it going to take? How long is it going to take to fill up that shipping container?
Well, no, the idea
is there another option?
The idea is we have an agreement currently with Triple T where they will take the bags. We just don't have anywhere because we don't run the truck down I guess we do it like once a week in the summer, but it's like every 2 weeks in the winter, and they can't get mixed in with the compacted garbage. They have to be put on at the end. So we need somewhere to store them really just for a couple days a week, maybe 2, until we run the compactor down.
You gotta store them bags from all week on, and then after you close down on Saturday or Monday morning, that's when you put them in the truck.
Yeah.
You can't put them right in with the garbage.
You don't think it'd be easier to get a dumpster and just put them into a dumpster? I mean, we can chain equipment and drive across the country, but we can't keep a bear out of a container. I mean, let's think about this for 5 seconds.
I have to agree with Rob.
I mean, let's stop and think about this for 5 seconds. A 20-foot container for $2,000 is way overdone. It's going to stink to high heaven. Who the hell is going to want to handle it? Get it in a dumpster. You can chain it to the bucket of something and go dump it. Come on. It's going to cost $500 for a brand new dumpster thereabout. Modify it up to keep a bear out of it. If we don't have the technology to keep a bear out of a dumpster, then we need to stop and resurrect our situation. I mean, we've landed people on the moon, so to speak.
Okay.
We're going to start mining the moon. Come on.
All right. So let's start with this. Do we want to order the bags? We can order the bags now.
Yes,
we'll have them, and then we can figure out what to do about the dumpster thing. Maybe Steve, you and Irv and Rob could research that and figure out a way to modify it so that we can keep the bears out for a couple of days.
Yeah, I'll talk to Triple T about getting a container, a dumpster, whether it's 8-yard or whatever it is, and I'll start that conversation.
All right, so then I guess I would entertain a motion to order 500 5-gallon organics compostable bags from Organic Solutions at a price of
So moved.
Be 5 times 25 be $125 plus shipping. Is there a second?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of ordering compostable bags from Organic Solutions signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carla, if you could put that in the works tomorrow,
Yep.
that would be great. Okay, and I see that Sherwood is now here. So I'd entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and go back up to members of the public / COVID-19 town updates.
So moved.
There's a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Mr. Lake, welcome, sir.
Hello, how are you this evening?
Doing all right. We got the bills paid this time. That was good.
Oh, that's cool. I heard the debate about the bear proofing. That was pretty interesting.
So we have, Sherwood has put together a policy in response to COVID-19 pandemic for the town and its employees and buildings. So you guys all got a copy of this, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, so Sherwood, you want to lay out what's going on?
Well, basically what this thing is because everything is changing at an incredible rate. All of the information that's out there is either old, is incorrect, or is just not valid. So in order to create a kind of a platform so everybody is on the same page, and to help secure town employees and the general public from potential infection from this thing. And no matter what anybody tells you, we're not out of the woods by a long shot. I put together, based on the meetings that I've been going through for the last month, what the current information is that has been substantiated through the Department of Health, through Department of Labor, the Emergency Management, Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns. And it is an evolving document in the sense that most policies have a longer term of validity. This one can change every week. Matter of fact, the governor has made it known that he intends to make changes to this thing by every Friday. So this is in a sense a living document, and it just spells out how to secure, or what to secure as far as the building goes, the employees' safety and security, and the general public that's building. It also sets down some rules as to who can be in the buildings that the town owns, and this is not just the town hall. It involves the town highway, garage, and the fire department as well. Will, do you want me to go through this thing top to bottom?
Well, I've had a chance to read it through. It all looks, reasonable is the wrong word, but it seems to take into account all the policies and procedures that I think would give us a better shot at keeping our employees safe and healthy. Does anybody have any changes that they think it might need? No? Okay.
So, Will, I had sent an email out earlier this today, I guess. Was today Tuesday? Today, asking about multiple people in the building of the town hall, and Sherwood actually answered that for me, or for all of us, I guess. So I'm just a little bit concerned about, I'm a little bit concerned about multiple listers being in the building at the same time with the town clerk, with Carla, even though Carla's, in another section of the building. I think we need to really think through that as a governing body of the town, I guess, and make a decision around how many listers should be in that office altogether with a potential service animal. I'm not sure what Rose's role is with Mike, but I think we need to talk about that tonight.
Yep, I agree. Yeah,
I'm sorry, well, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Now, one thing to consider is that the regulations say 6 feet of space. All right, so if you talk about 6 feet of space, that's not just 6 feet between one person to the other, but if you imagine putting a person in the center of basically a 12-foot circle, because you got 6 foot forward, back. Once you start talking about those kind of circles merging, you're taking up space really fast, really quickly. And if you are talking about a room, well, if we brought up the size of the listers, there you can't really conceivably put more than one person and comply with the regulation or the addendum in that office. So, and then once you add in the complexity of the service dog into the mix, however you want to characterize or count that, because shed of the virus can end up on that dog's coat and somebody could contract it, that dog is just as liable to shed disease as is any person. Understand that the CDC has identified cases where animal-human transmission, and we're talking through to viral contagions, not just on surfaces. It has occurred, but it is very rarely. But once you put that element on top of a coat, on top of a table surface or whatever, now you have another pathway to the contagion. So it's not just numbers, but distance.
Ellen, did you have something you wanted to add? Helen, are you there? Oh, no, she says, no thanks, listening and thinking. Okay. Yeah, so as far as the listers go, I imagine that Sherwood, you and I will probably have a conversation with Mike and Helen and Jean, as well as Anita, about how we work out scheduling and, it may be the listers work off hours. We may open up like a Thursday so that they can be the only two in the building to do what they have to do in a single day. The other thing is, I wanted to ask Steve, we had talked a little while ago about building a plexiglass divider for the clerk's office.
Yes.
Have you gotten anywhere with that?
It will be done by Friday.
Oh, excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I guess, does anybody have any other questions on the policy itself?
I've got a question about the listers. I was wondering, did Gene Cook get an exemption for smoking on the front steps?
No.
Oh, okay.
Has he been?
Yep.
I witnessed it myself 2 Fridays in a row. I brought it up to Helen. She was going to mention it to Jean, but since that time, he is still out there smoking.
I've got pictures of him today smoking out there.
Yep. No, it doesn't pertain to him. He just doesn't care.
Okay. Something else. Any other questions on the policy? All right, then the one other thing I wanted to mention about the policy is the last paragraph, in which we, the board, would allow Sherwood to make changes in this policy as they can come up. For instance, something comes out this Friday, we don't have a meeting for another 2 weeks. This would allow Sherwood to make changes to the policy, and then we could approve, ratify. Obviously, he and I have discussed it. Whenever possible, he would make us aware before he had to implement anything. But in the case of a change in either the governor's edicts or addendums, something that has to be added or can be removed, we would give him the authority to make those changes on our behalf. So that's one piece of it that I wanted to make sure that everybody was clear on before we decide to approve this or not. So any other questions? Okay, I guess I'd entertain a motion to adopt the policy in response to the COVID-19 pandemic for the town of Townsend.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of adopting the policy in response to the COVID-19 pandemic for the town of Townsend signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carla, tomorrow I will email this to the listers and to Anita and Elaine. And then Steve, if you want to take a copy and post it in the garage or give it to your guys, that's probably a good idea. We should also send it to the library, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Will, one more thing, if I could.
Yeah, of course.
Just on a related note, the state of Vermont has put out requirements via VOSHA for anybody working. I sent out links today in an email to access that training material. It has to be completed by everybody involved by the 4th of May. One of the things that the state has taken this to the very seriously in that they've been mandated even their highway and all actually state employees have to do this same training.
Mm-hmm.
Considering that they've all had this infectious disease training anyways as part of their normal course of business, they really are pushing it out to people to get done. So those links are at the VOSHA website for people that want to see it. If there's just people in the general public that want to see the information, go to the VOSHA website. I took the training today. It takes 20 minutes to finish, and there is a lot of information in there for people just in general to absorb that would be very helpful in understanding this thing.
Yep. Yeah, actually, that was next on my agenda, Sherwood. Well played.
Okay.
I'd like to say thank you very much to Karen at the library because she has opened up again and is doing curbside pickup, and it has made my children very happy to be able to get books out.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, so we all have to do it. Steve, all your guys have to do it.
Yep.
Anita, the listers, like everyone who, Kurt will have to do it. Everyone who has anything with town hall. So Carla, maybe tomorrow you could inform everybody. Irv, there is a printable copy of it, which Carla, if you could print one and throw it in Irv's box so that he can do it. And then once the trainings are done, there's a certificate. All the certificates will go to Sherwood. He will compile them and then make copies for Carla, put in the town files, and then keep copies for his role as emergency management director. So everything can go, once you've done the training, go to Sherwood. Okay. Thank you, Sherwood. I appreciate it.
No problem. Take care. Have a good night.
You too.
Night, Sherwood. Thank you.
Okay, moving back up to old business. We have the listers form 4155, right? Yes, 4155. That was the certificate of no appeal or suit pending. I did finally get some answers from VLCT, and I was able to talk to the listers and to Anita. So after the Board of Abatement ruling, they had 30 days to file a further appeal. They did not. And then they also have paid the taxes. So according to VLCT, they can no longer come back on this property for this tax year. So with that said, I would entertain a motion, or anybody have any questions on that? Okay. I would entertain a motion to sign the certificate of no appeal or suit pending for the grand list, listers form 4155.
So moved.
Okay, next one.
Okay.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of signing the form 4155 certificate of no appeal or suit pending signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Crystal, I think you and I have already signed it. So Steve, Irv, and Rob, if you could swing by the town hall, and whoever puts the last signature on it, it needs to go to Anita after that.
Okay.
Good. Thank you. All right. John Evans sent an email to Anita. His planning commission term is up in 2020, so he would like to be reappointed. So I would entertain a motion to appoint John Evans to the Planning Commission for a 5-year term.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of appointing John Evans to the Planning Commission for a 5-year term signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So, Carla, if you could just let John know that he can continue his reign. Okay, next thing was we had when we did the first class license for Beboro Corp, Windham Hill Inn, they had a third class liquor license application that got separated from it. So we had formed a quorum. We got 3 signatures on that. So I would just, to ratify this, all those in favor of approving the renewal of the third class liquor license for Beboro Corp, which is Windham Hill Inn. Sorry. Second?
Second.
Second. Oh.
Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of renewing the third class liquor license for Beboro Corp, Windham Hill Inn, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay. Does anyone have any need for an executive session? Okay. The next regular meeting. The next regular meeting is May 12th.
My dog just threw up, sorry.
Oh, God. Next regular meeting is May 12th at 6:30.
Yeah,
will be a Zoom meeting. Also, in talking to Anita today, I am going to set up the town Zoom account this week. So the meeting information will change by our next meeting. And if nobody else has anything else, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
Second. Done.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
I have
Good
a
job,
quick
Will.
question
Thank
first.
you.
Thanks, everybody.
Wait, Steve, hold on. Steve, hold on.
Carla?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, this is not meeting related. It's just more along the lines of, I sent you an email this afternoon. Riverbend needs 2 boxes of bags.
Okay.
And if you wanted to do that, there, I have the invoice pad on top of my desk. It's already filled out. So if you could
Okay,
just
I'll
get their
pick it up.
signature and leave them the yellow copy, that'd be awesome.
All right, I'll pick it up in the morning and bring it down.
All right, fantastic. Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, good night, everybody.
Thank you. Good night, Will. Good job.
Good night.
Okay, 7:35.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Nice work.
Good afternoon, everybody. And first, congratulations on passing our bill and being the first bill. That was exciting. Okay, so we are here on S114. Even though we have discussed it quite a bit, we did not have it formally, but it has been referred to us today. And since we last met as a committee on Tuesday, right? Me, Martin, Tom, we've been working with House Transportation and Ledge Council because there's been quite a concern about the DUI section. Martin, can I turn it over to you to give us an update, please, as to where we are? We've also been working Speaker in the Senate because we know this is a very important bill. There are a lot of sections in the bill, and we do want it to get passed as soon as possible. However, we do also want to make sure that highway safety is being preserved. So thank you, Martin.
Yeah, so I will spare you the details of the many various ideas that have been kicking around, which included a letter of intent, included a concurrent committee bill that fixed things, that amended the section in various ways, etc. But my hero, Bryn, had a conversation with Judge Grierson while we were having our roll call, I think, today, to talk about one of the latest ideas that has been floated, and that is just striking the section in its entirety. The DUI section, subsection 3 of section 5 of the bill. And from what Judge Grierson, actually, Bryn, if you want to, so it's not like third hand, if you could tell us what Judge Grierson, his reply to that was. I could read the email from you, but it makes sense that you go ahead and explain.
I'm happy to talk about it. So for the record, Bryn Hare from Legislative Council. I had a conversation with Judge Grierson this morning about the various options for how to deal with this particular section and also move S114 as quickly as possible because of the remaining sections of the bill that are so important for the judiciary to get passed. And he indicated that he was understood the implication of striking section 5, subdivision 3, the DUI portion, may add some additional time to when the legislature can get a provision passed that deals with suspension hearings. But he was okay with that. He said that they're dealing with those requests for hearings as they come up, and they're just doing the best they can, and they'll continue to do the best they can to deal with those as they arise until the legislature can pass a provision that suspends those timelines. So he agreed that it would probably be the most expeditious and cleanest thing to do would be to strike that subdivision altogether, get the remainder of S114 passed, and then deal with that DUI issue separately in a separate bill.
Thank you, Bryn. Anybody have any questions? Actually, sorry. Tom.
Yeah, not a question. I just wanted to say I think that's a great idea to strike it and move forward.
Thank you. Barbara.
Thanks. I support that idea, and I think we should get more roll call votes and have Bryn work out more issues for us moving forward. But I'm wondering if the bail part is going to be controversial as well.
So I'll speak and then Martin may want to add something, but no, Martin was in touch with Representative Donahue and explained how this works and who it would apply to. And my understanding is that Representative Donahue is satisfied.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm happy to send that email to anybody who wants to see the email that I sent to her to see the explanation, which I probably will get into a little bit during the reading or the presentation of the bill.
Great. I'd love to see it. I know I started going through my notes because I was like, wait, I know we talked about this a lot, but that would be super helpful.
Yeah. Ken, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, maybe you should have sent that email to us before so we wouldn't be so alerted to this. But two things. Number one, not knowing really what's going on. Does this open us up or the state open up for unnecessary lawsuits? With that being taken out of there?
So there is always the concern that there could be a lawsuit. However, our job is to pass the laws that we think are correct, and then it's the Attorney General's job to defend those laws. So I think it's important to move forward with this. While this is new territory and we don't have a whole lot of case law, I think that a court would most likely side with the law. But anyway, anybody else? If council wants to chime in. And I do also want to thank Anthea. She, as well as Bryn, have been working late into the night and early into the morning with us. So thank you both.
Okay, thanks for that. My other part to that is with that being taken out, does it have a good chance of passing on the floor when it gets there?
My understanding is that House Transportation would be supportive of this, certainly more so than the bill as it has been referred to us. And again, I don't know, Anthea, do you have anything to add to that or help clarify that? And then after you, Representative Bratt.
So House Transportation, sorry, for the record, Anthea Dexter Cooper, Office of Legislative Counsel. House Transportation is taking this up at noon. I know they're planning on hearing from the commissioner. Once I know what you all are doing, I can convey that to them in terms of whether or not you will be offering the amendment to strike the subdivision. And then if there's going to be a subsequent committee bill addressing it, I could report that back to House Transportation as well.
Great. Thank you. Tom.
Yep, thank you. Just to get back to Ken on that, I've been keeping our caucus leadership in the loop on this. And at this point, I would have to say, as far as striking this goes, our caucus leader is in favor of that. So.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Great. So I would like to move ahead with this. I'd like to amend the bill in terms of a separate committee bill. I don't want to commit to that or address that right now. I think the most important thing right now is to amend the bill and let Anthea go so she can report to House Transportation. My question is, would this be 4 point? So right now we're looking at S 114 draft 3.2. 3.2. So would this be 4.2? That's for council.
Sorry, I was emailing Mike to post an amendment. So since this is passed the Senate, it would be an amendment that Mike will hopefully get posted.
Okay. And so the amendment is a strike all and no?
It's just striking that one subdivision.
Okay.
So can you email that to the Judiciary Committee, just so we get it more quickly, so we can see what we're voting on?
And actually, if Mike were to enable me to share my screen, I could put it up as well.
I don't see a way to do that. Can you do it on your own?
It told me that you had disabled it. I think if you make me a co-host, I can share my screen, but I just
Okay.
emailed it to the committee members.
All right.
Yep, I did just get it. And folks, I just want to let you know that I did check in because I didn't see Coach, and he is at a Human Rights Commission meeting, so he is all good. Nodder is not here, but he was on the floor, I think, right?
There's climate caucus, which is.
Got it. Oh yeah. Right.
So I guess I'm just a little confused. Why wouldn't this just be a new version of the whole bill with that part deleted? So because it hasn't gone to a notice calendar or anything like that, would it be cleaner if it was just the full bill S-114 with that one deletion in it, since, like I say, it hasn't hit the notice calendar?
We could do that.
So Martin, you mean a strike all?
Well, it's not really a strike all
No,
because we don't have to, I mean, we get the bill from the Senate, and if we change it, we just send it out as changed. No? Am I missing something?
I don't know. I have no idea. I just want to make.
That would be a strike all amendment. And typically if you're doing something sort of discrete like that, then you would concur with an instance of amendment, and that's how Anthea's drafted it.
Okay, so this gets that done. Just with this is we concur with this, and then I have the separate amendment, which I would offer after talking about the whole bill. Then I offer this amendment, which strikes that other component. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so is that clear to folks?
So I think we need to have then two votes, one for S-114 and then one for the amendment, correct?
Don't we do the amendment first and then we vote on S-114 as amended?
Oh,
I don't, that's Tom, somebody.
To me,
Which way did we do it?
Seem like we would have to accept the bill first. Don't we have to have a bill to be able to amend it? Or if we don't vote on the bill,
So we have a bill. Brynner or Anthea, do you know which way?
I think that you can just vote on it, vote on your amendment. And that instance of, I know it's confusing because it's just an instance of amendment, but your vote on S-114 is the entire bill with just that one amendment of striking subsection 3 in section 5.
So we're voting to concur with instance of amendment.
Right.
Oh, okay, yep.
So the question would be, so that would be the question, vote to, because I'm also looking at draft 3.1 for S-114, and what was referred to us was draft 3.2.
Right, draft 3.2 should be the clean version of the bill as it was passed by the Senate,
Okay.
with the addition of that section. Oh, I'm sorry, it should just be the clean version of the bill.
Right. And so draft 3.1, I'm looking at the amendment. It's draft 3.1. Is that?
Let me pull up.
It's the third version of the amendment, since there were so many that were sort of being worked on behind the scenes. So I think that that's creating some confusion, but it is just the only amendment that you've seen. It just happens to be the third version of it with some of the back and forth that's been happening. It was more for my internal tracking.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure that I get the question correct when we vote. And
Are you looking to vote yet or no?
I am looking to vote to amend S114, or to concur with instance of amendment, to concur with the Senate on S114 with instance of amendment, that amendment being draft 3.1.
I'd move that.
Maxine, is that a motion?
Well, actually, I'm asking, so Barbara made the motion. I just want to make sure that I did get it correct, procedurally correct, council. And if not, I can always get a hold of Bill, but.
That sounds right to me.
Thank you. So Barbara has moved it. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion? I'm looking for hands. I don't see any discussion. Okay, so we don't have Nodder here. So Ken, you get to be our clerk. So I guess we
You want me
could
to read the names off?
Excuse me?
You want me to read the names off? I've made the list ready to go here.
Sure, thank you.
Okay. Christie.
Is that, I guess you'd say, legal to have the legislator do that, or do you have to have a member of the committee? I have no problem with Mike doing it. I just.
He does the percentage judiciary all the time.
Okay, thank you.
And then why don't we do that? And then we could also, we could confirm by hands or something like that. We can all put our hands up or a voice vote, but anyway, okay, go ahead.
Colburn. Gosselin.
Yes.
Hashim. Rachelson.
Yes.
Seymour.
Yes.
Tully.
Yes.
Malone.
Yes.
Burdett.
Yes.
Brad.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that should be
I think I got
10
skipped.
803.
10-0.
I don't think you asked for Will Knott's vote.
Oh, Will, sorry.
That's all right. Yes.
Okay, great. So that should be 10-02 in favor.
9.
No.
Right.
Okay, right. Thanks.
It's
9.
8-3.
Right. Right. Okay.
Oh, yeah, 8-3.
803.
I have it 803.
Yeah. It's easier to count when chairs are empty.
Right, I know. So it's Coach Selena Nodder. Okay, that were absent. Okay, thank you, everybody. And Martin, you're going to be reporting the bill?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Great.
I'll
And
do the
so
record of action and I'll forward it to you after I'm done with it.
right, and so we need to, we have to figure out how to get it to the clerk.
Well, I'll send it to the whole committee so Martin can send it and the bill once he gets the final bill to the clerk.
Okay, great. And I'm not sure whether or not we were going to take it up at 1 o'clock when we're back on the floor, but there is a possibility that we might.
Maxine?
Yeah.
Are we going to be hearing from House Transportation at any point on what they're discussing on 114?
I am not sure actually, but we could probably watch them now.
Right.
I mean, I'm not sure that they have any jurisdiction over this anymore once we've taken that out of the bill.
Oh, I realize that they don't have the bill, but I know they were going to be talking about it, so.
Right.
I just know if we were going to hear what they were going to, if we're going to let them weigh in, even though we've already voted and it's too late, that their weigh-in would have any weight, I guess.
I'll ask Anthea to send an email to the committee letting you know what came of their meeting.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Right.
So
Thank you.
Mike,
Yeah.
Mike,
Sorry.
can you email me Bill McGill's direct number? I don't seem to have it, or if somebody has that, I just want to give him a heads up. And I want to make sure that we have everything the way he needs it.
Right. Mike, do you have that handy? If not, I can go through my emails and get it.
I can get it.
Okay. Great.
I'll send it to you when we get off, Martin.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right. Anybody else before we break for lunch? No. Okay. All right. I am hoping that House Transportation will be supportive of this. I think it certainly it goes back to current law. And, it doesn't, right? So I would hope that we would have their support. And thank you, everybody. All right, we are going to adjourn and go off the live feed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Before I get to the topic of the day, I want to provide an update on our work on the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance, or PUA, program. Last week, the Department of Labor and the Agency of Digital Services stood up this brand new system to provide unemployment assistance to the self-employed, independent contractors, and others who aren't traditionally covered under unemployment insurance. As of this morning, 9,500 claimants are in the system. Of those, 8,500 are eligible and have submitted a total of 39,000 weekly claims so far. I admit that that's complicated in some respects, but it's based on the fact that they're able to file for back weeks in their claims. So one person may be able to file for 4 or 5 claims, depending on how many weeks it's been. The first round of direct deposit payments totaling $24 million are going out today. As most of us know, this is much needed money getting in the hands of Vermonters. For those who opted to receive their check by paper, those payments will be scheduled for next week to be cut. So you should receive those Tuesday or Wednesday. I know far too many have waited weeks to receive benefits, and I hope that this provides some relief for them. But I also know we still have a lot more work to do to get benefits into the hands of all eligible Vermonters, and we won't stop until that's done. So with that, we'll go on to today's topic. As you know, my team and I have been working on strategies to help restart Vermont's economy and get more people back to work. But at the same time, it's important we do the following: protect those at the greatest risk from COVID-19, continue to slow the spread of this virus, and quickly respond to outbreaks as they happen. To do this, we've set 5 principles to guide our work, and today we're here to talk about plans under principle number 3, which is to increase testing and tracing. This goal is incredibly important to restart our economy, because as we ease those restrictions, more testing and tracing will help us quickly identify and isolate outbreaks. If you think of this whole pandemic as a forest fire, testing will allow us to spot those embers early, and contact tracing allows us to surround it in order to contain it. Through hard work and creativity, we've done a pretty good job here in Vermont testing on our testing capacity, even as other states have struggled. And we also have strong contact tracing as well. But we must build on this model by increasing everything we're doing and adding new technology as well. Doing so will help make sure that as we slowly ease restrictions, we're able to identify cases and prevent the spread of this virus. Our goal is to ramp up so we can conduct up to 1,000 tests per day, about 7,000 per week, which is more than double what we've been doing over the last several weeks. With this goal in mind, I've established a testing and tracing task force, which will help roll out this program with support by new technology and then deploy it across the state. I'm pleased to say steps to increase testing have already begun, and a plan is in place to phase its growth over the next several weeks. Simultaneously ramping up our testing while tracing and connecting with the contacts of those testing positive will allow us to continue opening the economic spigot and make sure we don't lose ground on the progress we've made thus far. The enhanced testing and tracing will also give us more information on where we may need to focus more of our resources and will help us better understand infection rates. From day one, the team has taken a data-driven scientific approach to our decision-making and will continue to do so in order to do all we can to make sure the health and safety of all Vermonters are protected. Dr. Levine and Dr. Kelso will share more about our strategy in a minute, but it will be a measured approach. And just like our restart strategy, it will not be a flip of the switch. My team has developed a phased approach in order to maintain the supply chain we need which is so important. That means we'll continue to stockpile materials so we're prepared for any future outbreaks. I know there are some who may want us to turn on this increased testing overnight, but by taking this approach, we can give our public health workers the room they need to make adjustments along the way, so we don't ramp up too fast too soon. It's also important to remember that no matter what amount of testing we do, it won't completely eliminate the risk. In fact, an increase in testing and tracing will only help in our restart efforts if we also continue to separate ourselves, wash our hands, disinfect things that we touch, and wear a mask. It's literally still in our hands, and individually we can help control this. In many respects, it's really up to each and every one of us to make this work. I know this has been incredibly challenging for all of us, but thanks to the hard work and sacrifices of Vermonters, we're seeing a decrease in the spread of the virus. As I've said before, we cannot declare victory yet. The work must continue to help keep our families, friends, and neighbors safe. But if we continue to rise to this challenge, I'm hopeful we can open up the economy in the near future, get Vermonters back to work, and begin enjoying all the state has to offer by slowly lifting these restrictions. We have done and will continue to do this together, and I could not be more thankful and more proud to be a Vermonter. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Dr. Levine for an update to talk about the testing in particular. Dr. Levine.
Thank you, Governor. Some weeks ago now, we set a goal to increase testing. And I want to be clear, we're talking about testing now of the nasal and oral secretions that indicate an active infection of COVID-19. We're not talking about antibody testing or serology testing that we've covered in previous press conferences recently. The work of the task force now will be to oversee our next big push to expand testing even further. Over the next few weeks, we'll work to ramp up our testing capabilities to, as you just heard, 1,000 tests a day, 7,000 a week. That's about triple the average number of tests that we've been conducting over the last several weeks. Ever since the start of this pandemic, as a state, we've worked aggressively to ensure the testing supplies needed to maintain stable and consistent access for testing sites across the state. It's important to remember that having ample testing supplies hasn't always been the case. In the early days of the pandemic, we were literally 48 hours range of running out of test supplies altogether. But since that time, we've worked very diligently and continuously to grow our stock of in-state supplies, to forge relationships with private labs to help speed processing of tests. Now, not a day goes by that we do not report out all of our laboratory capabilities and capacities. We've been laser focused on this. As a result, we've been able to offer testing to more and more Vermonters over time. Governor Scott has instructed that we continue the work to stock these materials, not only so we can take on greatly expanded testing, but also to make sure we are adequately prepared in the event of a second wave of illness, which is a very smart move. The Vermont Department of Health Laboratory has literally been working nonstop for 2 months, and I want to publicly recognize and thank this experienced and committed team for their Herculean efforts. And I also wish to thank the University of Vermont Medical Center for their work in triaging of laboratory tests and in acquiring the resources needed to produce collection and testing kits. And we'll continue to work alongside UVM Medical Center to help bolster that production. This has been a fantastic partnership and a true team effort, and we're grateful for their continued strong support of our testing program. Our ability to keep acquiring these additional supplies while working with community partners to produce in-state tests will be key to our success in expanding testing and contact tracing. As a state, we've shown our collective strength, innovative spirit, resourcefulness, and creativity throughout this pandemic, and this must continue as we move forward. The task force will evaluate the testing capabilities of our state and out-of-state labs to determine the optimal use of the multiple labs currently serving Vermont. We believe it may be possible to identify ways to increase testing capacity while freeing up resources and personnel to take on the other work critical to our ongoing efforts to limit the spread of illness and restart Vermont. Will everyone be able to get tested for COVID? Our team has identified several key groups that we will make testing available to in the coming weeks. It's imperative that as we ramp up our testing and contact tracing capacity, we carefully identify and address any gaps in this plan. The task force, in consultation with other departments, agencies, and community partners, will manage any concerns and needs that arise. And with this, we must be thoughtful in how we deploy our resources and our public health workers. Throughout this pandemic, we've worked hard to expand our testing guidelines beyond the federal recommendations, as long as we were operating in line with science and the data. We simply cannot roll out expanded testing without being very intentional in our planning to take into account which populations would benefit most. Throughout the planning process, we've sought to focus on vulnerable groups, to be strategic, evidence-based, and science-driven, to try to improve on lengthy quarantines for asymptomatic people, to strive to suppress outbreaks wherever they might arise, and of course, to be supportive of Restart Vermont efforts. So we will first focus on the residents of long-term care and other group living settings. That's important because here in Vermont, a very large percentage of the people who have tested positive for the virus and who are at highest risk for severe consequences have been in these settings. They clearly fit the definition of being highly vulnerable. These are the people who are most at risk of needing hospitalization, stretching our healthcare resources when we're trying to restart Vermont. It's critical for the health and safety of these populations that we act to limit spread of illness in these settings as quickly as possible. As a reminder, we currently provide testing for even the most mildly symptomatic patients, and recently to the entire population of pediatric patients, as well as testing of all residents and all staff in group living settings where there has been a single positive test. These include nursing homes, assisted living facilities, prisons, and certain high-density residential buildings that house vulnerable populations. Now, starting immediately, we'll expand testing at these facilities. For sites with COVID-positive patients, we will add day 3, 7-day, and 10-day and 14-day retesting of all residents and staff to prevent community-wide outbreaks. And for all sites, COVID positive or not, we will provide testing at intake, discharge, and for certain residents who require regular care outside of the facility. Further, we will offer testing to healthcare personnel who may have been exposed to COVID positive patients but are themselves without symptoms. We will also offer testing to healthcare personnel who may be needed to aid the healthcare system's restart efforts. Expanding testing to this essential workforce will not only ensure that we keep our healthcare heroes safe, healthy, and ready to respond as they're needed, it will also be a critical tool in protecting Vermonters who count on these healthcare workers for their care. And finally, we now provide immediate testing at any correctional facility where there's been a positive test. If an inmate or a staff is symptomatic or identified as someone who may have been in contact with a COVID positive individual, they will immediately be tested. If that inmate or staff tests positive, everyone in the facility will immediately be tested. As part of our enhanced testing in this first phase of expanded testing, we will test all correction staff over the next 2 weeks. During the next phase, we will focus further testing on healthcare and home health workers who have had direct interaction with a COVID positive individual. While these workers certainly take every precaution to protect themselves while caring for Vermonters, we must further support them and give them and their families peace of mind with readily available testing. And when the time is right, we will coordinate with healthcare and other providers to put in place testing to help us reopen these services to Vermont. As our testing continues to expand, we'll use the strategy to ease some of the restrictions Vermonters have had to endure over the last few months. We'll consider testing for those who are in 14-day quarantine because they may have been exposed to the virus. We will increase opportunities for childcare workers to be tested. This is also critical as we begin to ask childcare centers to reopen to provide the essential service that so many rely on. Increasing our testing to childcare workers on top of the other expanded testing opportunities I've just outlined means we are taking another significant step in protecting Vermonters all across the state. As the governor noted, these expansions will not happen all at once, but will be phased in over the next few weeks with health alert notifications forthcoming. Dr. Kelso comes next. We've talked a lot about contact tracing in these press conferences in the last week or two, and Dr. Kelso is available to talk with us now about our expansion in that arena.
You may need to unmute yourself, Dr. Kelso.
Thank you. This increased testing capacity is only useful if we have an equally robust tracing system in place. The health department has a contact tracing program currently in place that connects with COVID-19 positive individuals, provides them information on isolation and available resources if they need them, and gathers information on individuals they've come in contact with, and then reaches out to those contacts to inform them of possible exposure to the virus. While we've been successful in tracing our current positive cases, we have and will continue to add resources and personnel needed to address any uptick in positive cases that we project may arise with more testing, and we'll use technology to help us. And we're doing expanded tracing to investigate the sources of positives by talking with cases not only about their recent contacts while they were contagious, but also before that period to help identify where they might have been exposed to COVID. We'll also make sure we continue to have adequate numbers of trained staff to perform tracing as we perform more testing, so we're prepared to trace up to 500 cases per week or even more if needed. For context, currently the tracing staff has been handling roughly 34 cases per week, and we have enough trained health department staff to handle up to 500 a week. We know that with increased testing, we're likely to see a rise in positive cases. And as we restart Vermont and more people are at work, each case may have more close contacts than our cases in the past several weeks have had. We'll be prepared to handle anywhere from 300 positive cases for the 7,000 tests per week, which is a higher positive rate than we've been experiencing during stay home, stay safe, to an even higher scenario of 900 positive cases per week. And we'll use technology to help in these efforts using an app called Sarah Alert, a secure monitoring and reporting system for public health created by the MITRE Corporation, where our own former Health Department Commissioner, Dr. Paul Jarris, is the Chief Medical Officer. This system, which other states are also using, allows us to offer to enroll cases and their trace contacts into the system to keep in touch and help with system management. If they're a case, they'll get a daily text, email, or phone call, whichever they choose, to check in on their symptoms and recovery. And if they're a contact of a case, they'll get a daily message to see whether they develop symptoms. This is not a location or proximity tracker. It's simply a system to help us monitor and collect more information on our cases and their contacts. It will help us ensure we're on top of every case and collecting the data we need to inform Restart Vermont. Thank you.
At this point, we'll open up for questions.
All right, we'll start in the room with Calvin.
Thank you. The joint fiscal office last night presented a report basically forecasting next year we're going to lose, I think it's up to about $430 million of revenue next year. It's going to take a lot, of course, to fill that hole. What are you thinking in terms of right now? What resources will have?
Well, again, I've been talking about this for a while over the last couple of weeks. We need to figure out what the magnitude of the problem is before we start spending money in any area, and before we contemplate how we're going to fill those holes or what we're going to do without. So this is a good first step. I know Secretary Young is on the phone as well. She might be able to add to this. I think she was part of the discussion over the last couple of days. Secretary Young?
Thank you, Governor. I'm not quite sure I heard the gist of the question about, is it about the revenues?
It was about the Joint Fiscal Committee had anticipated a $400 and something million deficit or hole in the budget for next year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Governor. There have been some evolving numbers on a weekly basis from the legislative economist. And as of April 28th, the total down in the FY20s that he has predicted was about 309. And that was really a number that's substantially less than what they were predicting earlier. So that's the 20 picture, and we're working with those numbers as they evolve and waiting to see the final April numbers. As far as, does that answer your question?
Yeah, well, I guess if I just had a follow-up too, so, we'll have to explore new streams of revenue and potentially make cuts. What would the administration look at if we did have to cut things?
Well, again, I think you have to look across the board. This is a huge issue that we're facing, many states are facing. We're still not sure what the federal government's going to do at this point either. I've heard other governors and our congressional delegation talking about possibly the opportunity of having some relief there to fill some of these gaps, but we don't know that for sure. We have to plan for the worst. We're going to have to present, first of all, we have to take care of fiscal year 20, which is going to end at the end of June. So with all the projections coming in at this point in time, addressing that deficit comes first. And I know that we're talking with the legislature about how do we move forward. Are we going to do this in a 3-month increment, for instance, for fiscal year 21, which starts July 1. So there are a number of different ways of addressing this. We're asking our cabinet to, again, look from within. What is it that we, what prioritize, what our needs are, what we can do without, and we're just going to have to work at this together because there's no simple answer to this. This is going to be incredibly difficult, and this is compounded. It's not just the general fund, it's the education fund, the transportation fund. All are going to see tremendous opportunities, tremendous holes. And then you take your municipal budgets as well. So it's everything's coupled together has created, again, a very vast deficit throughout the state. And that's why it's so important for us to try and get people back to work and trying to get the economy rolling again. So we'll be talking a little bit about that on Friday, but all the things we're doing today, even the tracing and testing is going to be important so that we can measure as we move along. How can we continue to put people back to work without creating harm to others?
Stuart?
If I could follow up on the getting back to work thing. You've spoken repeatedly about coordinating with other governors. Yesterday, Governor Mills outlined a 4-phase plan, very specific, starting Friday in Maine, barbershops, hair salons, golf courses, hunting, fishing, state parks. I mean, it was a very specific list starting in 2 days. Does that inform what you're willing to do here, given the similarities across northern New England? Can you give us any?
Yeah, you know, every state is different, and I look at and we've been in contact with Governor Mills and Governor Sununu, in fact, Governor Baker this morning. Governor Baker is in a much different situation than others. He said this morning, you're not going to see much opening up in our state for quite some time. Governor Mills is different, you know, in terms of you think about their shared borders. They have a shared border with Canada, which is closed right now, so that's protected. They have the other border with the Atlantic, which is fairly well protected. Their other is with New Hampshire, and very little in the southern part of the state, which is where they will see the most issue. They're also, and I don't know all the details of their plan, but I believe she's talking about, and we're not sure constitutionally whether this is even doable, but I think she's restricted most of this to residents only, not to anyone coming into the state. So how do you protect that? You know, what happens when somebody comes in? If you open up your golf courses, you open up your state parks, you open up your beaches, and you say it's just for your residents, how are you going to, what are you going to do when somebody comes across the line and goes to your beach and they're from Massachusetts, or they're from New Hampshire, or they're from Vermont? Are they going to be cited? I just don't know enough of the details. So you can see there's all kinds of ramifications. We've taken a different path here from the very beginning. We've been more restrictive, and our tracing and testing program has been much more vibrant than others. If you look, we've been, you know, in the top 10 since almost the beginning in terms of testing. And with this provision we're outlining today, this will shoot us up, I would believe, into the top 5. But we think this is a strategy that works. And if we can prove this out, we can start opening up the economy that makes sense for us while protecting Vermonters by continuing to trace and track. So this is just the way we're doing things. Again, we're contemplating all the above as well, but our focus really is on the major sectors and how do we get those back going again.
If I could follow up, you did mention that we had 0 new positive tests today.
Yeah.
I don't remember when that's been true.
Yeah, no, that's great news, but one day doesn't create a trend, and we have to look at the trend lines to see where we're going. But this is great news, again, for us. And it gives me a little bit of support and comfort in some of the measures we'll talk about on Friday. But as I've said, we're going to keep watching the data and the science and make our decisions based on that, not on public pressure. And the public pressure is immense. And I know it was for Governor Mills. I know it is for other governors throughout the country. But from my standpoint, I'll take the pressure. But what I can't take is looking into the eyes of a family member who's been harmed in some way or lost due to action that we took.
On the labor side, Governor, we've gotten a few correspondence from folks who were on the waiting list. They got their $1,200, but they were found to not be eligible for the other unemployment stuff. They're wondering, do they have to return that money, or if they don't have to return that money, is that some sort of income that they have to report on their income tax? They're kind of confused.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics of that. Maybe I would refer to Commissioner Harrington if he's on the line. But I'm not sure. There is some confusion as well, because some people are probably getting notices that they aren't able to take advantage of the traditional unemployment. So they've been turned down for that, but they may qualify for the PUA, which is this new program that Congress created. So there may be confusion there, but I'm just not sure. Commissioner Harrington?
Sure. Thank you, Governor. Certainly, as you mentioned, every case is unique in terms of whether someone is eligible for traditional UI or pandemic unemployment assistance. And so in these cases, if someone may have been found to be not monetarily eligible for traditional UI, but would be eligible under pandemic unemployment assistance. So if they are determined to be eligible for one or the other program, there is a mechanism for recapturing that $600 times two that was sent out in the check. You know, I think we'll handle the unique cases where someone may not be eligible for both. However, I think those will be in a much smaller category. Those who are not monetarily eligible for traditional UI, but are potentially eligible for PUA, you know, there are still a couple outliers there, groups of people that we are working to put into the essentially transition over into the PUA system. So they may also be hearing from the department, you know, in a matter of a day or so as to the status and next steps.
All right, we're gonna go to the phones for the callers. I just want to let you know there are 20 callers with questions on the line, so please keep that in mind when you're asking your questions. Wilson Ring, AP.
Hi, as always, thank you. Stuart preempted me by asking about the no new cases. That was going to be one of my two questions. But I also noticed that there hasn't been, I mean, it's kind of a follow-up. I have two questions. There hasn't been a fatality for a week, which would seem to be another piece of good news. My second and broader question is the testing system that you're working to roll out over the next several weeks. Is that something you developed here in Vermont among yourselves, or is this something you worked with other epidemiology professionals to do, or did you get any guidance from the federal government to do it, or basically is it all in-house? And that's my question.
I'm going to let Dr. Levine answer that. I would have to say probably all of the above, but I'll let Dr. Levine answer.
And please don't let me take away the fact that you feel really good about the statistic that just came out, but I will piggyback on the governor's comment. A day does not make a trend, and we're in this for the long ball, and we really have to watch trends, watch data on a daily basis, watch for the projected resurgences of disease, and everything we've outlined today is to help us get through those future periods. With regard to the development of the testing, it's really been, as I mentioned, very strategic. There isn't a tremendous amount of federal guidance in the approach one takes. The guidance is more increase your numbers. That's been the focus from a national standpoint. Many parts of the country have not even been able to test all of those who are symptomatic. Forget about the asymptomatic and other vulnerable groups. They haven't even had the capacity to test the symptomatic. We've been blessed by being able to do that all along, and we want to continue to maintain that capacity. But we do want to be very, very strategic. And by being strategic, I mean really looking at groups that would benefit the most from having this additional testing on board, and help us with all of these future efforts in terms of reducing an impact on the healthcare system, improving our ability to sequentially and in a phased way restart Vermont, and deal with all of the kinds of harsh policies that we've had to be living under that people are tiring of, but at the same time been very cooperative with and wanting to have us ease up on. So this is all really done from a very evidence and science-based standpoint. Not tremendous amount of guidance from the outside in terms of the federal government. Certainly the CDC, we're always in communication with, and they're a good sounding board, if you will, for some of the things we come up with. And this was really, you know, within the health sector of state government, but also across sectors in state government in our ability to really work as a team and be strategic. Is that an answer to your question?
It does. Thank you very much, as always.
two things I'd like to add as well. When we talk about trends, and it is good news that we just had 0 positives as of today, but that doesn't create a trend, nor does if we, and my prediction is, as we open up the economy, if we have more people going to work, as we, again, ease up on some of these restrictions, I believe we're going to see more positive cases. So that doesn't create a trend either. And what we need to do is manage that level. And that's why we're doing this tracing and testing and becoming so heavily involved in taking a more proactive approach because we want to make sure that we control that. So I predict that we'll see more, but that's something that we have to consider as we open up the spigot a little bit more. As well, Stuart, I didn't finish my thoughts on the border issues in Maine and so forth. You know, we're in a different position than Maine because we're just, depending on where you are in Vermont, we're just 100 miles or less away from the epicenter right now, which is in the Massachusetts area, Boston area. They're still going through this. They've had 400 deaths, over 400 deaths over the last 4 days as well. New York isn't done. I mean, they had, I believe, over 1,200 deaths over the last 3 or 4 days as well. So right within reach of us is a problem area. And we may have 0 positives today, but it only takes that one ember to get across into Vermont that would explode the numbers and increase our numbers dramatically. So that's what we have to pay attention to, just because of our proximity.
All right, Greg, the County Courier.
Hi, Governor. My question's about the agricultural community. With milk prices drastically declining, I'm wondering what your administration is doing to support farmers and the ag community in Vermont. And specifically, what would you say to those who are relying on agriculture for their livelihood? It's not like farmers can just stop milking and you know, go on unemployment.
Yeah, I'm very concerned about agriculture, and I know that there was some news out of Congress in terms of assistance and aid for them of late, but that doesn't that's not going to solve the problem. Again, like other sectors, take our state colleges, agriculture was in a bit of trouble before this pandemic, and this has not helped them at all. I'm very concerned about the farmers themselves. I'm concerned about our food supply, and we need to protect that. It is on our list. I know Secretary Tebbets has been talking with us about some type of program that might provide relief and something we should consider. Again, it's in the list of things that where we need to provide assistance, but we don't, again, know the magnitude of the problem at this point and where the money, the resources would come from. So I don't want to overpromise, but we're not ignoring this, and they're too valuable to us. They're part of our tradition and culture, and we want to do everything we can to protect them because they protect us. One of our basic needs is our food supply, and as we've seen across the country with other meat packing plants and so forth, they're essential to us in numerous ways. So again, we'll just my message would be hang in there. We're going to do everything we can to support them, but this is a very trying time for them.
You say they're on the list. Are they high on the list? What comes before them on the list?
Yeah, everything is on the list. I don't think there's a priority in terms of the number of demands that we have in all sectors and trying to, again, contemplate what resources are available to help, making sure we get them to those who already have them available, and then find out what is it we can do with some of the resources we have available at this point in time. So I would not prioritize this list in any respect. They're all important to us, and we're doing everything we can to help everyone.
Thanks, Governor.
Ken Picard, 7 days.
Yes, hi. Thanks for taking my call. This is a question for either Dr. Levine or Dr. Kelso. I saw an estimate this week from NPR that put the need for contact tracers at about 30 for every 100,000 people in the state, which would mean that we would need probably more than 180 here in Vermont. I'm wondering if you folks are planning to ramp up the number of contact tracers we have, and if so, where you expect them to be coming from.
Dr. Kelso, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm happy to take that one. Thanks for the question. We know that contact tracing does take a ton of work. We currently have 53 staff on our team who have been trained and doing this work for weeks now. They're well on top of the burden of illness that we've been seeing, but as the governor has and the commissioner have said, we do expect that to increase. We have a plan to ramp up 40 or 50 additional staff to the contact tracing team if necessary. And based on our calculations of each staff person managing 2 new cases and all of their contacts every day, we think we're prepared with that number for the worst case scenario, should we see that.
Okay, and just a quick follow-up. You mentioned that we're going to an electronic system, the Sarah Alert. Could you say something a little bit more about that and how this is being done to also protect the sort of privacy and confidentiality of Vermonters?
Sure, I can say a little bit more about the system and then turn it over to our ADS colleagues who can speak to the security. The system, what we've been doing is reaching out to every case, doing an interview to find out who they were around while they were potentially infectious so that we could then do contact tracing on them. And for cases, also providing information about how they need to stay in isolation until their symptoms have resolved and they can get back out of isolation. And then with the contacts, we've been providing them information on what they need to do to quarantine for what period of time. And again, if they need resources, where they can reach out and what they should do if they develop symptoms during their quarantine. What this Sarah Alert system will enable us to do is be in daily contact with contacts and with cases, to be more on top of them on a daily basis and getting information as their situations may evolve. And then I'll turn it over to ADS for the more technology questions.
All right, thank you, Dr. Kelso. This is Krista McClure, I'm the Chief Data Officer. So regarding data security and privacy, this will be maintained through encrypting data at rest as well as in transit. And it'll also be maintained through role-based access control. So certain roles will only have certain access to specific data that they need to perform that function.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, Kat, WCAX.
We've talked a lot here about turning the economic spigot. I know many people are wondering, though, when we can turn the social spigot, because staring at a screen to talk with someone on Zoom or Skype is not the same as seeing them in person. However, on Monday, I believe I wrote down a quote from Dr. Levine that said social distancing is here to stay. So my question is, when can people have what they would consider normal gatherings again? You know, things like having friends over for barbecues as the weather gets nicer, or the kids' friends over for play dates. Is that going to be after May 15th, or should people expect that they can't get together with others in person for the whole summer?
Yeah, again, I think what we're going to do is rely on the data again and seeing where the trending is occurring. Putting people back to work right now is our primary effort, and seeing what happens as a result of that. But we are fully aware and sensitive to the fact that we need to socially integrate more. We need to get to see our family, get to see our friends and so forth. We want to put everyone back together as quick as possible. But again, our primary focus, at least for this week, is to try and get more people back to work. And then next week we'll take a look again, seeing what the trends are doing, what the trajectory looks like, and then make determinations based on that. And as you mentioned, The 15th is when the stay home, stay order officially ends, but we'll be contemplating what to do next and how that would interact. But we want to ease restrictions just as quick as we can, but it has to be safe in order to do so.
So I have a follow-up to that then. Is it going to be difficult to continue to get buy-in from people when they don't have a sense of when it will be over?
Well, again, I think we've been fairly measured. I think I've been having these press conferences 3 times a week, trying to provide information from our cabinet and others, experts and so forth, to try and be transparent about what we're doing, what we're seeing, and how we're doing. And for those who are watching, again, we want to do this as quickly as we can, as safely as we can, without doing harm to others. And so we'll continue to do that. Obviously, I'm concerned about people complying with the measures as we put people back to work. It's up to them, I would say. I mean, I'm going to put it back on individuals as well. If you're not complying, if you're going back to work, and if you're in those settings where you're not wearing a mask and you're not socially distancing, you're only hurting the cause, and that's going to result in increased numbers, and that would preclude us from getting back to some sort of normal. So it's in all of our hands. I talk about this a lot, making sure that we're wearing a mask when we're out, socially distancing, to stay apart, separated from each other, as well as just disinfecting and keeping things clean and being aware of what you're doing. So if you do all that, we'll get back to normal much quicker than if you defy everything that we're providing for guidance.
Last follow-up on this particular idea. So there's this idea that has come up several times at these press conferences about there being a 10-person limit on gatherings. Can you clarify who that rule is intended for and how it fits in with the stay home, stay safe order?
Well, again, that was something that we came to the conclusion late. We had started at whatever it was, 150, then down to 10, based on federal guidance, and so we have maintained that. So we're just trying to, again, guide people into making sure that we don't exceed that, whether it's at the greenhouses that we've opened back up, or any gatherings that we've opened back up, that you don't exceed the limit of 10. It's just a rule of thumb, so to speak. So I'm not sure at this point what more I can tell you about that.
I guess the clarifying question is, that is directed then at businesses and not at individuals who are in their own home.
Yeah, well, at this point, yes, that's right. It's more for those situations where people can gather, whether it's in business settings or whether it's in any of the guidance that we provided where we've opened up different sectors, just trying to prevent people from gathering more than 10.
All right, thank you.
Chris Roy, Newport Daily Express.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I've been getting some word this week that some Vermonters could return to work if they had daycare, and I'm just wondering, they're wondering what can be done to help those individuals if you're going to allow daycares to open, and if they can't return to work, do they potentially will they lose their jobs, and can they continue unemployment?
Yeah, let me just say broadly that this is on our radar screen. Again, as we open up businesses and open up jobs and open up the economy, we know this is a factor that might prevent someone from going back to work. And I do believe there's an exemption in the unemployment rules that would allow people to continue to qualify for unemployment benefits if they didn't have childcare. But I'll let Commissioner Harrington answer that.
Yes, great question and very timely. So the department is and does have information on its website regarding what we're calling refusal to return to work. In those cases where an employer has offered an employee the ability to come back to work at their normal pay and their normal hours. There are a couple of exemptions to that. One being if the person is sick, if the person themselves is sick or isolated, if there is unreasonable or undue risk of exposure within the place of employment, if they're caring for a family member who is sick or isolated, or if they're caring for a child who's out of school or does not have child care. And so under those exemptions, they could continue to collect unemployment insurance benefit. However, if one of those exemptions does not apply and they are being offered full-time work at their regular rate of pay, or at least a number of hours that is what they left the workplace with, then there is an obligation on the claimants to have to accept that work and go back to work. And if they refuse to go back to work, they're jeopardizing their eligibility for benefits.
Under the conditions, if the employer can't return to work for what we just spoke about, for example, lack of child care, can the employer consider that, they quit from their job? I'm sorry.
Great question. It is a question that is before our legal counsel in terms of whether that could be considered a quit. And again, I think, you know, we're constantly pushing towards education, voluntary compliance, and trying to be as understanding, both on the claimant but also the employer side, as much as possible, that there are people who are in these positions. Again, this is an at-will state, so they could choose to terminate that person. Not sure they could consider it a quit, but again, that may mean that because they terminated this person, we'd have to look into the legality of being having that have an impact on their experience rating or not.
Okay, thank you. And I have a second quick question, if I may. We've heard some about a second round of this that might be coming up towards the fall and winter. Are we looking at another round of complete closure, or is it too early to tell?
Yeah, I think it's way too early to tell. I know that Dr. Fauci, I've heard it on the national level. I'm going to let Dr. Levine answer this as well, but we've seen that there is concern about the second wave coming, but we don't know that to be the fact at this point. But we have to prepare for that at the same time, which is why we're taking some of the steps we're taking. I think we'll be, if a second round comes, we'll be much more prepared for it than we were before. There's so many advances in testing and antibodies and so forth that are coming about each and every day. Hopefully we'll be in a position where we can deal with this much more effectively, that we don't have the shutdowns that we've had before. But we don't know at this point in time. And again, everything we're doing today is to prevent that from happening in the fall. Dr. Levine?
Yes, thank you. Most of the public health community believes there will be some kind of resurgence. Again, that doesn't mean what we've just been through as a state and as a country. It could be a far reduced level. It's a nice question to ask today as we unveil our new testing strategy, because that's the one place where the state nor the country was poised for action as we entered this COVID-19 epidemic or pandemic. And I don't have to go through the stories regarding why that was true in terms of the supply issues as a country and the approach. Now that we have that approach, we have the capacity, we will have a little stockpile as well. We will be able to enter a period of resurgence if that's what we're destined for, and I'm not making that a guarantee. We'll be able to enter that period of resurgence with a containment strategy already in effect. The country missed the opportunity for containment and had to go straight to social distancing and all of these non-pharmaceutical interventions that we are now living with. Doesn't mean that those wouldn't need to come back at a more modest level, but at the same time, we have the opportunity to contain the virus now. And I didn't say it as specifically, and I'll say it now. Many of the populations that we've been talking about testing, some of whom we've tested to some degree already, are essentially asymptomatic populations. So you're actually finding people who in a pre-symptomatic state could be capable of infecting others, and you're finding them very early on doing containment with them and with those that you contact trace. So the opportunity for that curve to go as high as we have projected for the initial experience with the virus is much more limited and hampered and dampened down, if you will. And the opportunity for that curve to come close to exceeding the capacity of the healthcare system to deal with it is much more dampened as well. So all of this is a way of saying that if it does come, it will probably be less severe than the first go-round, and we will be poised to do a lot more containment. There are some public health, I'll call them experts in the country, who do see these mitigation strategies like social distancing as something that gets turned on and then turned off, turned on, turned off periodically over periods of time, knowing that this won't be the last time we see COVID-19. It's still a novel virus for the human race. So it remains to be seen if some of those predictions would be true or not true. It's really hard to guess on that count. Because again, starting with containment, you've already got a much more strong fighting chance to deal with things, and hopefully don't need to bring in as many of the other strategies that we've all been seeing evolve over the last 1 to 2 months. Thank you.
All right, Patricia, Bennington Banner.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I'm wondering if this might be a question for Dr. Levine or the governor, depending on who. I'm wondering, how confident are you that the state has the essential supplies for this increased testing? I assume probably pretty confident because you guys plan to roll this out. And how did this increased testing capacity come about? I would imagine it's probably too early for it to have come from the increased testing funding provided in the bill that was signed into law last week. So I'm wondering, how'd you get this testing capacity and how confident are you in it?
Yeah, well, I'm confident because Dr. Levine and Dr. Kelso have said that we have the supplies necessary to do this. So I rely on the experts for that, and I'll let Dr. Levine answer the rest.
Gives me an opportunity to do my testing from A to Z course in 1 minute or less. So to do optimal testing is a very complicated process, actually. The reason we've been able to get to this point is through resourcefulness, frankly, and creativity, and working multiple supply chains, working with multiple federal partners and private partners. But to do testing, first of all, the person has to be involved with the healthcare system and have a test order provided. That order needs to include a location, and we certainly have locations throughout the state, and we've shown our capability to pop up locations when needed in times of need. At that location, one needs personnel who can obtain the test from the patient. Depending on the type of test you're obtaining, you may need a sophisticated level of PPE. You need a collection swab, something to stick in the nose or in the mouth, or depending on which test you're using. You then need to put that swab in something. Think of it as like a test tube or a little container that has some kind of media that the virus can live in, so that when you eventually do your laboratory test, the virus is transported in a way that it's viable still and we can detect it. You need to transport that media to wherever the testing location is under the right circumstances, which may require some temperature regulation, may require some sophisticated materials to package it in, then gets to a laboratory. First, it gets to our triage center at the University of Vermont, and then it gets to the laboratory it's going to be evaluated in. There you need what's called an extraction kit, because this is a nucleic acid-based assay, and we want to get the RNA type of nucleic acid out of the sample. Then you need to have a PCR step, which is the step that actually detects the virus as COVID-19 and not some other type of virus based on its RNA's genetic code. So you need that set of reagents and chemicals as well. So it's a very sophisticated process, requires really a supply chain across a whole host of areas. And we're very confident that we not only have that supply in hand now, and we have some element of a stockpile, but that we'll be able to get more. But we're always challenged by this, and it sort of goes, if you've been burned once, you're always conscious of something. And as a country, we were in such a tentative place 6 weeks ago or 7 weeks ago that we don't want to be burned again. So we've been looking not just at a platform of testing, but multiple platforms of testing at our public health lab, at our UVM lab, at the commercial labs that we send out of state. They're actually all on very different kinds of analyzers, and we're very heterogeneous in our approach to make sure that no one pathway gets shut down and the whole operation suffers. Likewise, on the collection side, we have capacity within our labs at Public Health and at UVM to produce all of what we need there, but we have to have our eye on that ball all the time. And in just 6 weeks, 7 weeks, this whole technology is changing as we speak. So right now, we're hoping to use nasal swabs, which are a little more patient-friendly and comfortable, but it turns out right now you can't use them for people who have no symptoms. So we have to use the other types of swabs. But there's talk about using saliva. There's talk about testing that can be done, on the scene and point of care versus in a laboratory, and different kinds of technology that may require less materials than what we've been using now, and certainly less PPE to protect the healthcare worker than we're using now, depending again on how the samples are obtained. So we just watch that with great interest and are on top of it all the time, so that as innovations occur, we can take advantage of them and hopefully reduce that complexity that I just illustrated for you all.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, Joe, Barton Chronicle.
Hello. I believe this is a question for Commissioner Harrington. We at the Chronicle have been speaking with a number of people in the community who have applied for unemployment benefits, and we've had a large number of them say that when they applied, they were told that the state didn't recognize their Social Security number. And some of these people have had the issue resolved, and some of them have not. But even the people who've had it resolved would like to know what happened and why it is the state wasn't able to confirm what is pretty much a universal form of identification.
Sure. So a point of clarification. So it's not that the state doesn't recognize it, it's that the system did not recognize it. So these were individuals who may have applied for general or traditional UI and may not have been put into the PUA system yet. It could also be that they had filed a claim, and when they went into the portal, if you will, for traditional UI, that either their claim had an issue on it, in which case the portal would not have their claim because it's been held up. Many of those have been resolved. Or it could be that they had already filed for a week, and so they didn't have any current weeks to file for, and therefore the system would not have them an open week for them to file, so their Social Security number may not have been in the portal to recognize them. So there's a whole host of reasons. It's not that the department didn't recognize their social security number in its entirety. It's that whatever portion of the system they were going to did not have their social security number on file. And that could be one because of an eligibility reason. It could have been because of a technical reason. It could be that, it's a part of the adjudication process. Or it could be that they're part of this group that will be moving over to the new system in the coming days, and then their Social Security numbers will actually populate and be found in the system. So again, it's not a Social Security number issue. It's just the way the system is designed.
Just to follow up, I believe these were people who were not applying for the PUA. This was prior to that. These are people who were applying for a traditional. And I think the concern wasn't necessarily that their claim was held up. I'm sure they were bothered by that, but that they were not given information about what the problem was and what they could do to deal with it, which left them in some degree of anxiety.
So I do want to point out that we have sent information to those people that we have email addresses for with regards to when they get the notice that their Social Security number is not found. We also have that information on our website on the homepage. So again, when we hear of these situations, and especially if we hear of a significant portion of the population with a reoccurring issue, we are trying multiple methods to reach out to people to let them know that either it's a system issue that we're working to correct or that it is just part of the process and here's what they need to do as a follow-up. So I do know that we have emailed claimants information about what to do when their Social Security number is not recognized. We also have posted that information on our website.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann Wallace-Allen, Digger.
Hi. My question is about lodging properties. Some of them do, in fact, seem to be taking reservations for before June 15th, and some, in one case, on May 15th. And I was wondering either maybe something has changed that I hadn't known about, or is this allowed? Or are they supposed to wait till June 15th?
Our guidance had said June 15th. If they were in the system before, it wasn't as though we'd asked them to take them out, but we had asked them to stop taking reservations. So I'm not clear as to what the issue is in this regard, but our guidance had said the 15th of June.
So that means that they could, in fact, have guests who are coming and staying. If they had made a reservation before to come on May 15th, for example, they could still come.
Well, again, I'm not sure the specifics of that, but anybody coming into the state, if they're coming from out of state, would have to quarantine for 14 days. So if they had a reservation for 14 days, I'm not sure whether they would be allowed to come or not under those conditions. But most of our lodging properties are closed at this point.
Yeah. Okay, that leads me to my other question, which is that a few weeks ago, I know that the Department of Public Safety was starting to go and talk to businesses that were open when they shouldn't be, and I was just wondering, has there been any enforcement action taken against any business in Vermont for being open in violation of the executive orders?
I'm going to ask if Commissioner Sherling might be on the line. I know the Attorney General had talked about citations and so forth, but Commissioner Sherling?
Yes, sir. We're not aware of any direct enforcement action that's been taken by the Attorney General. There are a number of reports that have been referred over there for review. And again, the hope was that a renewed educational effort reinforced by the AG's team would solve the problems.
So, and bottom line is maybe a contact, maybe calling the Attorney General might get your answer.
Yeah. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Mike, Newport Daily Express.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'm going to veer off topic just for a quick moment. I have two quick questions. The first, Governor, can you speak to Jeb Spaulding's upcoming resignation this evening?
Yeah, I can't say that I'm surprised by the action, but I would also offer that Jeb has had a long history of public service. In fact, he was a Washington County Senator before I was. I took his seat after he decided not to run. And then he became treasurer, was well respected, did a lot of great work in that regard, and became chancellor after a stint with the Shumlin administration. I've always had a great relationship with him, a great deal of respect for him, and I know his heart is in the right place. He had taken on this issue with the state colleges. This was not of his doing. He had come to me a number of times saying that we have a problem, and that's why I included funding in my budgets over the last 3 to 4 years for just that reason, because he convinced me that we did indeed have a problem. It's unfortunate we're in the position we're in. This was not, again, his doing. This was pre-COVID-19, where they were struggling, and COVID-19, unfortunately, was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. So other colleges, universities throughout the country are facing this very same issue. I think we're going to see a sea change throughout the country in terms of higher education and what it means in the future. And we'll see others falling as well. So we'll see what happens. But again, I want to make sure that I don't believe that Jeb Spaulding was to blame for this. I think that he did all he could. He was a huge supporter of the Vermont State College system. And any of the events that I attended, where he was chancellor, he was always rising to the occasion to try and elevate the state college system and do all he could to protect it.
My second question goes back to the topic at hand, COVID-19. I was reviewing some footage last night of what our current administration at the federal level has been doing during this. And this is a direct quote from the President of the United States. "When governors call me, they say, 'Thank you. You are the greatest president that's ever lived,'" end quote. I'm wondering, A, and I know, take this with a grain of salt, have you heard of any governors saying this? Or B, why would the president say something like this?
I can't answer either one of those questions. I would say that there are a number of governors throughout the country who are very big supporters of the president, many who aren't, and I don't know why he would say that.
Okay, thank you for your time, Governor. I appreciate it.
Sean, the Chester Telegraph.
Hi, thank you. This is a question for Dr. Levine. In the past, you've spoken about antiviral therapeutics, and it would seem that those would make reopening the economy that much easier. Can you speak to how these are developed and what the outlook is for having them become available?
Sure. So there are a number of antiviral drugs that are actually already in use and on the market. One that has been showing, I will put the word slight in front of it, slight promise, is called remdesivir. Again, these are being used for the sickest of the sick, people in intensive care quite generally, in hospitals. But the whole field of antiviral therapeutics goes beyond specific drugs. It also goes through, strategies, if you will, for treating people. Generally, again, we're talking about those who are the very ill and not people on the mild end of the spectrum. So one press conference a while back, I got a question about prone positioning, whether the person be on a ventilator or not on a ventilator, and early use of oxygen. And this is still, actively being studied, but prone positioning has been a portion of intensive care for quite a while, often with patients who have what we call acute respiratory distress syndrome, ARDS. And it's being used in this virus because often that is a final common pathway is ARDS related to the virus. There's also trials that are ongoing regarding the donation of people's plasma, people who had the infection and now want to try to do some good, donating plasma that could be used to help quiet down the infection in people who, again, very ill. These are being done in clinical trial settings, so it's not just the first thing people jump to doing to treat somebody who's ill with COVID, but it's clearly as part of a clinical investigation and another important strategy. I don't want to give false hope to any particular pathway, except to say that all of this is being done, like everything with COVID, on a very compressed time frame, and we're hoping to see some results of trials. These kinds of trials and these kinds of novel therapeutics, I'll call them, are going to be tested a lot faster than a vaccine. And if they prove useful, to certainly go in front of the public a lot quicker than a vaccine may. You've also heard probably about other older drugs that have been talked about a lot in the national news, like hydroxychloroquine, azithromycin. These are, again, drugs that do not have a prominent role right now. They're being studied again in this setting. People are being cautioned about using them and stockpiling them because at the kind of dose levels that would be used in a state where you're already ill from COVID, they can have some very unanticipated and adverse effects that would not be helpful. So I'm here just to deliver the news, not to give you any false promises or hopes about anything, but it's a very active area of study, and we have hopes for that.
Thank you.
Brittany, Local 22.
Hi. So my question is about schools, and if they're planning to reopen in the fall, and what that would look like. What plans are being made if they come back? Will desks be 6 feet apart? Will cafeterias be closed? Will they not have assemblies? I'm just wondering, what's being talked about right now for the fall.
I'll let Secretary French answer that, but I would also add that things will be vastly different, I would imagine, when and if that happens. Secretary French?
Yes, good afternoon, Governor. Yes, it's a little early to address that. We are working now on producing guidance for next week on end of this school year and end of the year celebrations and graduations. Even in formulating that guidance, we're largely relying on the public health information to make a projection on the next 6 weeks, let alone the next couple of months. But it's too early to address that, but we will, large part of that will depend on how the virus tracks and our ability to manage it.
Thank you.
It's Tim, Vermont Business Magazine.
Governor, you've talked a lot about what's happening in Boston and New York before that. How much is that guiding the reopening of Vermont more than what's actually happening in Vermont at this point? And I have a follow-up too.
Yeah, well, a great deal in some respects, because again, as we open up our borders, open up travel into Vermont, this could have ramifications here. And that's what, my biggest fear is that we'll have a few of those embers come into the state and then erupt, and we're not prepared for them. And then we have a full-blown pandemic right in our own backyard. So we're just watching this, and again, they're on the, and I'm in contact with Governor Baker on a regular basis. It does appear that they're plateauing, maybe falling, plateauing, maybe even seeing some relief, reduced numbers. So that's good news. As we've seen in New York City, numbers are starting to drop. But again, I just want to emphasize that they're still seeing a number of deaths. They're still seeing positive cases. So this isn't over for them, and they are literally in our backyard.
The follow-up, Governor, is do you have a go or no-go date on things like Ann mentioned before, the hospitality and the lodging institutions, or even the colleges, both of which bring in a lot of out-of-staters? Is there a time frame when you might say that the colleges will be allowed to reopen?
I wouldn't say that there's a date at this point in time. There's not a go, no-go date. It's for us, it really is about tracking this and making sure that we're making decisions based on the data we're seeing. And as we, again, open up that spigot just a little bit more and we put, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 people back to work, we're watching to see what effect that will have on the number of positives and so forth. And so that's why it's really important for us to track this, as well as to do what we're doing today, announcing more tracing, more testing, so that we can be proactive, play a little bit of offense rather than just defense. And I think that's part of the answer. And that's why we want to do everything we can to do increase amounts of testing and tracing in order to open up more of the sectors that we can get back to some sort of normal in the future.
I was wondering if President Garamella or one of the other college presidents has said, Governor, I need to know by a certain date to let the students know and the staff know if they can come back. Yeah. That was sort of the basic.
Yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of questions like that where, whether it's the higher education or whether it's the summer camps or whether it's whatever, where they need to know at a certain point in order to know, or even events, parades and so forth, to know whether there's any opportunity, any chance at all. So the list is long on those opportunities, and we'll just make the decisions as we can. I don't want to give anybody false hope, but I do want to give people some hope that we are doing the right things, and that we're seeing the benefits of that, and that that will lead to opening up the economy at a much faster rate.
Thank you.
Colin, VT Digger.
Hi. I had a question for Dr. Levine. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, thanks. So the Department of Health reported that in March there were 570 deaths from all causes, which is about 70 more than the average in previous months. Other states have reported that March deaths were also beyond their normal total. Do you think the increase could be partly attributable to unreported COVID-19 deaths? Given that number of COVID-19 deaths in March was significantly less than 70, something more like the mid-30s?
Yeah, so that's going to take a lot more scrutiny and statistical analysis than would allow me to just give you an off-the-cuff answer right now. But it is an area that I think has been in the national news, especially in New York and California specifically. And it's something that we need to consider. We haven't seen, based on information today at the level of the medical examiner, huge increases in total deaths over the course of the whole time period that we might have expected to see if there were a lot of cases that we weren't aware were COVID. But one of the parts of your question is, are some of the deaths that might have been attributed to another cause actually a COVID-related death where the COVID infection stressed out the system in a way that it caused some other underlying disease to appear to be the cause of death, but that might not have killed the person at that time if they didn't have COVID. We're going to have to do a lot more investigation into that to really understand and give you the kind of answer that would be more data-driven and science-based than I can give you off the cuff here.
And can you talk a bit about what the process might look like for handling suspicious deaths and whether or not any of that type of post-mortem testing has been done to contribute to the current COVID-19 count?
Yeah, so there's a lot of actually post-mortem COVID testing that's been done in the deaths that have occurred with a huge index of suspicion now that we're well into this pandemic. The question about before is a little harder to answer, but certainly now it's always considered, and I think often communities as well as families want to have some idea. So when it's appropriate and it's not that there was an obvious cause of death that clearly wasn't COVID and a person who had no symptoms of COVID, when it's not obvious, the medical examiner has been quite liberal, I would say, in making sure that post-mortem COVID testing is performed.
And I have one more follow-up on this issue with Governor Scott. More than half of the deaths in Vermont have been at nursing homes or elder care facilities, and I'm wondering, sort of knowing what we know now, when you look back, do you think that the administration might have acted more swiftly or done anything differently to prevent some of those deaths?
I'll start. If we turn the time clock back and go to like day one of when we knew we had a problem in Vermont and what needed to be done, literally the first, if not the very first, certainly in the first slew of policies that came out of the administration and certainly that were recommended was to severely restrict visitation in facilities where the most vulnerable would reside. So that was done so early in the game that I think we did very well in that regard. I do agree with you that a proportion of the deaths that are related to those who resided in some nursing home facilities certainly is significant, and that's a tragic outcome of this COVID epidemic. However, if I could make it a half cup full and not half cup empty proposition, we have been very blessed by the fact that we have not seen statewide outbreaks of COVID in a whole host of either long-term care facilities, assisted care facilities, senior high-rise apartments, etc. Most states, when you start to really dig down, they'll have perhaps one that's very severely affected and prominent in the news, and then one by one they'll have other institutions that follow, and sooner or later you find that there's a high proportion of the number of facilities in the state that have been impacted. I'll knock on wood, but I know that has not been what we have seen in Vermont at this time. And some of the issues I unveiled in the discussion I had on the new testing policy are only meant to make that even less likely in the future. I'll let the governor add to that if he'd like to, or Secretary Smith.
The only thing I can do is reiterate what Dr. Levine said. When we first started this, one of the things, and you got to understand how many lives we affected with this decision when we said no more visitation to these nursing homes and some of these long-term care facilities. We really impacted people's lives when we did that, and we did that to save lives. And so we did that early on when we saw what was going on in Seattle. We've also taken the proactive step if there is a positive or and we'll be talking about this later in terms of what we're doing with expanded testing. Well, we've already talked about it, what we're doing with expanded testing on those long-term care facilities in terms of our ability to look at them from 3 to 7 to 10 to multiple days that we'll be doing testing on this. One of the things that we did in the Veterans Home, you've been reading about in Massachusetts, the tragic results of the Veterans Home in Massachusetts. We were right on that case when we had an employee that was tested positive a month before and then told about it. We came in and tested the whole facility. So we've been very aggressive with long-term care facilities. With that said, we've had two places where tragically we have lost Vermonters in long-term care facilities. But if you do what, to reiterate what the doctor said, if you look across the state and you look at other states and what has happened in other states, we've been blessed and fortunate as we look at this.
And is it safe to say that as reopening steps occur, that allowing visitation in nursing homes will be one of the last steps?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that's going to be the case. That's going to be one of the last steps. You know, that is where we are. That's where testing is focused. That's where the most vulnerable are. Probably will be the last step, Colin.
Thank you to both Dr. Levine and Secretary Smith.
If I could just add, there's no playbook on this, and it's something that we learn from. In every crisis, every emergency, everything we do, we take whatever we learn from that event and try and do better in the future. And I'm sure that we'll learn a lot from this that we'll be able to utilize in the future as well. After the 27 flood, I'm sure we learned a lot there. After Irene, I know we learned a lot, and we prevented some flooding in the future as a result. It'll be no different here. And you have to just go back to where we were in the beginning when we didn't have as much testing capability as we do today. And so we want to make sure that we learn from that, and that's why we're doing all the things we're doing today, is to make a more proactive approach, play offense, and trying to do whatever we can to make sure we take those smoldering embers and we isolate them and put them out immediately.
Thank you, Governor.
Just for everybody's awareness, it's about 1:15, and we're only 2/3 of the way through the questioners, so please keep that in mind. Avery, WCAX.
This question is probably either for Governor Scott or Dr. Levine. A reason for the shutdown was so that we didn't overwhelm our hospital capacity, and it appears that the strategy now is to have the virus not spread at all. Is that possible to do, and are we prolonging the shutdown longer than we need to?
I'm going to let Dr. Levine answer that, but you may want to repeat the question.
Could you repeat the
Sure,
question?
You can hear me.
It was a little hard to hear. I think I caught it. I think the question was, is our goal now to just eliminate spread altogether? Because previously it was set to be just to flatten it enough to not exceed hospital capacity.
Right. So we have multiple goals now. We could call the period we're in a period of low viral activity in the population because we're not having a lot of symptomatic people present for tests or have positive tests. And the percentage of tests that are positive now is very, very low. So part of the strategy is to maintain what we'll call this period of suppression of virus. Another part of the strategy is, though, still to make sure that, using the ember analogy, we make sure that any time virus is discovered, we try to put it out and contain it and make sure that as few Vermonters get affected by it as possible, and that that containment strategy continue on into the foreseeable future. Another part of the strategy, obviously, when you combine all of that, is eventually going to impact the healthcare system, and so hopefully the healthcare system will see far less severe manifestations of COVID and be open for business in other ways and not have to worry about its capacity being exceeded in the midst of a severe outbreak. And then finally, and I think this is a very important one, we do want to keep this period of suppression going for a very, very long time, so those antiviral therapies we were talking about in a previous question won't even need to come into play, but more importantly, so that if a vaccine gets developed and it's effective and safe to use in the population, we all have the opportunity to receive that vaccine without having gotten to the point where we were severely ill with COVID in the first place. Does that answer your question?
Mike Donahue, the Islander.
Good afternoon. Commissioner Levine, so the first attempt by the health department at town-by-town numbers proved to be seriously flawed, and positive tests were placed in wrong towns, not only in Swanton and St. Albans, but we're starting to hear from other towns that don't believe the 0 to 6 category used by the state. Barrytown, Georgia, Middlebury are among those doubting numbers. And we've also heard from Vermonters throughout the state who say they're questioning whether they can now really believe earlier and ongoing COVID stats from the state. So I'm wondering, a couple of people asked, they're wondering why, out of all the positive tests in Vermont, it seems odd that not one single case involves an out-of-stater. Has the health department assigned them to a town where they were visiting, or in the case of a employee like at the prison who lives out of state, are they assigned to a town? And you touched on this a little bit, but public safety and first responders have told me recently they believe the COVID death numbers are off. They note that a lot of people under medical care or in a respite house have died, were buried, no autopsy. Aren't those going to be a little hard to check as you go back and try to reconfirm these numbers?
Mike, this is Mike Smith. Let me just, I've become the cartographer here through no fault of my own, but let me just talk about, we're taking another, we're refining the map as you have alluded to. There were some prisoners that were reported in Swanton. That's not the proper town. It should be St. Albans. We're looking at other things. We're also looking at how we can sort of refine the 0 to 6 so that we can give people at least an indication of whether there's been a case within a town. So maybe if there isn't a 0, where we may not be able to do that is in Essex County, but we'll check that out because it's so small of a population, but we'll check that out. In terms of you know, I'm going to defend the health department as vigorously as I possibly can in terms of their statistics. They try as much as possible to get things right. We tried to get everything that I've seen from them has been absolutely on the money in terms of what I've seen for statistics and what I've seen for reporting out statistics. This map was an ad hoc sort of trying to respond to various requests that people were making in these press conferences. We will get it right, but it is a one-off adventure that we had not anticipated doing that we're starting to do now. In terms of the deaths, I'll let Dr. Levine talk about the deaths.
Yeah, just the two other parts of your question that I could answer. Number one, an out-of-state individual who tests positive for COVID doesn't show up in a town. They are an out-of-state case. That state actually takes credit for that case. The second part is, if you died in a hospice, like you mentioned a respite house, you're probably in the hospice because you have a very clearly defined and severe terminal illness that when you eventually die, which probably is going to be in a matter of days or weeks from the time you arrived, sometimes it's actually hours, it's going to be clear to everyone that your terminal illness is what killed you. However, having said that, just like a judgment is made about a person who has symptoms, should they get a test or not, a judgment is made by a healthcare professional about what goes on the death certificate. And so the death certificate will clearly have the terminal illness on it, but if there's a belief that there was actually another illness on top of that terminal illness that was the straw that broke the camel's back, like a severe infection, that will be listed as the cause of death in the setting of having these other chronic illnesses and perhaps terminal illness. So that would be, again, a healthcare professional's judgment at the time they record the death certificate.
Okay. You had mentioned that you do reach out to the hotspots and are working with them. And the Swanton health officer told the Islander on Monday that the health department never reported that it was a hotspot, much less that they were number 3 in the state. Now, granted, the numbers have changed here in the last day or two, but when I spoke to the town administrator and the police chief, they also were miffed that they hadn't been told. And if you had reached out, might some of those flaws in the report been caught? And who by name in the health department is responsible for reaching out to these individual towns or hotspots? And where do the local health officers, which are part of your network, fit into this crisis?
So when you talk about hotspot, are you talking about a facility or a town?
Well, I assume a town of 6,000, when they end up number 3 on the state list, might be considered a hotspot for people.
So again, the process through our epidemiologic infectious disease people is that every case that's recorded there would have an immediate contact, would be told what to do for themselves in terms of getting the right health care and isolating themselves, and would have contact tracing done at that time. So all of that would actually occur no matter where they are in the state and when this occurred. If the hotspot was actually a long-term care facility in St. Albans or Swanton or a correctional facility or what have you, then obviously that would happen at a facility-wide level as well. Generally does not happen at the level of the entire community in terms of the kinds of statistical look you're trying to describe there by any means.
So if 44 cases in Swanton show up, the health department does not feel it needs to reach out to that town of 6,000 and say, well, you're number 3 in the state and you're right behind.
So again, I think you're mistaking the fact that the majority of those cases were probably part of the prison. So all the appropriate steps were taken with regard to that population and that facility, as opposed to that the town had a huge problem on its own. That's how I'm interpreting what you're saying.
Well, I'm just trying to understand that the town doesn't seem to get notified. The city of Burlington didn't seem to get notified. I don't know if they were ever notified about their problems. I'm just wondering, does the town have any right to expect any information from the state of Vermont when there's a major number in their community?
Right.
That's all I'm asking.
No, absolutely.
And so officers are told.
Right. And so when the numbers are in facilities that are in these specific towns, the town is quite aware of what's going on and are looped in completely.
All right, and we still have 5 callers, and
You're
it's
missing,
almost 1 o'clock.
I guess if I can just follow up, missing the point. I'm talking about outside the facility, when Swanton or whoever has a large number, and whether they're in the prison or not. I'm talking about a large number in a community. Where do your local health officers fit in your network into being told about this?
So you're mistaking the role of the local town health officer. They have a very discrete, specific job description, and this is not generally part of it. They're not part of our contact tracing workforce. They're not part of our infectious disease epidemiology workforce. That workforce is appropriately deployed. I would invite you to speak to the mayor of the town where the nursing facilities were affected, who's been looped in on a number of occasions when those issues occur.
Mike, we have to move on to the other callers.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Andrew, Caledonia Record.
Yeah, hi there. Mike raised the subject, so I won't really ask a question on it other than just to offer the comment that the town-by-town map, I know the Northeast Kingdom residents and readers we've heard from would love to see that map produced with a little more detail, seeing as every town in the kingdom is blank. But with that said, I'll go on to my question, which was alluded to by Secretary French earlier. A number of our schools are trying to plan for graduations, and you mentioned the end of school year guidance coming out. Can you just speak to what that guidance will cover, and will it be definitive? Will school boards be able to use that guidance and begin to make their plans next week?
Yes, I would hope. Yeah, hi. Yes, I would hope they'd find the information useful, but I can't speak to what's in the guidance yet because we're still in the process of developing it, but it should be out next week. It will be out next week.
Okay, so I mean, some of our schools are making plans. Some are, talking about like a drive-in movie theater type of graduation. Others are postponing. So if basically they just wait till next week, will that guidance be in place for the end of the school year? Can they assume that what is going to be released next week will be enough information for them to be able to develop their plans?
Yes,
and for families to anticipate going forward?
Yeah, that's the intention of the guidance and the timing of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Joel, Burlington Free Press. Joel?
I'm no longer muted.
Go ahead, Joel.
Yep. Hi. I would like to say something witty and poignant about how journalists are masters of brevity, but the cat's got my tongue. But Dr. Levine, I have a question about the possibility and maybe the probability that the state will see an increase in new cases due to the gradual opening up of the economy and the increase in testing. And I was wondering, for everyone's peace of mind, if there is such a thing anymore, if there has been any way to model or predict the extent to which we might see a rise in cases. Because I suspect that people are looking at the case tally like a scoreboard and might see it as a failure at any number of levels if the case number rises. So yeah, my question, in short, not that short, but is there any way to predict and even quantify what might be the increase?
Thank you for those questions. That was relatively short. And I'm going to make my answers relatively short too. First, we are expecting that there will be some rise in cases, just as a result of people being able to become more closely contacted with one another than perhaps they have been up to this point, in work environments and what have you. But the real underlying part of your question has to do with how often is COVID present in an asymptomatic person? And the person is actually doing fine, may not realize they're infected at all, but they're walking around in society and have the infection, but they've been blessed by not having a severe manifestation of it. And then how often are people in that 48-hour period before they do come down with true symptoms where they are pre-symptomatic and infectious to others? So, based on some of the surveys that Secretary Smith talked about earlier, where we were at the Veterans Home and a few other selected facilities that were higher risk in Vermont, and how little we found, we wonder how much asymptomatic infection is out there. But by the same time, by the same token, we're not naive. We know that asymptomatic infection does exist, and it's just a matter of quantitating how much. I hope that in the ensuing several weeks, we can go back to talking about that other type of testing that we've purposely avoided today, the antibody testing, which will again give us a little bit of a view of how many people have had contact with the virus but didn't even realize it and understand that. So that's what we'll see. The modeling part of your question, we have not sort of said success, we helped preserve the healthcare system, we limited the number of people with COVID and with deaths, so we're done. The modeling exercises are actually ongoing, and they will continue. They will have a little more uncertainty about them because of the fact that no one knows about when or if this second peak may arise. But they will be, the modeling studies to be most precise, and that's why ours have become very precise, are based on sufficient testing occurring in the population and a sufficient trend in the numbers of new cases on an ongoing basis to draw their information from. And that's why when we got to where we got to in the last week or two, we were getting more and more confident that we were not in the worst case scenario, but we were in fact in the best case scenario as to how we dealt with this first episode of COVID in the community. So hopefully that same kind of modeling can be done as an informed way, because our data will be very rigorous, there'll be sufficient testing, and it will be consistent over a time period where it can inform the models well.
So there's no, thank you, Doctor. It sounds like there's no easy way, anyway, to say, well, we anticipate an X% uptick, or it's possible we'll see an X% uptick.
No, you're right. There's no easy way, but at least early on in these next weeks, we'll get a much better sense of how much asymptomatic carriage of the virus is out there, and I think that will, in fact, inform us significantly. So maybe not today, but over the next several weeks, we could have a better predictive ability to tell you that kind of percent.
Okay. Hey, thank you very much.
Liam, VPR.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm wondering about what the plan is for expanding testing within the general population as you're phasing in this expanded testing approach.
I think the general population is going to be included in some capacity, but I'll let Dr. Levine answer that.
So many of the groups that we've talked about, some of them are indeed very specific and very vulnerable, but many of them really do reflect the general population, whether we're talking about healthcare workers in the healthcare workforce, whether we're talking about people who are identified as a contact because they had contact with someone who was a case. I think we're going to see a lot of more general population than we have. And even in the testing we're doing now, over these last number of weeks, where the rate of positivity has become much lower, I think that we have found that there are a lot of Vermonters who are by definition more mildly symptomatic and still haven't had COVID, but they do represent the general population in terms of mild symptoms, nothing that would put them in the ICU that night, and they're, whether they turn positive or not, they're reflective of the general population. We're certainly not forbidding the general population to be tested with all of these targeted initiatives. They are still part of the underlying strategy.
Right. I guess I was just trying to get a better sense of, as you're talking about expanding testing and more specifically to healthcare workers and nursing homes and whatnot, just trying to get a sense of what the community spread of the virus looks like outside of those facilities and congregate settings where disease transmission is more likely. So just trying to wondering if this testing expansion is aimed also at giving you a better sense of what generally the virus spread looks like outside of those facilities and settings.
Yes, and the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm hoping to fit both of the remaining two callers in, so please keep it brief. Guy Page. Guy? All right, Scooter, the other paper. Guy or Scooter?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Scooter McMillan with the other paper. We've talked to someone who had seen a USPS, United States Postal Service delivery person taking packages into a senior living facility without a mask. And when they questioned the driver, they said they were not required to wear masks or other PPE. And I talked with a USPS official who confirmed that although they recommend that their drivers delivering packages should wear masks and gloves, they cannot require it. And he said that changing the contract would happen at the national level and take months, maybe even a year to renegotiate. However, he did say that when local or state ordinances mandate the wearing of masks and gloves, the drivers are required and do wear gloves or masks. So my question for the governor is, are you concerned about delivery people wearing masks, particularly into senior living facilities or other places where residents are immunocompromised? And do you have any concerns about or any plans, thoughts about an executive order requiring for USPS and other delivery drivers to wear masks?
Yeah, thanks for the question. First of all, yes, I am concerned about anyone coming into one of those long-term care facilities without a mask and possibly harming anyone in the building. So we'll take a look at that. It's the first I've heard of that, so we'll take that into consideration, and maybe we'll talk with the long-term care facilities and see if there's another path forward, or whether we should, and we certainly can provide for that if need be. But thanks for bringing it up. We hadn't realized.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Marathon session today. We'll see you on Friday.